There's a wave of pride sweeping the country, and today the feel-good factor comes to Cardiff. From every corner of Britain, they've travelled to be part of the biggest speedway spectacle of the year. 45,000 fans are expected trackside, and they queued all day for the best seats in the house. But if you couldn't make it to Wales, you've still got the best view of the action right here on Sky Sports. This is round 3 of the 10-round Speedway Grand Prix World Championship. We're live from the Millennium Stadium, Cardiff, for the Egg British Grand Prix, and the fans have been here all day.
Go on, you Brit!
Go! Best in the world. It's got to be the best British GP. Let's go for it. Go on!
Yes, hello and welcome to Cardiff, and we've a great night in prospect. 25 races then to find who will be the British Grand Prix winner, and moreover, who takes a march on the Grand Prix Championship Series. Here in the studio with me, once again, we've got all the top men, of course. Sam Amalenko, Gary Havelock and Kelvin Tatum, who's got a triple heading job tonight, but we'll talk about that in just a moment. Sam, all dressed up for the occasion.
I was, and everybody's dressed down around me. How about that, Teddy?
We're expecting to work for a living this evening, that's probably why. Looking forward to tonight?
Yeah, special event, man. This was just so great last year, you know, when I was involved in it, and it's just the granddaddy of Speedway, and it's just so exciting. I'm looking forward to it.
Gary, we can always rely on you, can't we? Not just a good comment, but
you know me, Keith.
Sartorially challenged.
I do try.
Indeed. Tonight, a big one for you too?
Yeah, this is as big as it gets in Speedway, you know. Anybody who was here last year realised how fantastic it was, and when you walk into this arena, it just blows you away, and it's going to be great.
We can hardly hear ourselves think already in here, isn't it? Kelvin, you've got 3 jobs on tonight. Team manager, Team Tatum, Nicholas Klingberg out there, our commentator and studio guest. Quite a night for you.
It certainly is. I'm really excited about it. To be honest, I've been excited about it since we left here last year. It was such a wonderful event last year, so if it's anything like that, it's going to be sensational.
Indeed it is. Well, we've a 6-pack of Brits taking on the best in the world. Who are your heroes? Mark Loran was only the 6th Englishman to be crowned World Speedway champ. That was in 2000. His defence was a disaster last year, but is in great form now.
This man is brilliant tonight. Mark Loran takes the checkered flag.
Carl Stonehewer will have huge support here. He's the only Premier League rider to compete in the Grand Prix. 6th in Norway was his best ever GP. Today could be even better.
Stonehewer's read this absolutely perfectly. Stonehewer went from last to first round that bend.
Andy Smith deserves to get a result in front of his home fans. No Elite League team this year means he's struggling financially, but he never gives up.
A tremendous ride. Look at the leg going up for Andy Smith. Could it be the night for the man from York?
Scott Nichols has the future hopes of Britain on his shoulders, and he's feeling the extra weight. One good result, and he could be on his way to great things.
A crowd of roaring as Scott Nichols takes it away.
Joe Screen, but for injury, could already have had a great Grand Prix year. He's back as a wild card, looking no better than before his best ever GP.
Joe Screen who picks it up away from the tapes. Joe Screen is so fast in this one.
Lee Richardson is just 23 and has ridden in only one other GP, the British in 99. Looks like he'll qualify for a full-time Grand Prix place next year, though.
Lee Richardson, the wild card from Britain, really flying.
Well, Kelvin, we've seen 6 of the British best that are out there tonight. 2 of them are wild cards. Can we see a British winner today, do you think?
I certainly think so. The track's very fair, and it's a very open Grand Prix in that respect. I think that somebody like Joe Screen comes here as a wild card, got a lot to prove. He feels that he should be in the Grand Prix series. He looked good yesterday. I think Scotty Nichols, he's had a couple of Grand Prix, settling down now. We saw last year that he was capable of winning races here. So, and of course Mark Loran, he's been in great form of late. He got a 3rd place in Bydgoszcz a couple of weeks ago, and he would dearly love to win here.
He would indeed, and we'd dearly love to see him win it as well. Well, we've got a full team from Sky Sports here at the arena tonight, and Jonathan Green is down in pit lane. Jonathan, how's life in pit lane with you, sir?
It's great down here, Keith, and I tell you what, my stomach is rumbling right now. You can hear the noise of the bikes, but you can feel how tense it is down here. This is the last moment that guys have got before they actually get out there and really go for it. The Brit pack you've already mentioned, 6 of them. Well, about the most relaxed of all of them is Carl Stoner. Just come over here. See talking. Carl, everybody else is looking very excited, but you looking very relaxed watching TV?
I'm just watching them all come in.
You've got a long way to go.
Yeah, we've got about 20 minutes to go now. I've just been watching them all come in, and in a minute I'm going to go and watch Susie Quattro.
I know, isn't that great? What about the event though? It's huge, isn't it? Are you enjoying it?
The buzz all day around town's been superb, and I'm getting pretty nervous now, so I just wanted to get on with it, really.
Well, we won't bug you anymore. Best of British to you. Thanks very much. Carl Stone here then, getting a bit nervous, but that just pretty much exemplifies it. He looks cool, but I tell you what, inside, that little heart is beating. Let's go a little bit further down and see who else is there. Mark Laram is getting himself prepared, of course. Not a great time. Quick word here. Todd Wilshire could be a dark horse tonight. He had a cold yesterday, but Todd has the cold tonight.
I'm feeling 100% better today.
And what about this meet? Everybody says it's all going to be about starts. How's your starting?
Yeah, it is about starts tonight, and I hope my starting's okay tonight, yeah.
Best of luck to you. So, Todd Wilshire out preparing himself. Let's go further down. And I tell you what, Billy Hamill's preparing himself. There he is, just putting his boots on. Lee Adams, then Ryan Sullivan down here. So much room for these guys. At most speedway events, they get nowhere near this kind of room. Just stop with me here. You've seen some of the other pits. This is how a world champion prepares himself. This is the World Championship pit. And look, we're getting into Formula One realms now. They've got the pictures and the scoreboards. These guys won't miss a trick. And I tell you what, you can pretty much understand why Tony Rickardson is a four-time world champion and leading the championship standings at the moment. Over there, it's Scotty Nichols. I don't know if you can see it. Scotty Nichols, there he is. You can have a quick word with him. Real quick. Scotty, big night for you. A lot of expectations. How are you feeling?
Not too bad. Hopefully we can, I know it's a lot of pressure, but it's great to do the best I can and try and calm the nerves.
We've had a jubilee, we're on a high. Beckham's put the goal in. How about a British win?
Certainly be nice, I'll give it my best shot.
Sorry about the pressure, but best of luck, mate. Well, that's Scotty Nichols, there's 6 of them, of course. Now, this is the worst part of all for them. You think they're nervous now. The next part involves this. You've heard of Wembley, you've seen the tunnel, you've seen the footballers go out. Well, these guys have got a ride out of here. Up they come through here, out. Well, if Wembley was the home for football for many years, this is the new spiritual home for Speedway. Just check this place out. Fans have come from all over. There are 10 nations represented in terms of the riders, but the fans have come from every team in England. And look at them. I think that pretty much gives you an idea of the atmosphere here. It's absolutely electric. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Jonathan. Well done indeed. Well, that is absolutely fantastic out there. We have got so much to celebrate here in Britain at the moment. The Jubilee year, of course, 50 years of the Queen on the throne, and that match that Jonathan so kindly pointed out, where England beat Argentina yesterday. Yes. And now we're on with the boys here in the studio. Looking forward to a great night. Kelvin?
Yes.
Fantastic night, fantastic atmosphere. Very quickly, anybody can beat Tony Rickardson?
I do believe so. I think we saw a glimpse of that when Jason Crump actually passed him in Norway. I think that he was within a gnats of actually pulling that off, and I think that he certainly believes that he can do it. It's going to be tough, you know. He seems to be able to focus in on these GPs so well, but the track is smooth and slick here. I think it's quite open. I think we could see some surprises this evening.
Well, let's look forward to a bit of a surprise here if we can. Of course, the first round this year was in Norway in the Viking Ship Stadium. This is what happened.
Yes, well, a new Grand Prix in a new venue. Jason Crump is furious with that. Down at the back goes Greg Valasek. Big guns here with a vengeance. Oh, here we go again. Somersaults indeed for Renee Holter. Heat to number 23, the first semi-final. Michael Carlson, Tony Rickardson, Carl Stonehewer and Billy Hamill in that order. Stoney, can he catch Carlson? That's what the battle is all about. Tony Rickardson and Michael Carlson will go through to the final. Carl Stonehewer, though, a credit for third place. 4 Australians in this event, and all 4 now in the semi-final. The best possible start by Crump and pursued from Ryan Sullivan. Straight they go. What a brilliant race this is. What a Crumb locks up and goes down. They've got to do it all again. I'm sure they're doing it without Jason Crumb. This man, Tony Rickardsson, a true world champion, yet again takes the checkered flag for the first ever time in Norway.
Well, that was round one, of course, and they had a chance to actually practice making a man-made track indoors in Norway. Now we're on to the Millennium Stadium. The second time they've done it here, we think they've got it right. 2,200 tonnes of shale have been brought into here, 400 tonnes more than last year. It's 18 inches deep, and it's 200 metres, 270 metres around the track. Kelvin, quite a short track, but yesterday in practice it looked good, didn't it?
It did, and last year there were some complaints about the track surface breaking up, and it did cause some concerns from the riders, but certainly yesterday the track really behaved itself. I think they had some new shell come in, it was wet, it's really gone down really rock solid, and I think that there's a nice top dressing. It looks good tonight.
Gary, Jimmy Nilsson holds the lap record here, but the track, I think, probably is going to be quicker this time round.
It's very difficult to say. I mean, I wasn't here for practice yesterday, but I talked to Tony last night and asked him how the track was, and he said it was very, 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 like, icy slick. So if that's the point, tonight, gating is going to be of all most important, and there ain't nobody faster off the start than Tony.
Well, funny you should say that, because Kelvin, I'm sorry to leave Sam out of this again, but you will come late in your suit, you see.
No problem.
Kelvin and I stood yesterday watching Tony Rickardsson, and the first time he took a practice start, the thing leapt for the roof, didn't it? It just took off. He didn't need to do any more.
Exactly, you know, we were standing there and it was one of those situations, he just dropped the clutch, the bike just launched forward, and to be quite honest, he could have just literally driven off the track then and just said, that's it, I'm ready. He does have this knack of setting the bike up, and it just drives forward so hard.
Sam, what must that mean to the rest of the guys? I mean, they were all spinning away out there making a hell of a lot of adjustments. Kelvin was making a lot of adjustments to Niklas, because he was one of them that couldn't get off the line very quickly at the time as well. So what does that do to the psychology of all these other guys? They look over the fence and they see Tony Rickardsson like a ballistic rocket.
Well, the thing of it is you got to come here and believe in yourself. That's half the battle. It's a mental game out there. Even though somebody looks good in practice, everybody can win practice. We know he's a champion and he can win races as well. But it's real important just to get your act together. There's 3 other guys in the race on the race with you, and you got to do it. And if Tony makes a good start, he could hit a soft spot in the track if the track cuts up and you pass him back. But I just know that Tony's fine details, and he's worked really hard. I was talking to Giuseppe, the guy that builds those engines, manufactures them, and I think Kelvin might know this too. They have some special flywheels in the engines, and they seem to be working better for him. So it's probably just the modern technology they got involved in their bikes.
Well, Tony Rickardsson did say that winning races builds confidence. He didn't win one in the second round, that's for sure, because he was on Thomas Golob's stamping ground. This is what happened in Bydgoszcz.
Jason Crumb. The chase is on for Golub. Crumb's coming fast. Crumb's coming very fast. What a final we have. Golub picking up grip as he goes wide. Golub stealing a march ahead of Rickardsson.
There it is then, Tony Ricardson, not quite a maximum, and you wouldn't have got good odds on that earlier on. 45 points are his instead of 50. Ryan Sullivan then, 33. Jason Crump on 32 with Thomas Gollop, the man of the night. 26 for Lee Adams and Mark Laram. Michael Carlson and Billy Hamill, 25 and 22. Todd Wiltshire's in there, Carl Stonehewer too, Greg Hancock on 12. He actually looked quite good, better than 12 points, I've got to say. Rune Holter on 12 also. Andreas Johnsons, Andy Smith, Gregor Walasek, and Niklas Klingberg, of course, Kelvin Tatum's man, who you've got to look after tonight as well, Kelvin. You've got a very busy night, so we'll have the last few comments with you before you rush off to the commentary position. How is Niklas down in pit lane?
I'd say he's a touch nervous, to be honest, tonight. He hasn't performed so well in the first 2 Grand Prix. He desperately needs to get a good ride early on and get a win under his belt to settle those nerves. He performed well here last year. He likes the place, so he's not frightened of it, but he does need to have a good early ride.
Thanks, Kelvin. Best of luck with the rest of the day. Maybe we'll catch up with you a bit later. Well, it looks like being a memorable night out tonight here at the Cardiff Millennium Stadium. And to remind you of some of our world champions over the last 9 years, we'll take a break, and you might recognise 1 or 2 of these faces.
Tonight, 10 p.m., Sky Box Office. Order now for $14.95. See Channel 770 for ordering information.
This little piggy went to market. He had a monkey on his shoulder and a skip in his step. On the way, he met a matador. "You going to market?" the matador said. "Indeed I am," said the pig. "Where you going?" "Home," said the matador. "Today is a bear market, and I'm a bull man." Little piggy skipped on. Soon he found himself being turned over and under by hungry bears. They ate the shirt from his back, turned his monkey into a hill of beans. The moral of this is this: don't go to market unless you know who you're dealing with.
Now on DVD, the all-new Predator 2-disc special edition with an army of extras. Commentaries, documentary, 7 new featurettes, and much, much more. It's uncut Predator action. Predator Special Edition 2-disc DVD. Own it now.
Welcome back to the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff for our build-up to tonight's Egg British Grand Prix, live here on Sky Sports, with every angle covered for all 25 races. And of course, the majority of those fans really would like to see a British win, but the opposition is formidable. Here are the top 5. Tony Ricardson is the Schumacher of Speedways, the best kit, mentally strong and nearly unbeatable, and 4 times world champ too.
Tony Ricardson, a true world champion, yet again takes the checkered flag.
Ryan Sullivan is still only 27, not yet a GP winner, but has been oh so close. Tonight could be his night.
Sullivan goes through them like a knife through butter.
Jason Crump is the youngest ever GP winner. That was the British in '96, now 26. He will be world champ one day.
Jason Crump looks back. He knows. He takes the checkered flag. And Jason Crump is the Grand Prix champion.
Thomas Golub comes here after winning the Polish GP. He's controversial, entertaining and fast, and not a little mad.
But look at the winner in white. Thomas Golub sneaks it. What a race for Thomas Golub.
Lee Adams completes our trio of top Aussies. He's won a raft of titles, but has yet to win a GP. But don't discount him.
Lee Adams has stolen a march out front. Fine performance by him.
There it is then. Those are the odds that you can get. Just before we came on air, Tony Ricardson again reckoned to be favourite. Jason Crump, well, you would expect him to be right in there somewhere. Ryan Sullivan's there as well. 9-1 you can get with Mark Loran. Good odds, I think, but I reckon if I was having a bet, it would be Billy Hamill on 20-1 down there. Joe Screen 2 on 25-1. Well, let's take a look now back down in the pit lane. I think Jonathan Green has got a man that's on 6-1, 4-1. Jason Crump.
Yeah, I haven't got any money, but I tell you what, I'll be putting it on him. 2 times he's won the British Grand Prix, and I know he's very hungry for this. Jason, how's your preparation gone for this?
Pretty good, you know. My arm's getting better every time I race, and I've done a few meetings in the last couple of weeks, and I feel like I'm getting fitter, and you're right, I'm hungry to win. It's about time I won again.
Everybody says it's very slick out there. Have you had any problems setting up yourself?
We had a little bit of a problem yesterday, but once we realised that it wasn't going to dig up, we could concentrate on trying to get something to work, and I think my dad did a pretty good job, so I'm pretty happy with that.
You came close last year, and of course it wasn't to be, but I know the wife and the family are out there, and a lot of Australian fans. I know you want to make this a big night.
I'd love to be able to do that, and my World Championship aspirations need me to do that, so I'm here to do it.
All right, well, best of luck to you. Jason Crump, as you can see, fired up and ready to go. He's won this twice. Let's see if he can make it 3. Back to you.
British Grand Prix winner then, Gary. You've got to say that Crumpy, I mean, the move he made at the last round in Poland was just one of the bravest I've ever seen on a speedway bike.
Yeah, Jason's fantastic, you know. He's got everything it takes. He's got hunger, he's got ability, his bikes are working, and it's only a matter of time, you know. I ride with Jason in Poland, and he's really, you know, this injury set him back quite a bit, but, you know, he sounds like he's getting better now, and, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if he makes it tonight.
Sam, if it hadn't been for Berlin being so bad last year, he'd have won the World Championship last year, wouldn't he?
He sure would have. He would have. He knew it and he tasted it. You know, he got right so close to the end. He put the pressure on Tony. If Tony would have had a disastrous home meeting in Stockholm, possibly Jason could have picked up the crumbs there and won the World Championship. But it wasn't to be. And he knows he's got a second chance this year, and he feels that he's on top of the world. We've seen it at in Norway. He just put a couple of moves on Tony. He's not scared of him. He's willing to go one-on-one with him and beat him.
Well, we're hoping, of course, that Mark Loran can come up with the goods tonight. He was our former world champion. He's been head-to-head with Tony Ricardson since the series began back in '95. Let's see how their stats compare over the years.
The British Grand Prix winner, he is Mark Loran. World champion, 1998. It's Tony Ricardson. World champion indeed, Danish Grand Prix champion Tony Ricardson, a second Grand Prix title in a row. If Mark Moran can get to the first two, he'll be world champion. Mark Moran punches the air. Mark Moran is world champion. Tony Ricardson is the world champion for the fourth time of asking.
Well, it's definitely been a while since Mark Moran was world champion. Last year's defence was a disaster for him, but he really has kicked off this year so well. Well, it's been quite a week in Britain, hasn't it, this week? What with these fantastic scenes in London celebrating the Queen's Jubilee, yesterday's England win over Argentina, and now the opportunity for a British rider to win here in Cardiff. Which one of these will you be cheering for?
Young, free and single reps will not exchange bodily fluids with company clients.
They'll show you the Ibiza experience. Gary, he'll break your heart.
Have it large, my son. Have it large.
Gabriel, he'll kiss it better.
As a rep, I'm totally forbidden.
And Robbie, he'll kiss anything.
Make love to me.
It's the drama that goes all the way. The all-new series is Harry on the Boat. Starts tomorrow, 10 o'clock, Sky One Sunday.
What was that?
All the sporting updates you could want on the World Cup and more, direct to your mobile with T Sports. T-Mobile, get more.
It's a weak, sloppy, amateurish choice.
Rubbish. I've had 3,000 number ones. I know everything about everything. I'm telling you, it's pepperoni.
Actually, fellas, this week's tip-top topping is definitely margarita.
No, vegetarian hot one.
Pepperoni.
No, margarita.
Boys, I've got my people to call their people, and we've ordered a brand new Pizza Hut quad. 4 delicious pizzas in one. No arguments, just loveliness.
Still think my quarter's far superior to yours.
Yeah, right.
Shut up, Simon.
Speedway Grand Prix.
You're back at the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff for round 3 of the Speedway Grand Prix Series. And I have to tell you, the atmosphere is absolutely incredible. Well, we thought we had a big crowd here last year for the opening Grand Prix at this stadium, the first ever indoors and with a roof, so it was never going to get rained off. But really, I've got to say here, gentlemen, I've got with me Sam Amalenko and Gary Havelock, both former Speedway World Champions, of course. This is fantastic. I have never seen so many people at a Speedway match. I know I should go back that far, but I don't quite. Gary.
Yeah, it's phenomenal, you know, and just can't help looking around, seeing the amount of England flags about, and obviously, like you say, with the Jubilee and beating the Audis yesterday. Well done, England. You've got to say that. Hey, nice to turn them over for once. It would just be fantastic to see an England victory today. It's going to be difficult. But, you know, see one of the boys on the top of the roster, maybe just make the week.
Sam, what's the American perspective on that? I mean, obviously, Gary...
You guys had a good win, didn't you?
Well, what can I say? We're neutral at this thing, having a good time. I think the Americans got a lot of guts and got there to be playing, and to win against Portugal, that was just, well, it kind of woke us up, really.
That's football, but what about the Speedway? I mean,
okay. I'm still on the Argentina. Hey, I'm hooked on this football thing. Speedway, though, that's cool. I just think this is a heck of a buzz. I mean, the whole atmosphere being around in Cardiff and just walking around the streets and the whole buzz, you know, it's like the whole place shuts down and everybody's here for this event. And with the stadium packed like this, you can't even go out there. You need ear defenders out there to be able to stand sit in the stands. It's just tremendous.
And Carl Stonehew has been down there dancing with Susie Quattro.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me with Carl, you know. He'd been down the Waverley, they told me as well.
What have we got to look forward to tonight? What have we got to look for in the early heats? I mean, obviously, everyone's talking about it being a little bit slick track-wise, and it's, you know, it's going to be the gate that makes all the difference here. You can hear the riders, I think, are being presented now over our shoulders, because you can certainly hear so much noise outside at the minute. There's so much going on. What do you think is going to be the key here, apart from the gate? Let's forget about that for the time being and take it as a constant.
I don't think you can really take the gate as a constant here. I think that obviously the guys, if it's as slick as everybody says, the guys from gates 1 and 2 are going to be a huge advantage. And just looking at the screen there, we've got a couple of English guys off the inside early on, and you know, hopefully that'll work for them and they can get through into the main event.
Well, if they can hear us down in pit lane, I can tell you Chris Louis is also working for us at the moment. He's with Jonathan Green down in pit lane. Chris, can you hear us from up here?
I'll tell you what, I would be surprised if he can hear you, because I can hardly hear anything down here. But I just wonder, we're about to see the parade. As a rider, you've been through this. It's got to be so hard to hold your nerve.
Yeah, I've been looking at some of the faces down in pit lane, and there's some nervous guys down there, and they'll be waiting at the back of the stand now to come out on parade, and it's the tension's going to be running through all of them.
You are almost fighting the crowd, because you can't think about the fact that it is probably the biggest event you've ever been to as a rider. I'm wondering about someone like Lee Richardson, you know, who's experiencing this as a wild card, Joe Screen.
Yeah, I mean, they won't have ridden anything like this. I was fortunate enough to ride in Cardiff last year, and I hadn't experienced anything like it, and they're going to be getting a real big buzz out of this tonight, definitely.
Do you wish you were out there?
Yeah, I do, but I'm near to the action.
Well, back to you guys. I'll tell you, can't hear a thing at the moment.
Jonathan, you're never going to be able to hear us ever again with the rallies going on there. We've seen Lee Richardson go out. We've seen Joe Screen go out on the track at the moment. And really, Gary, fantastic atmosphere. What are these men looking forward to coming out here now? What must they be thinking?
Well, I think there's, you know, there's two types of people, and you know, the ones who are a bit that way inclined be walking out there, and they'll hear that wall of sound will hit them, and they'll be getting all nervous and worrying about it. And the other ones, you know, the ones who are up for it, will be using that wall of sound, they'll be taking that energy and trying to use it for the good, and that'll be the winners.
Well, I mean, how much more pressure is this guy, Matthew Forjan, right here? He's not really done well. Andy Smith, his home country. He's got to do well. He's actually going better, isn't he?
He is. He's going brilliantly. He rode really well in Portugal. I was really on for him.
In Portugal.
Sorry. Yeah, well, that's a golf course.
In Big Gosh.
Yeah, Stoney's up for it, I think, but as we heard him earlier, the nerves are on him. I mean, it's got to be. I mean, this is a stadium that's just creating loads and loads, and you know, and Scotty, he's got to take it all in. He had a great race last year until he had a failure, didn't he?
A lot of weight on his shoulders, though, Scott Nichols. I spoke to him earlier. He is very nervous. His dad Tommy was telling me that you just can't break him from being nervous. I reckon once he gets over that hill, you know, he's going to be brilliant for us.
Yeah, Nicky Pedersen, he's
a liked man.
Yeah, well, you know, he's just an aggressive. He wants to win. It's that, as Gary said, you got two minds. Guys that come here and deal with it and just get on with the job. He's one of those guys, he don't really care what goes on. He's out there to turn the throttle on.
Yeah.
And he'll do it hard, won't he? Yeah, he'll do it hard. Where you get a guy like, for instance, Matty or Stoney or any of them. They're just different balance.
Mark Laram emerges from the tunnel then to huge rapturous applause. He is the best of British at the moment. And really, Todd Wiltshire comes out. Is he on the phones?
No, he wished he'd brought his ear defenders out.
And there's Michael Carlson. This guy's going really well. I mean, he finished off last year extremely hard on the gas. If this track lends us some dirt, he'll be on it. Billy
the Bullet. Well, he could do it for America, maybe.
Well, you know, Billy and Greg both haven't had the best of GP starts, and they're both trying to do something. Hopefully, he can fire tonight.
What about Lee? I mean, like, really.
I'm right with Lee in Sweden, and usually every year he's like top of the British averages, top of the Swedish averages. and Poland, and he struggles in the GPs. But this year, last few weeks, he's been a bit flat in Sweden.
Well,
so hopefully this might turn him around.
Turn him around.
Yeah. Flat indeed. Thomas Golub we saw out there, then we saw Jason Crump, then the world champion himself, Tony Rickardsson, comes out. Huge respect from the crowd here. You have to say, despite the fact most of them are Union Jack wavers, they were certainly on for the Swede there. He got tremendous respect. That's the one thing I love about Speedway. With football, we can be as rude as we like, as long as we support our own company. Here, Speedway fans support all the riders. Doesn't matter what country they come from.
Yeah,
but they'd rather see a Brit win.
I tend not to agree with that.
No, thank you.
Well, I'd like to see English supporters supporting English riders. You know, you go around and you see a big group of Wolverhampton supporters and they'll be supporting Michael Carlson. And, you know, good, bad or indifferent, I think that's wrong.
That's a very interesting viewpoint, because in road racing, obviously, you get a situation where Carl Fogarty got tremendous support. Well, let's hear the national anthems then.
Cardiff. One more time, show your appreciation for the competing riders in tonight's Egg British Grand Prix.
Every man, woman and child were on their feet for the national anthems. Not anybody was sat down in the whole of this stadium. A huge crowd here, bigger than last year even. There are your lineup. Tony Rickardsson, Crump, Golub, Sullivan, Adams, Hamill, Carlson and Wiltshire. These are tonight's riders. The only ones, of course, that you might want to mark down are our wild cards, both of them British. Mark Moran, Nicholas Klingberg, Greg Hancock, Nicky Pedersen, Scott Nichols, Lucas Dribble, Carl Stonehill and Andy Smith. That's your 16. Then completing the lineup for tonight for the 25 races that we will be witnessing here live on Sky Sports. Halter, Furyan, Warsek, Johnson, Ulamek, Sigelski, Joe Screen and Lee Richardson. He's got a lot on his shoulders, has Lee. Magnificent sights here, and I have to say, Gary, you're on your feet there for the national anthems. I mean, enjoying every moment of it here. What an atmosphere.
Yeah, you can't get any better than this. This is about as good as it gets. Before, I've ridden in Speedway meetings all over the world for many years, and when I won the world final in Poland, there was 45,000 people there. But when I walked in this stadium last year, and again this year, even better this year, the atmosphere just completely blew me away. And anybody who hasn't been here has got to come.
Let's take a look at the standings then. This is after 2 rounds. Tony Rickardsson on 45 points from Ryan Sullivan. Jason Crump and Thomas Golloper are both on 32 now. That could change tonight, though, in Crump's favour. Lee Adams, Mark Laram, Michael Carlson and Billy Hamill round out the top 8. Mark Laram, the best of the Brits. Todd Wiltshire is there on 19, just 1 point in front of Carl Stonehewer. Carl Stonehewer, absolutely huge support here tonight. He has got half the banking here covered with fans. I've never seen so many supporters.
It's the Maras.
There's lots of Maras here. I even got accosted coming out of our hotel tonight, Gary, by Carl Stonehewer fans that threatened me with physical violence if
a couple of Maras.
Yeah. You can carry on if you want.
No,
you're lucky.
They tie you down so you got to mention them, don't they?
I didn't actually mind mentioning Stoney, seeing he's always up for it. Mind you, I think Darcy...
I meant Workington.
Yeah. I know where you're
Hello,
going.
Workington.
I loved it when they had the new McDonald's, and instead of the mayor opening it, Carl Stonehewer opened it.
I think Jonathan Green's voice in the crowd there singing away to something or the other. Jonathan, have you still got Chris with you?
Yeah, I'm down here. We enjoyed the national anthems, and seeing it is the World Cup year, after the national anthems is kick-off. So let's get down to business. Chris Louis was obviously watching practice yesterday, and let's get down to the business end of it. What's going to be the key here? A lot of the guys complaining that it was slippy. What did you see?
Yeah, the track was a little bit slick and a little bit slippery. There's a lot of water in the material they used to build the circuit, and it's given a few of the guys some problems. It's going to be more of a technical race here tonight. The guys are going to have to work very, very hard with their machinery.
What's the racing going to be like? Because it looked as though some guys were trying the inside, a lot of guys trying around the outside where there was more dirt. What do you think is going to be the best line early on?
Well, the guys had to use the whole of the circuit yesterday to try and set their bikes up, and I think some of them successfully found a setup for the slick. Some of them gave up altogether with that and rode around the fence in the dirt line. So I think it's going to provide some very good racing later on.
Everybody, almost every rider I spoke to said it's all about starts here because it's a man-made track, because there's not many places to overtake. Who are the top starters in your mind?
I think some of the guys like Todd Wiltshire, maybe he's going to have to make the most of tonight. It is a track where the start is going to be vitally important, and he's probably one of the best starters in the world on his night. Unfortunately for him, so is Tony Rickardsson, and the guy's going so fast. He's going to be off gate 1 in his first race, so you can't look too much further than Tony at the moment. But the way the track reacted yesterday, it's going to take a brave man that can go around the outside. He's going to have to ride right on the fence, and that could be Jason Crump.
Any dark horses?
I can't see one at the moment. If there was going to be a dark horse, I'd say maybe Todd Wiltshire.
Todd Wiltshire, I say Christoph Jazelski. He looked great in practice. What do you guys think?
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Well, what we think we're going to find out in a moment. We'd rather bet on certainties, I think. Terry Russell said the proof of the pudding will be in the eating. He was talking about the track here at the Millennium Stadium. Heat 1 has rolled out onto the shale for the first time tonight. Todd Wiltshire, Greg Hancock, Nicky Pedersen and wildcard Lee Richardson line up for the first heat. And lining up now alongside Tony Mallard is Kelvin Tatum, of course. Tony, you must be looking to a fantastic night of commentary tonight.
Over 40,000 fans in a tremendous stadium, the biggest speedway crowd in Britain for 21 years. 10 different nations represented by the 24 riders, 6 of them for Britain, including Lee Richardson going in this one. 25 heats coming up before we crown the British Egg Grand Prix champion. Kelvin Tatum, a pretty special occasion.
Absolutely, Tony. You know, I'm on the edge of my seat. I've been looking forward to this meeting since we left here last year. And, you know, there's a great crowd in tonight and full of expectation.
As we line up now, we look across the tapes on the inside there in the red helmet colours, Todd Wiltshire. 11 meetings without reaching the final. Gate 2, Greg Hancock in blue, the 97 world champion. Nicky Pedersen, gate 3 in white. Just recovered from a neck injury on the outside. Lee Richardson. That land of victory should see it perhaps on the way towards the Grand Prix as a rider proper next year. Our starting marshal down there getting them into line. That's Terry Elliott, who comes from Newport. Our referee tonight is Tony Steele from Britain, sitting up not too far from us over this starting line. A tremendous atmosphere in this Millennium Stadium, and we're just about to get underway. Kelvin, you've seen the track. Quick word about it?
It's pretty slick. I think the first few heats are going to be fairly professional, but we'll wait and see now, Tony.
On the inside and very tight is Todd Wiltshire. A good start and away he goes. The best possible start for Todd Wiltshire. Picking up grip on the outside. outside in yellow, Lee Richardson to the cheers of the Coventry fans. Back in third place, Greg Hancock, the American. Right at the rear is Nicky Pedersen. The best possible start for Todd Kelly.
Yeah, superb start. He got away nice and cleanly, but a fantastic first lap from Lee Richardson. Coming from the outside, that was always going to be tough, but he settled down into a nice, safe second spot there.
Todd Wiltshire hugged the wide line from start, going inside that one line almost Lee Richardson. Richardson now putting Wiltshire under pressure. The young 22-year-old from Coventry, a £22,000 transfer from Paul, is pushing the Australian all the way. Back in third place, Greg Hancock in the blue helmet colours. Right at the rear in the white, Nicky Pedersen is struggling somewhat. Into the final lap, and Todd Wiltshire has got this surely for the taking, but Lee Richardson continues to put him under pressure. The crowd in front of us cheering for Lee Richardson. The checkered flag beckons. It's won by the man in red, Todd Wiltshire. Lee Richardson in second place in yellow. Third in blue is Greg Hancock. A tremendous race from start to finish there. The checkered flag belonging to Todd Wiltshire. Could he go all the way to the A finals here tonight? 33 years old he was, well, at the weekend, and well, let's just see what he could do there. A tremendous ride that for Todd Wiltshire. The checkered flag, his reward for taking it here, and Todd Wiltshire, I'm sure, will take this forward. It means he automatically moves on. The two men who finished in the last two places, Greg Hancock, a former world champion, of course, and Nicky Pedersen, will fight to go again. There's the official result. Todd Wiltshire to heat 7, Lee Richardson to heat 8. Greg Hancock and Nicky Pedersen have to try again. National flags, of course, next to them. The cheers resounding round this stadium. The crowd marking their programmes and generally satisfied with the first to 25 heats here tonight. There we see as we move on now to heat number 2. There we see in the white helmet colours, Nicholas Klingberg, a member of Team Payton. A little bit of bias alongside me, I'm sure. Andreas Johnson, the Swede, of the red helmet colours. In the background, Carl Stonehill. Many of the fans from Workington here will be cheering in this one. And
yeah, we've got two Brits. We've got two Brits out in this race, Tony. I think that Lee Richardson did a really great job for us in the heat 1. Let's hope that these two boys can keep it going in this heat number 2.
Well, Nicholas Klingberg there, Kelvin, your man, but the man we'll be watching, of course, Joe Screen in the yellow helmet colours. Joe Screen already first up to tapes there on the outside gate. The full lineup as we look across the tapes. Andreas Johnson, the Swede, former under-21 champion of the world, goes from the inside. Carl Stonehill from Workington goes from gate 2. Nicholas Klingberg, another Swede, goes from gate 3. And it's Joe Screen, the second wild card going tonight. Lee Richardson did pretty well first time out, finishing second. Can Joe Screen even improve upon that in this one? That's the lineup. This is heat number 2. Remember, the first 4 heats, the lesser talented riders from the previous round of the Grand Prix in Poland. Remember, the top 8 have gone through to the main event. They come into it later.
Tony, Joe's been in great form for Eastbourne this season. He likes the small tracks. He's a wild card tonight. He desperately feels that he should have been part of the GP scene. He's really got a huge motivation to do well in front of the home crowd tonight.
Well, I'm sure it will be, and Joe Screen perhaps a point to prove. How tough is it going to be for the outside gate?
Well, it is going to be tough, but Lee Richardson proved it is possible. He got a good, solid second place in the first ride. I'm sure Joe will be looking for something similar.
Once again, a man on the inside, Andreas Johnson, really hugging that white line. Man in gate 2, gate 1, a starting march moves away. Tremendous start again from Andreas Johnson on the inside gate. One there, first time out. Round the outside, in yellow, Joe Screen tries to pick it up, cutting across. In white is Nicholas Klingberg, but Screen comes again. In blue, it's Carl Stonehill. A real battle behind the man in front, but Johnson's got it going as he
Yeah, Johnson got away cleanly again, but what a scrap for second place. Nicholas Klingberg did a real smart move, got up the inside, nearly lost it again, but powered around the outside of Joe Screen. Really setting down nicely now.
Battling second place there, you can see on the screen. The man in white, Nicholas Klingberg, heading it there, but way out in front is Andreas Johnson, the Coventry man, showing a clean pair of heels to the 3 behind him. They battle for the minor place there, but in white, look at the effort from Nicholas Klingberg, who's now settled down, and Joe Screen is going to have to go again. So too is Carl Stonehill, and not the start we wanted for the Brits. Down the back straight, with half a lap to go, Andreas Johnson, the Swede, wins it almost as he pleases. In second place in white there is Nicholas Klingberg. Joe Screen in the yellow gets 3rd place. Carl Stonehill at the back in blue gets 4th place. It means that Joe will have to go through to heat 6 where he get the inside gate. Carl Stonehill will go to heat 5 in white. But that man there, Andreas Johnson, the heat winner, gets an inside gate next time out when he'll be 1 race away from the main event. And certainly, well, they're pretty pleased with that. The official result, a win for Andreas Johnson ahead of Nicholas Klingberg. They march on. Joe Screen and Carl Stonehill will have to go again. A tremendous effort there by Andreas Johnson, and 2 heats running have been won from that real inside gate, Kelvin, right close to that white line.
Yeah, that wasn't unexpected. Here we see it now. Andreas Johnson with the front wheel waving all the way to the first corner. That's absolutely what you want. He's 2 bike lengths clear as he heads into the first corner. I know yesterday when I was talking to him, he was dead worried about the track. He didn't feel comfortable, but he got away cleanly there. And to be honest, he had plenty of speed. Here we're looking at Joe Screen again. He didn't really get a good grip there. The bike's lifted, struggling to get the bike in front, but it's a long way from the outside. There we see Andreas Johnson. He's already hit the first corner. Joe's trying for that big blast around the outside. Nicholas Klingberg just lifting there, cuts inside. But just for a moment, I thought Joe Screen, he has actually got into second spot. But Nicholas Klingberg didn't panic. He got his wheels back in line, battled his way around the outside. Great second heat.
As we move on down to heat number 3, the riders coming round include Michael Carlson, who's 9th in Poland. He'll be going for the inside gate, much favoured at the moment in the red helmet colours, going from gate 1. Remember, the helmet colours they wear indicate the gates they go from. Red from the inside gate, blue from gate 2, white from gate 3, yellow and black from the outside. The man in yellow-black we saw there, Matthew Furrian. There is Brit Stone, Scotty Nichols in blue, and that man in white there, Krzysztof Sikelski, runner-up in the World Under-21 Championship last year as we prepared to come up to Tate.
Tony, I think that Scott Nichols, you know, he's been under a lot of pressure so far this season, but he certainly is a guy that can do well here this evening.
He's doing it from gate 2, as you see on the captions. Michael Carlson is inside him from Sweden. Scott Nichols, the Brit, goes from gate 2. Krzysztof Sikelski, the flying pole, goes from gate 3. Matty Furrian from Slovenia. A shade disappointing, just 2 points for him from 2 Grand Prix so far, going out in the first stage each time. A disappointment for him. Can he improve this year? He was 11th in the British Grand Prix here last year with Matty Furrian.
Krzysztof Sikelski, he's a rider that's in the Jimmy Nielsen setup this year. He was absolutely fantastic in the Elite League last year, and I think there's big things expected of him in the Grand Prix Series this season.
A spin-off of being in a team with Jason Crump, is that helping him?
Absolutely, got to be motivating him all the way.
Our starting marshal prepares to move away. Look at the man, Michael Carlson, there, away he goes. Again, it's helped on the inside. They've read this well. Michael Carlson into the fence and the back in yellow and black. Tumbles Matty Furrian. Our referee will stop this one, and Matty Furrian may get a chance to go if the referee deems that all 4 riders will be back in. But a real tumble for Matty Furrian on the outside. It looked as if he had nowhere to go, or really frankly couldn't take the turn as he went into it wide out in that dirt. And Matty Furrian, the young Slovenian, will wait anxiously to see whether he's been excluded or whether the referee will let all 4 riders go again, based on the fact that he might have been first bend bunching there. We await our referee's decision on this one.
I think that was a classic example of first corner bunching there, Tony. All the riders, there was that domino effect as they entered the corner. They were all sort of 4 abreast, and unfortunately Matty Furrian was just left with nowhere to go. But let's hope he's back in the rerun. But here we see it again from the inside. Michael Carlson, that inside start working really well. Scotty Nichols there fighting every inch of the way. But there we see 4 abreast, and Matty Furrian just literally runs out of room. And he'll be thanking that air fence again, because that really does soak up all the energy.
From a rider's point of view, Kelvin, that air fence, how invaluable is it?
Oh, it's absolutely hugely invaluable, because so many of these guys, the racing is so hard and so tough. It just absorbs the energy, and you can go into the fence, and 9 times out of 10 you can just dust yourself down and bounce back into the rerun.
Well, it looks as if we're going to see all 4 back in. I think Matty Furrian's going to be there again, and certainly the crowd will be delighted with that, because they see 4 men in a race, and that's exactly what they want to see. But Jonathan Green is in the pits with our man Lee Richardson, second in heat number 1. Greenie.
Here with Lee Richardson, who of course didn't have the easiest of organisers to get here. A lot of injuries, you've had a thumb problem, but you look great out there.
Yeah, you know, the thumb feels really good now, and I made a half-decent start. I felt as if I was a little bit faster in Todd, and I was catching him all the time, but I was in second. In this sort of meeting, you got to finish in the top 2, so I stayed where I was, and you know, I just got one more race now to get through to the main event.
It's a heck of an event to come in as a wild card. How are you enjoying it?
Oh, I'm loving it. You know, when you walk out there in the crowd with the air horns, you can hardly hear yourself. So it's a great atmosphere, and I want to go as far as I can tonight.
Well, we're all behind you. Best of luck.
Thanks. Cheers.
Well, the rerun for heat number 3, and there's the action in the pitch there. Matty Furrier, the man in yellow there, waiting to get back on his machine, covered in dirt all over his bib, and certainly we're going to have to see what he can do in that rerun. But Scott Nicholls is the man we'll be watching in the blue helmet colours, and Michael Carlson, Kelvin. 2 heats so far have been won for the inside gate in red. How important is that at the moment?
Well, certainly it's the shortest route to the first corner, Tony. The track's riding fairly slick, and it just gives you that little bit of an edge. As you peel off of the first corner, it gives you half a yard. And as you say, the first 2 heats were won comfortably from the inside. And Michael Carlson's been riding superbly in the GPs. He knows he's got to take advantage of that inside start.
Well, Michael Carlson in the red helmet colour. Remember, both heats so far have been won from that inside gate. Tom Wiltshire winning the first one, and Andreas Johnson winning the second one. And it means that both of those riders will again have the inside gate next time out, and that's going to be mighty important for them. And the winner of this heat will go through to heat 7, where he will have gate 2, however well he does. So the nearer the inside they get at the moment, but we just have to wait and see. Will it change?
It could possibly do a bit later on if the dirt moves out, but what I must say is I've got to applaud the track conditions. The way this track has settled down, it's absolutely superb. Yesterday they did an awful lot of practice on it. It didn't break up, there was no ruts, and so far this evening in the first 2 heats the track is really riding fair, and I think we're set for a great evening's entertainment.
Well, we're going to get some more of it now in heat number 3, and there is Matty Furrier. A little bit unfortunate first time out. The man in white, Krzysztof Shigelski, taking the short way to tapes. They don't normally like them doing that, but he's come just about 60, 70 metres.
Well, he's running out of time, actually, Tony. He's down to about 15 seconds to go, so he doesn't want to miss the start.
Yeah, there's the lineup. Michael Carlson on the inside. Scott Nicholls will be cheering for gate 2. Krzysztof Shigelski, the pole from gate 3. Matty Furrier, the unfortunate Slovenian, goes from the outside. That's the lineup. This is heat number 3. Our starting marshal gets them ready. Referee Tony Steele and his finger on the button. Away they go, and on the inside once again, the man in the red helmet colour, it's Michael Carlson. This time Scott Nicholls in blue in gate 2, pushing him under some sort of pressure. Back in 3rd place in white, Shigelski. Shigelski challenging Scott Nicholls, and the back Furrier is struggling, but a flyer from Carlson, chased now by Scott Nicholls.
Yeah, we're seeing gate 1 working brilliantly well again. Super first lap from Michael Carlson, but equally as good, Scotty Nicholls there in 2nd place, settling down. This is exactly what he needs. He needs to get a really solid performance from his first ride. In actual fact, pushing Michael Carlson all the way.
Perhaps he shouldn't take a risk. He knows he marches on. If he keeps 2nd place here, he's well clear in 2nd place, tracking that man. Michael Carlson out front. Carlson goes wide with a lap to go. Can Scott Nicholls down on the inside, put him under pressure. Michael Carlson is choosing his section of the track. Away they go down that back straight, and certainly Michael Carlson impressive as they stretch out there. And Michael Carlson is going to win this in red. Scott Nicholls in blue marches on 2nd place. The other 2 will have to go again. That's Krzysztof Shigelski in white. The man in yellow and black, Matty Furrier, for the 3rd Grand Prix in a row, is struggling somewhat. And Matty Furrier will have to go in heat 6, where he'll go for the outside gate again. But a tremendous ride by Michael Carlson. We saw David Beckham with number 7 on his back having success yesterday. Carlson's done it here.
Lucky number 7, it's working big time. But Michael Carlson was class personified in that heat. He even in the rerun, he made use of that inside start.
There's the official result. Michael Carlson ahead of Scott Nicholls. Both march on. Krzysztof Shigelski and Matty Furrier will have to race again in heats 5 and 6 and make sure they don't finish in the last 2. If they do, of course, they can disappear away home. But we can see it again from the start, a flyer on the inside.
Yeah, Michael Carlson away cleanly. Shigelski really putting Scotty Nicholls under a lot of pressure, but Scott holds his line. Michael Carlson cleanly out of the first corner, as is Scotty Nicholls. Krzysztof Shigelski gets a nice run up the inside here. Just for a moment, I thought he might do something with Scotty, but Scotty holds a nice tight line. Good body language on the bike from Scott Nicholls there. Here we see him again looking at Scott Nicholls in the blue helmet colour. There he is, the clutch is out, asking the bike, go, go, go. But Michael Carlson's got the best run. That inside start again working so well. Scott Nicholls didn't panic. He knew that he wasn't going to get round the outside of him. He tucks neatly under the inside of Michael Carlson. Look at Scott, he's got such a cool style, hanging off the side of the bike. That's good to see, you know, because he's a great entertainer.
Well, we're going to see some more entertainment now. We just saw a glimpse of Andy Smith there in the red helmet colours. We wish him well. He's the oldest rider in the field here tonight, Andy Smith, but he has the advantage, which has been an advantage. In each heat so far, the winner has come from the inside gate in red. If Andy Smith could do that, that'll be a feather in his cap. I know he wants to finish in the top 10. Desperate is his year. In gate 2 in blue, Sebastian Ulemek, partner, of course, in crime of Tony Rickardsson in that team select from Sweden. Gate 3, the pole from Poole is Greg Valasek, and on the outside is Lucas Drimmel. He's actually the youngest rider here in the field tonight. So we get oldest and youngest, Andy Smith on the inside and Lucas Drimmel there on the outside.
Well, let's hope that Andy Smith can take advantage of that inside start and his experience over Lucas Drimmel. This is an opportunity for Andy to really get his Grand Prix up and underway in fine style. You know, 3 victories from the inside start. It's a great opportunity for him. But we're all seeing here Sebastian Ulemek coming up to tapes. There we see Jason Crunt, pensive mood, that real focus on his face. But here's Andy Smith again, revving up. He'll be tense and nervous. Can't wait to get this first race underway. Here we're looking at the guy in the blue helmet colour, Ulemek, then Team Rickardsson. Great heat in prospect, Tony.
Well, we know what he can do. 13th Bidgoch is best in the Grand Prix so far. Greg Valasek and 21st in Poland in that Grand Prix in Bidgoch. But this is heat number 4 here of the British Grand Prix. Oh, Greg Valasek takes a lifter. Ulemek takes a lifter, and look who's trying to go through on the inside in yellow.
Oh, great move.
Drimmel. They've got either side of Andy Smith there. A man in white, Greg Valasek, heads Lucas Drimmel. What is going on out there? Most the sprint has seen yet, Kelvin. Spectacular in the extreme, and Andy Smith back in 3rd place.
Superb first corner from Lucas Drimmel. Andy Smith has drifted off the line that allowed Lucas Drimmel to do that classic speedway turn back, and then Valasek was also giving him a lot of pressure. Great first lap, superb speedway.
Tremendous ride though by the man out in front, Lucas Drimmel. We haven't seen the best of him perhaps this year at Oxford, but certainly here, Lucas Drimmel has got a flyer here. He came from the outside gate. He's going to be the first man to win a heat as he goes into the final lap from that gate.
And the outside.
The dirt seems to be going wider at the back there. And look at that man in blue, Sebastian Ulemek, picking up the grip. A real flyer from him, and they're battling. Look at this, Greg Valasek. Oh dear, who is going to get second? The man in front in yellow, Lucas Drimmel wins it. Second place in the end goes to the man in white there, Greg Valasek. And 3rd in blue was Sebastian Ulemek. And Andy Smith, disappointing for him, at the back in red. But what a heat. But that man there, Lucas Drimmel, has produced the goods when it counted under pressure. He may be the youngest rider in the field, but that checkered flag is his reward. Lucas Drimmel will go through to Heat 8, 1 race from the main event, where he'll be riding in blue in Gate 2. And what a ride for him, that man, Lucas Drimmel. The Oxford fans cheering here. Lucas Drimmel with some support from the Czech Republic as well, as they all mark their programs. And, well, we've already had 4 races here. There are 21 to go. Those Oxford fans are delighted, and certainly the fans of Lucas Drimmel over from the Czech Republic look delighted as well as they wave that flag. And certainly from our point of view, the racing in front of this crowd, the biggest, I have to say again, in a speedway event in Britain since Bruce Pennell won that world final 21 years ago at Wembley. And we know that we're among it. Track has been graded. The official result, Lucas Drimmel and Greg Valasek go to heats 8 and 7 respectively. Sebastian Ulemek and Andy Smith have to race again and make sure they don't finish in the last 2 in heats 6 and 5 respectively if they're going to survive. Fans enjoying waving those flags. I have to say, I've never seen so many souvenirs on sale than outside the Millennium Stadium here. Let's look at this again, though, Kelvin.
Here we see it again. Andy Smith off the inside here. He's got to take advantage of that. Ulemek almost turned it over going to the first corner. It looks cool for Andy Smith at the moment. It looks like he's got it all under control. But then he just drifts off the line. Lucas Drimmel takes advantage, and all of a sudden, Valasek finds some speed from somewhere. And, you know, this was one of the most entertaining races so far.
Well, a tremendous meeting we're enjoying so far. A really terrific night here at the Millennium Stadium. From our point of view, there's plenty more action to come. Remember, you have 25 heats. And, well, we've had just 4 of them. 21 more to come. All of the action continues after the break.
Interactive racing only on Sky Digital. At the press of a button, you select what you want to watch. 8 screens to choose from, giving you the big race experience. Complete coverage of the Canadian Grand Prix on F1 Digital Plus. Continues tomorrow from 1 p.m, live and uninterrupted for just £12. Call 08702 418 111 or see channel 434.
うわロボットだ。うわすげえなロボットだよおい。全部掃除しろ。バイバイロボットちゃん。おいロボットちゃん。何やってんだよお前人の部屋で。ベッドでお前何やってんだよおい。何やってんだよ。
Drink Australian, think Australian. Acqua di Gio. Giorgio Armani.
What a night we're in for here at the Egg British Grand Prix at the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff in South Wales. 4 heats are now done, and I have to say we've seen great racing already, which is so important as far as this track is concerned. Gary Havelock here in the studio, former world champion. It must have started off better than you thought it was going to do with this brand new track.
Yeah, I heard it was pretty slick to practice the other day, but it actually looks like it's going to make a bit of dirt. But the ominous thing for me is that gate 1 is looking surprisingly a great big advantage. I think all four guys with gate 1 actually made the start in the first 4 races, and as the meeting goes on, I think that's going to be more and more important.
Well, we'll wait and see how that pans out. Sam Amalenko, also former world speedway champion, here with us in the studio. You've got to say that if I could get you to talk about the British guys, I mean, we have mixed fortunes there, but the 2 youngsters, Lee Richardson and Scott Nichols, really making a good start.
Boy, Lee just impressed me on how good of a start he made and using the outside of the track and passing them all around the first corner. And watching Scotty, he was holding back. He was actually babysitting the bike. It was like driving him really good. And the track seems to be producing a little bit of dirt. This is going to turn out to be a great meeting.
That's the words that we love to hear up in the studio. Let's get back down them 2 trackside, Kelvin Tatum and, of course, Uncle Tony Millard.
Heat number 5. Remember, the last 2 riders could go home with 1 and 2 Grand Prix points respectively. Greg Hancock, a former world champion, on the inside. Christoph Sigelski, former world under-21 effort, goes from gate 2 in blue. Carl Stonehill, we're backing him all the way, goes in gate 3 for Workington. On the outside, it's Andy Spears. A cheer for the Brits, but they've got a tough battle, Kelvin against Hancock and Sigelski in this one.
They certainly have. They're up against 2 world-class riders, but I've got my fingers crossed here. We really need these 2 boys on the outside to do something special in this race. But we have seen it done, Tony. They can make it from the outside. They can do something.
Well, they have to go wide and get that grip and then pass the man who's on the stick inside. But Greg Hancock, maybe the man in red, will get the flyer he wants. Away goes our Starling Marshall. Hancock does get a flyer on the inside, tries to take them wide, but picking up grip is Carl Stonehill. Stoney's going for it down the outside. A brilliant ride. Andy Smith in yellow is tracking him. He's going even wider, almost team riding for the Brits. Look at the effort from Carl Stonehill. He's heading a world champion. A tremendous...
What a move from Smith!
Brits 1 and 2.
Absolutely stunning first lap there. Sigelski's off.
Well, Greg Hancock took a risk there at the back. The referee will have to stop it surely here. He has now, and it means that Greg Hancock will surely be out. But the Brits were in 1st and 2nd place. They'll have to go again. Sorry, the man in blue is down. Sigelski at the back. It's he that tumbles out. Greg Hancock is still in. The Brits are still in. But will they be able to make it again on Greg Hancock, Kelvin?
What an unbelievable first lap that was. Greg Hancock had that favoured inside start, but Stoney just battled his way through there. And the move that Andy Smith moved, it's good to see Sigelski up on his feet there, because that was a hard crash. Again, that air fence coming to his rescue there, because he could easily have done a classic high side there.
Well, he was taking desperate measures. I'm sure we get a chance to see that again.
Sure.
But the effort of the 2 Brits there, as I said, they did pick up the grip when they went round that 1st and 2nd bend, and we saw them come by.
Here we're seeing that accident again. Sigelski's just run into the 3rd corner with much too much speed. He's run in the back of Andy Smith. He's gone over the high side. As I mentioned earlier, here we see Andy's doing the right thing there. He's got in between the 2 guys. Stoney's already hit the front. But Sigelski's obviously seeing the red mist now, because he's just come into this corner. He's actually had a shove from Greg Hancock. That's actually pushed him in the back of Andy Smith. and he's hit the fence really hard, but as we see time and time again, this air fence just absorbs all the energy. There's the clash with Hancock and Cegelski. Cegelski then gets pushed into the back of Andy Smith. Andy Smith was actually very fortunate to stay upright himself, but fell for the guys there because Andy Smith and Stoney did so fantastically well on the first lap.
Well, officially excluded, which means that Krzysztof Cegelski can go home as eliminated. That means officially he gets 4th place in Heat 5 and just 1 Grand Prix point. He was in 19th place going into this. It takes it on to 8 in total. A disappointing night. And Chris Louis was down there where the action was. He's with Jonathan Green.
Well, Chris, you're keeping a very close eye on, obviously, the track. What happened out there?
Yeah, the track really didn't have anything to do with it. It was Krzysztof Cegelski got a little bit of a shove from Greg Hancock. Nothing malicious in it, just one of those racing things. Sent him across the corner and unfortunately collected the back of Andy Smith. Nasty looking crash too.
A lot of ruts here, a lot of complaints of ruts last year. How's it holding up this year?
Yeah, the riders are saying that the track's holding up fine. It looks like it's going to make a dirt line too, so I think the racing's going to get very good later on.
Who's looked good so far for you?
I've been very pleased with a couple of the British boys. Obviously, Scott Nichols was going pretty quick. Little he was holding back actually to look after that 2nd place. Lee Richardson was looking quick. He looks quite relaxed. He says he's enjoying himself, so that's going to pay off for him, I think.
All right, well, let's get back to you, Kelvin and Tony.
Well, we know that Krzysztof Cegelski is excluded from the rerun here. Joe Screen we see there watching at the moment. Joe Screen will be in action in the next heat when we're going from the inside in the red helmet colours. But there'll only be 3 riders here. And remember, we've got a world champion, Greg Hancock, up against our 2 Brits. It does mean that one of those 3 riders now will go out to join Krzysztof Cegelski on his way home. And the effort of the 2 Brits there, certainly Carl Stonehewer there, we see him in the white helmet colour, and Andy Smith was absolutely tremendous down that back straight when they were wide and came out of that 2nd bend. Kelvin, how much courage does it need to do that on this track?
An awful lot of courage, because this is a small track. You are taking, you really are taking quite a big risk when you run in that high and wide, because you are vulnerable on the outside. But when it's these eliminator races, you're prepared to take those sort of risks, because it is a do-or-die race, and you don't want to go home after just 2 rides.
Well, it's certainly a do-or-die race now, because one of these 3 will have to go home. And I wonder if the Brits could again pull a flanker on Greg Hancock. Greg celebrated his 32nd birthday last Monday. He was world champion, remember, just 5 years ago. And there he is in the red helmet colours, Greg Hancock. Not riding, of course, in Britain this year. There wasn't room for him in the Coventry lineup, but nevertheless, he's still a rider. Kelvin, do you think perhaps he's lost his edge a little bit, not racing the British League?
Certainly the Elite League now is very, very competitive. I think that he may well just be feeling a little bit at this level, because we see week in, week out on the Elite League's Sky Sports coverage how competitive it is. And it was very unfortunate, because the ruling that only allowed 1 GP rider, it was a straight choice between Billy Hamill and Greg Hancock, and unfortunately there was nothing to choose between them, and he was the one that just missed out.
Well, it's not quite 1. It depends on what you had last year. Of course, they've still got Andreas Johnson.
Well, it applied in that case.
Greg Hancock on the inside in red, remember. The exclusion light for Krzysztof Cegelski, he's missing. In white, it's Carl Stonehill. On the outside, Andy Smith in yellow. That's the lineup now as our starting marshal moves away. Team riding for the Brits. They've got to get in front first to do it. But a flyer again for Hancock. The grip is going to have to come the way of the Brits around the outside. And I think this time they're just a little bit too far back. Although Stoney is making ground. Smith is on the outside. A real battle here. But Andy Smith is not going to be outdone. And he's gone through on the inside of Carl Stonehill. Stoney's got the battle. Hancock at the moment is out front. But again, Smith is at the back and picking up. Greg Kelvin, he's gone by.
Oh, he's riding superbly well tonight. He seems to be really enjoying his racing. He's putting Greg Hancock under all sorts of pressure. Stoney actually just seemed to make half a mistake on that first lap that allowed Andy to get underneath him. But now that Greg is out front and seems to have settled down a little bit.
Well, with a lap and a quarter to go, it's going to be disappointment for Carl Stonehewer, because the Workington fans will have to rue this night, because Stoney wanted to do so well, and 3rd place here will mean he'll be on his way home. Greg Hancock now in the comfort zone out front, some 15 metres in front of Andy Smith. Andy Smith will march on. Greg Hancock's the winner. Smith stays with him, he will go on, and a disappointing ride for Carl Stonehewer. He battled for the first lap and a half, but sadly the Workington rider, the only Premier League rider racing in the Grand Prix, could go home. But this man, Greg Hancock, is the winner, and he will keep marching on now, and Greg Hancock will have 1 more race to stay in this and go through to the main event. Greg Hancock wins a place in Heat 11. Kelvin, they strung out in the end. The
Yeah.
challenge was on that second bend, but in the end, the ex-world champion proved just a little bit too good, perhaps.
Yeah, he did. I think his class showed there. He just he utilised that inside start again. He made a real clean first corner. He came under a certain amount of pressure early in the race, but kept it all together.
Official result, Greg Hancock the winner to Heat 11. Andy Smith stays in, he goes to Heat 12. Carl Stonehewer goes home with just 2 Grand Prix points. Remember, Krzysztof Cegielski, with that crash in the original race, he disappears home as well. So Cegielski and Carl Stonehewer, the first 2 out of this Grand Prix. And we move on now to Heat number 6. And once again, it becomes an elimination heat. 2 riders can go home, and we hope one of them isn't Joe Screen. The Brit is in this one, and Joe Screen, the wild card tonight, is riding in the red helmet colours on the inside. That man in the white helmet colours there is Nicky Pedersen, Dane. The blue helmet colours, we caught a glimpse there, Sebastian Ulemek. There is Joe Screen. The Eastbourne fans down in front of us are certainly cheering for him, and he's got a big following here in the Millennium Stadium for Joe Screen. Can he do it, Kelvin?
I think he can. He's got the inside start. That's a big advantage if he can ride a real smart first corner and get out of the first corner cleanly. There's no question that he's capable of winning this race. Nicky Pedersen was well tailed off in his last race. There we see Joe doing a practice start, but Nicky Pedersen was tailed off in the first race. I think the big danger man for me is Ulemek. Ulemek, although he was third in his first ride, he was very fast in that race.
You want a side bet on Matty Furrion finishing last?
I think a fairly safe bet there, Tony.
Joe Screen on the inside in red. There we see an elimination heat. Sebastian Ulemek, part of Team Ricardson. The pole goes in blue in gate 2. Nicky Pedersen, disappointing first time out with the last place in heat 1, goes in white in gate 3. And on the outside in yellow, that's Matty Furrion, the Slovenian. Matty Furrion has gone out at this stage of both Grand Prix so far, finishing in last place in heats 5 or 6. Remember, the last 2 are eliminated. The man who finishes third gets 2 Grand Prix points. The man who finishes fourth gets 1. The big screen in the stadium shows Mark Aram there. All the fans are seeing him as well. We're looking forward to him in the main event. Good season for Mark, perhaps in prospect of the Grand Prix level, Kelvin.
Yeah, he's looking good this year. I think that result last week was 2 weeks ago, was absolutely what he needed. Third place on the rostrum, back to the sort of form we expect from Mark Loram.
There in yellow is Matty Furrion. Started the season with Bellevue, at least because of lack of form, the Slovenian, but he has a fellow Slovenian with him in the Slovenian Grand Prix. Isaac Hasentej will join him in a couple of weeks' time. Away goes our Starling Martin. This is heat number 6. Joe Screen kicks it down. Joe Screen in control. The man in blue, Sebastian Ulemek, goes round the outside. Screen locks up, put under pressure by the 2 men on the inside, but now opens up a gap. The man going wide is Nicky Pedersen. He's going to put Screen under pressure. Ulemek stretches his lead out front, followed by Screen. Tailed off at the back is Matty Furrion, and Joe Screen may have done enough, Kelvin.
Yeah, he was smart there. He didn't panic. He came under a lot of pressure from Nicky Pedersen. Ulemek, as I predicted, he was fast in his first ride, just a little bit unlucky, but he got round Joe in the first corner, but Joe seems to have settled down now, and second place will just do him fine.
Yes, out front, Sebastian Ulemek. He will march on. First place here will take him to heat 12, where he go from gate 3. Joe Screen, if he gets second place, which he looks like getting at the moment, will go from the outside in heat 11. And those are the 2 out front, and it looks as if the man in white, Nicky Pedersen, disappointment for the Dane here. And right at the back in yellow, Matty Furrion, frankly this season, not Grand Prix pass, but a great win here from Sebastian Ulemek in blue. Joe Screen in red gets second place. Back in third place, disappointment for Nicky Pedersen. Disappointment even more so for Matty Furrion at the back in yellow. And, well, another Brit stays in. Joe Screen with that second place here. And that man, Sebastian Ulemek. Well, the Kings Lynn fans will be delighted with the performance of Ulemek and some of that Tony Ricardson magic as they share a team, perhaps rubbing off on this man who's taken the checkered flag. And he did pretty well there, racing round there and choosing his own part of the track, and he rode with safety, confidence and some comfort to take that checkered flag in the end.
Now, I've been really impressed with him. We saw him just a couple of weeks ago in the Elite League, and he was very impressive, and there in that race there he had a lot of speed coming off the corner.
Official result, Ulemek through to heat 12 as the heat winner. Joe Screen goes to heat 11 as the runner-up. Nicky Pedersen gets 2 Grand Prix points and can disappear home, along with the man in last place, Matty Furrion, who gets just a 1. It's opening out here, and certainly the crowd are enjoying the action from the start.
Here we see it again. Joe Screen makes a good start off the gate 2 position. He's clear of Sebastian Ulemek. But Ulemek's just got a really good setup. He lets the bike run round the outside. There's the dirt line there. He gets clear of the other 3 guys. Joe actually comes under a lot of pressure there from Matty Furrier, and just for a moment I thought he was going to pass him, but Joe's a strong lad. He closed him off as he entered the third turn. Ulamek's pretty clear now, and Joe moves out to follow that dirt line, which is moving out towards the fence. Just for a moment it looked like Joe could have actually put him under a lot of pressure and passed him, but that was a smart ride from Joe Stream, because he knew that second place was what he needed, and he settled down in that race to transfer through to the next to the main event.
So we move on now as the meeting hots up here. We know the first 4 riders eliminated as we now go on, in fact, to heat number 7. Todd Wiltshire on the inside. Michael Carlson goes to gate 2, Nicholas Klingberg gate 3, and Greg Valasek on the outside. That's the lineup. All up at tapes now. There's the official Todd Wiltshire in red, who won heat number 1 to get here. Michael Carlson, who won heat 3 to get here. Nicholas Klingberg, who came second in the second race. He goes from gate 3. And on the outside, Greg Valasek. This could prove to be very competitive, Kelvin.
No question about it. Todd Wiltshire looked very impressive. He's a good starter. I've actually tipped him to be one of the surprises tonight. Michael Carlson also, we've seen him in a lot of A finals recently. He's really riding high. I think this could be a really tight battle. I think Nicholas Klingberg had a good, steady second place. You can never count that Greg Valasek out. You know, he can pop up and do something quite spectacular.
I think they described it as mercurial. Heat number 7, the first 2 will go through to the main event. The last 2 will have to race again when they'll have to finish in the first 2 of their next outing, in either heat 11 or heat 12, to stay in the event at all. And after heat 12, well, the big boys are in before that to pick gate position, and they race to the vengeance. This is heat number 7. Flyer on the inside again for Todd Wiltshire. He really is a cracking start of that Aussie now. Round the outside, picking up grip is Greg Valasek. In white coming through, Nicholas Klingberg. Michael Carlson disappointedly at the back. A poor start by him, but Wiltshire is flying, and now he's been put under pressure by Valasek, and it could be an open race from now on.
Certainly could be. Wiltshire again taking advantage of that inside start. Klingberg looked like he got it through into second place, but Furrier generated a lot of speed around the outside, and a big surprise. Oh, Michael Carlson just coming through there.
Michael Carlson moves into third place. Can he put them under pressure? Because in yellow, Valasek almost went into the fence. A lap and a half for Michael Carlson to make some progress. Wiltshire looks untouchable out front. Carlson is going wider. The dirt is now really putting out on this track here in the Millennium Stadium. 3/4 of the lap to go. Carlson is now putting the man. Valasek in second place under pressure. But Todd Wiltshire, Carlson round the outside, doesn't count just about doing. He's blown by.
What a ride!
What a ride by Michael Carlson. It was won in red by Todd Wiltshire, but Michael Carlson went like the proverbial rocket to earn second place there. And disappointment for Valasek, who came off when he had it perhaps there for the taking, and Nicholas Klingberg, who has to go again. But the hero, the ride of the night for this man here, and we just see it across the tapes. There's the winner, Todd Wiltshire. But now let's look at the battle as the second place man here, Michael Carlson in blue, wins it just ahead of Greg Valasek and Nicholas Klingberg at the back. And what a brilliant ride round that final bend from Michael Carlson. Well, lucky 7 again. Remember that number for Beckham. Remember that number for Carlson. But Todd Wiltshire, no doubt about the winner. He won heat number 1. He's now won heat number 7. And Todd Wiltshire may not be racing in the British League this year, but the man from Sydney certainly knows his onions where Speedway is concerned. And, well, he's riding with a vengeance tonight. Todd Wiltshire, I have to tell you, hasn't made an A final for the last 11 meetings. On this form, he could, Kelvin.
He certainly could. I think that this sort of track will suit him. He's absolutely electric off the start. We've seen him win 2 heats now, and he really looked impressive. But
there's the official result. Todd Wiltshire winning ahead of Michael Carlson. They go to heats 13 and 15, respectively. That, of course, is part of the main event. Greg Valasek and Nicholas Klingberg both have to go again and could face elimination in heats 11 and heat 12, respectively. But this, though, is heat number 8. Remember, the first 2 automatically go to the main event. They will join the big guns, the top 8. They will also be joined by a total of 8 other riders will make that main event. And 8 will have gone home by the time we get to that point. 16 start the main event.
2 Brits again, Tony.
2 Brits, Lee Richardson in white, Scott Nichols in yellow. One for us to watch, Kelvin.
Certainly is. Lee Richardson looked very impressive, as did Scotty Nichols. But that man on the inside won his first race, Andreas Johnson, very impressively.
Johnson, look at the lineup. Andres Johnson really flew in winning heat 2. He goes from the inside. Lucas Grimwell flew as well. He won heat number 4. Lee Richardson, we know, a second place first time out. He went pretty well behind Todd Wiltshire. And on the outside, Scott Nichols, who finished second in heat number 3. And Scott Nichols, we know his capabilities here. Last year, a shade disappointing. He was second, of course, to Michael Carson. If he rides like he did, well, who knows what finale we're going to have to this one. Remember,
who knows?
It's not an eliminating heat, so if they finish 3rd or 4th, it's not all over.
They get another chance, but this is a tremendous heat. Every race coming up now is just getting better and better. The track's riding superbly well. We saw Michael Carlson make a brilliant move around the outside. I'm really impressed with the way the track's working out.
Yes, what a great job everybody's done here. More about that later. 2,200 tons of rail. Away on the inside goes Andres Johnson. Oh, they squeeze up, and down goes Lee Richardson. Oh dear, bike and all. Surely that was bunching of the highest order there. Referee flicking the lights. The lights are out, and surely he will allow, yes, the referee says unsatisfactory start, and it means that all 4 riders will be back in. I just wonder if Lee Richardson's machine will be right, but that wasn't a question going into the fence, Kelvin.
No, it was
really a question of just bunching. They went to the same line.
Scotty Nichols made a great start off the outside and closed down hard on Lee Richardson. And I think that he was just a little bit unfortunate. But I tell you what, the most fortunate guy here, look at the guy in red here, Andres Johnson. He's made the start, but I tell you what, his chain jumps off halfway around the first corner. I know we're watching Lee Richardson sliding across the dirt there, and it was very unfortunate. We're seeing the back there of him accelerating off the start. We're going to see Scotty Nichols come across and chop him off, and he literally is the meat in the sandwich there. He's left with nowhere to go. His left foot's taken from underneath him, and down he goes. He'll be fine. He'll just shake himself down. But again, there could be a question mark over the participation of Andres Johnson in the rerun, Tony, because he was actually not under power, and it just depends when that red light came on.
Well, we'll have to have a look. I don't know if the referee will have appreciated that, but if Andres Johnson lost his chain before the red light came on, then officially he would not have been under power, and therefore be awarded last place with an exclusion. But as things stand at the moment, I don't think the referee will have spotted
Here we
that.
see it again. Scotty Nichols makes a great start from the outside, but unfortunately Lucas Drummond and Scott Nichols just squeezed Lee Richardson as he entered the corner, and he really had no option there but just to bail out. But fortunately, he shouldn't be too knocked about. He'll be fine for the rerun.
We're talking about missing chains. There are 4 riders racing tonight who've now introduced a chain guide that helps the chain into the bottom sprocket. Those riders are Tony Ricardson, Jason Crump, Greg Hancock, and Michael Carson's the latest to do it just for this meeting. And as you look in there, it's just behind that plate, and it helps the chain to go in. You talked about before the flexibility of these frames now, perhaps over-flexing.
Yes. That is a problem with them, and I think what's happened is we've seen a situation where certainly some of the tracks where we've got some ruts and bumps, the bike's just doing that extra little bit of a whip, and it's actually taking the chain off the rear sprocket. And this idea of the guide there is just giving it a little bit more margin for error, so it just tries to keep the back chain on when the bike's under tremendous stress.
Well, that didn't affect that man in white, Lee Richardson. And Lee Richardson,
no, he just got cleaned up.
Gave him a chance for that, didn't it? There's John Davis on his right, a rider of some distinction in days gone by, helping out in the pits there for Lee Richardson.
Yes, he's been associated with Lee Richardson for some time now, been guiding him through his career, and certainly tonight that combination seems to be working very well. Here we see the bike up on the stand there, they're just spinning there, just trying to get some fresh air into that clutch, because those clutches are dry clutches. They get very hot because there's no oil to cool them down. Vitally important for that to be kept in A1 condition.
Well, that was Lucas Drimmell's bike that they were giving that attention to. This is Lee Richardson. It looks to me as if he's on a totally new machine there, Kelvin.
Yeah, it could well be that the clutch is full of dirt, and maybe the end of the clutch lever's a bit bent, so he's decided to go with his second bike. Quite a brave move, I might add, because he did look good on his first bike. He'll want to do a couple of practice starts just to feel, but to be honest, that didn't look the best practice start. It didn't get the reaction out of the bike that he was really looking for. He's actually turning back. He may just do one or two adjustments before he gets round to tapes.
Well, we're waiting now for the riders to come up to tapes, the restart of heat number 8.
Yeah, as I suspected, John Davis out there just probably going to screw the clutch in, maybe half a turn on each spring there, just to try and get that clutch to bite a bit harder, so it just kicks him off the start. It's so important to make a good start in this sort of company.
Will they have had that other bike warmed up in the pits?
Certainly will be. There's no question about it. Every start you go out for, every race, the spare mechanic will have the spare bike there. It'll be warmed up, ready to go.
Well, ready to go indeed for Lee Richardson. Scott Nichols goes outside him in yellow. We've got two Brits in this one. Scott Nichols is still back at the pitch gate. As I look down, we can see Scott Nichols there receiving attention from his crew. And
I suggest there's some serious work. We're seeing Scotty Nichols' bike's been worked on, the tyre pressure, just been doing the final checks. But I bet you the guy that's working overtime is Andreas Johnson back down in pit lane, because certainly that bike of his was very fast in his first ride. The chain has obviously hopped off, and they're desperately working on that bike to get that back on track.
Well, he's got 38 seconds now to get to tapes, and we're waiting for Andreas Johnson. He's got to be ready to start within those seconds, and it's going to be a bit
Here he comes, Tony. Here he comes. He's coming out. The clock's ticking down, as we can see, but he's back on track. There's Scotty Nichols. He's ready for the rerun, and then we've seen Andreas Johnson almost coming up to tapes as fast as he would be racing.
They've got a clock now right down at the starting gate, which shows them exactly what the time is for them to get up there. There can be no dispute about that. And now all of them are up at tapes and ready to go. The restart of heat number 8 with Andreas Johnson on the inside, having repaired his chain. Lucas Trimble cleaned his bike up, goes from gate 2. Lee Richardson, who took a tumble, goes from gate 3. And Scott Nichols has stayed cool, calm and collected. He'll go from the outside.
What's going to happen this time, Tony? This race meeting's just fantastic.
Well, we've got a long way to go yet, Kelvin. It's a long night here at the Podium Stadium. We're going to enjoy every minute of it. Away goes our starting marshal. Surely Scott Nichols left completely. The referee's not happy with that. I don't think the starting gate went up properly. Down goes Lee Richardson again.
I've got a terrible situation here. I think Scotty Nichols may have touched the tapes there, Tony.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see whether he did or not. We'll have to get a glance.
I do hope that it was a problem with the starting gate, but it looked to me that I don't think Lee Richardson, we've just seen Lee Richardson right off the track. He was not happy with that spare bike, Tony.
Well, we'll have to see what the referee says. It looks to me as if Scott Nichols went off as well. And let's see it from here. You see it again.
There we see Scotty Nichols definitely caught the tapes with his front tyre. To me, looking at that replay, he may well have just been rolling at the start. And his body language also, the way he threw his head back there, I think he knows that he may well have just caught the tapes.
Earlier in the Grand Prix series, in his first Grand Prix, he got excluded in an elimination heat.
There he was rolling. I do think the referee's got no choice but to exclude him.
Sadly for him in this instance, though, Kelvin, but it doesn't mean that he's excluded from the event.
No, well, that's very fortunate that it isn't an eliminator heat. He will have a second chance to go again, but here we see him. He's just touched the tapes. You could see the way he threw his head back there. It was utter despair for a moment.
Well, I'm just looking out on the track, and I think Scott Nichols is out there. I think the referee believes the tapes didn't go up properly, which may have caused the problem. We don't have communication with the referee here.
Well, I hope that is the case, because he can be back in the rerun, and that'll be great. And that'll be, he'll feel justified.
Well, Scott Nichols is out on the track. They've taken his bike off. He's still in there having a chat.
With Neil Middleditch, the Great Britain team manager.
Yes, I'm just wondering what Neil's saying to him there. We're going to have to wait.
There obviously is some serious discussion about the starting gate there. I do hope this goes for him, because I've just got a sneaky suspicion that Scotty just did try to anticipate that one, Tony. He may just need a slice of luck here.
Well, normally we get exclusion lights. There don't seem to be any here in the Podium Stadium.
I have been looking for them. There isn't the 4 coloured lights anywhere to be seen, so we are waiting for the referee to make his decision. Oh, now we see them.
Now we see the lights. There's nothing on there, is there?
No, there isn't at the moment, so fingers crossed that Scotty can get back in the rerun.
There's the man in blue, Lucas Trimble.
Yeah,
he's warming up in the pitch, getting away. It's a long way to come down that pit lane.
I'll be interested to see which bike Lee Richardson comes out on, Tony, because he certainly didn't seem to be as happy with his second bike as he did with his first one. Oh, that's a good picture. We're seeing Scotty Nichols come back out for the rerun. So there obviously was something wrong with the starting gate, and the referee's given him the benefit of the doubt.
Well, I just wonder what that was here. Of course, it's a special purpose-built starting gate for here. Brought along, I think, from Newport, this starting gate mechanism, but
I think the gods are shining on us at the moment, Tony. Everything's going for the Brits at the moment.
Well, not quite for Costanio, who's already gone home, but never mind for him. There's the restart, there's the lineup. Andreas Johnson goes to the inside, the Swede. Lucas Trimble, gate 2. The unfortunate Lee Richardson, we're not sure which bike he's on, goes from gate 3. Scott Nichols, somewhat fortunate to still be in this after appearing to touch the tapes. He goes from the outside. That's the lineup. This is the restart of Heat 8. Remember, the front 2 go through to the main event. The last 2 will get a chance to race again to stay in it.
Come on, Scotty, now just relax. Don't do that again. You're good enough. Just wait for them tapes to go.
Careful the bricks, away goes Upside. Oh! There's something radically nothing wrong with this starting tape, and that was no fault of Andreas Johnson. I saw a wedding car down the road with some white tapes on it this morning, Kelvin. I think they could borrow some of those because there's real chaos
I can't believe what you just said there, Tony. Wedding cards on tape. But there is obviously something quite seriously wrong with the starting gate at the moment. They'll have to sort that out, but nonetheless, this is unsettling for all riders. You know, here we see it there. No choice for Andreas Johnson. The starting gate from the inside didn't lift up, and he just ran straight into the starting gate. There we see it again, Andreas. And to be honest, it did look like Lee Richardson had made a great start. He'll be disappointed, but they will have to have a check. There's probably something. There is a magnet on the inside there, and it's obviously just not letting go.
How unsettling is this then for the lads? I think we could join Jonathan Green with Chris Louis down in the pits.
Yeah, it's a good question, Tony. I mean, we're just wondering, as a rider, this must be so unsettling, and we've just seen it happen twice now. Concentration, adrenaline, and all the rest of it.
Yeah, that's right. You know, Scotty was obviously going to be unsettled for the restart of that. When the tapes don't go up, it can give you a lot of trouble. Obviously caught his helmet peak, so he may be suffering from a sore neck as well. But now they've gone wrong again from the other side, so it's going to unsettle all four riders. So they're not going to be looking forward to going back to the start line because you're not sure whether they're going to work properly.
It's good refereeing to see, because obviously Scotty, you know, if a judge could have gone the other way, he might not have been aware straight off the bat. First time out, he could have disqualified Scott, couldn't he?
Yeah, I mean, that's Tony Steele for you. He is a first-class referee, and he sees everything that's going on. And from here, it looked like that perhaps Scotty should have been excluded, but obviously there is a problem with the start tapes, and he's back in it.
Is the track changing any?
It's changing slowly, slower than I thought it would, but it is making some dirt, and I think it's going to be the latter half of this meeting that's going to get really exciting on the racing front. But, I mean, this race has been exciting for all the wrong reasons. I think Andreas Johnson, there was talk about him losing a chain. I think he had some contact in that race, so I don't think he should have been excluded.
I asked you at the beginning, anybody else impressed you so far?
Yeah, Andreas Johnson. He looked very, very fast in that first race of his, so I think he's one to look out for.
I've been down in the pits watching Mark Laram, and what must be going through his mind watching this very closely?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You know, you have to start in almost the second half of the meeting, so obviously the nerves are building up for him, but he looks fairly relaxed. He looks like he's enjoying watching the race, and he's trying to learn from it, and hopefully the rest of his team are learning to follow the track and set the bike up for him.
Well, I've been sat next to Mark Laram, and he is looking relaxed, but it can't be easy watching all this, especially when there's even problems with the start line. Back to you guys.
Well, we got bodies aplenty putting the starting gate right. I told Kelvin that wedding card tape would come in handy any time, and they certainly need it here. Remember the restart of heat number 8. We've had 2 attempts with this one, and each time there's been a fault on the starting gate after the first time when Lee Richardson came off. So the next start, Kelvin, is start number 4.
Exactly, and then we see there the clutch cooler there, just trying to keep that clutch nice and cool, because when they get too hot, they will slip. You won't get that jump off the start.
There's the riders eliminated so far. Nicky Pedersen, the Dane, gets 2 Grand Prix points. Carl Stonehewer gets 2, and certainly they don't swell their total by anything. And Matty Furrion gets just a single point there, as does Krzysztof Cegielski.
Yeah, a bit of a shot there from Cegielski. He's in the Team Nielsen setup. He's got a really very professional-looking team around him, but very disappointed from him. Maybe he's just feeling the pressure a little bit. He seems to sort of just override there in that race.
It means that he goes to just 8 Grand Prix points altogether. Matty Furrion's just got a single point from each of 3 Grand Prix.
Yeah,
frankly, not really good enough, is he?
No, he just looks totally out of his depth. And to be honest, he really doesn't seem to be. Even his body language, you can see it, his facial expression in the pits. It's almost like he doesn't really want to be involved. Right, boys back out on track. Lee Richardson coming round for the 3rd or the 4th time, is it, Tony?
Well, he's been off once. He came off another time when he wasn't happy with his second machine. And now here's Andreas Johnson. He's having a chain go. He's had all sorts of things here in heat number 8 has so far taken 13 minutes, and we haven't got underway yet.
Well, let's hope we're talking about this heat now in the future for all the right reasons.
We'd like to see Lee Richardson and Scott Nicholls at the front, but I think somehow Andreas Johnson and Lucas Drimmel will argue with us about that a little bit.
Yeah, Drimmel was very impressive in his first race, coming from the outside and diving up through the inside and winning very impressively. But Andreas Johnson, another guy that is a young star in the making, a potential world champion this Leadsfield, and could well be. Here's the lineup again, Tom.
Chance to look at Andreas Johnson on the inside. Lucas Drimmel, gate 2, and the 2 Brits. Lee Richardson goes in white from gate 3. On the outside, Scott Nicholls. Interested Andreas Johnson having a tremendous season at the moment. His 9th place in Bidgosh was his highest place in the 3 Grand Prix that he's raced in so far, but he's better than that, isn't he?
Oh, no question about it. I think as soon as he feels a little bit more relaxed, starts winning some races, he is potentially a top 3 runner.
Well, Lee Richardson is riding his second bike, which isn't set up quite the way he wanted.
No.
But John Davies was down there advising him in the pits, and I think Lee Richardson, well, has settled for finishing this one. He could have another go if he finishes the last two. Away they go. Andreas Johnson gets the flyer. There's trouble at the back once again, and the man going wide is Scott Nicholls.
Oh, good move for Richardson.
Look, they go. They leave. And there's Lucas Trimble in their wake, and now
Scotty Nicholls.
Two Brits are out in pursuit. A brilliant ride by Scott Nicholls in second place now behind Andreas Johnson. He's being chased by Lee Richardson. Wider and wider goes Andreas Johnson, and Scott Nicholls is in second place.
Superb first lap from Scotty Nicholls. They're really forceful down the back straight. Just literally steamed underneath Lee Richardson. He probably didn't know what had hit him, but Scotty Nicholls really looks like he means business tonight.
The dirt is certainly going pretty wide now, because although Andreas Johnson started on the inside gate, he's almost riding out to the fence, and that's where the speed is. But Scott Nicholls is in second place with a lap to go. Scott Nicholls will be on his way safely to the main event if he holds on to this. Lee Richardson, the wild card, relegated to the back. His machine has stopped on the back straight, but certainly winning it. There is the rider in red, Andreas Johnson. Second place in yellow, a tremendous ride from Scott Nicholls. Disappointment for Lucas Trimble in blue, and coasting home now as checkered flag is celebrated by Andreas Johnson. Lee Richardson coasts home, effectively getting fourth place, but he will have another go, and this is certainly sorting itself out. But at the fourth attempt, we got through with Heat 8. We got the winner as Andreas Johnson there with the checkered flag, and I think, Kelvin, he probably deserved it. He almost hung himself once,
yes.
He made a flyer another time, lost a chain. He's worked pretty hard for that win.
Yeah, he managed to keep his concentration together there. He really did ride very well, as he did in his first ride.
To win it ahead of Scott Nicholls, both march on to the main event, heats 14 and 16 respectively. Lucas Trimble goes to heat 12. He'll have to go again to make the main event. Lee Richardson, he also has to go again to stay in the main event. So quite an effort from those riders. Heat 8 eventually finishing. A flyer for Andreas Johnson on the inside. He took them wide, of course, and went wider himself to pick up more and more grip once he'd done the business there. They sorted themselves out at the back. Lee Richardson, for him, it wasn't the best of races, and he won't be happy with that machine. But there's plenty more to come. We've had 8 heats. There are 17 more here in the Millennium Stadium. The action promises to be thick and fast and highly entertaining for the rest of the meeting. All from us after the break.
This means danger.
10-5.
Relay to audience, that's you. Tough guys approaching your screen.
Welcome to the party, pal. 10-26.
ETA every night in June.
10-20.
Sky, Movie Max 5.
10-32.
All units needed.
10-18.
Urgent.
Stay calm. 10-4, tell fast. 10-15.
Message delivered.
Starfleet to the scout ship. Will you please give me your position? May this be Earth. Fill the sea. Your mysterious mountains I'd wish to see close.
The drama of the 2002 British Grand Prix is building to a crescendo. Our young home riders absolutely doing us proud in the thick of the action. Let's go down now to Jonathan Green very quickly, who has got the battling Scott Nicholls with him.
not an easy time for you at all. Very, very hard indeed. How you kept your concentration through that? But tell us what happened out there.
I don't know. There's a problems with the start. It's only half decent start I made, and I got rerun. Then the pressure started to fire along, so I knew gate 4 wasn't particularly good. Then after that, I just couldn't seem to get off it. But luckily, I thought I had the run in that one, but they all seemed to move over and box me in. But I managed to get a good line up the inside and dived under Lee going in the third and fourth turn to get me through. But conditions are quite tricky out there. It's breezy going into the corners, and you have to chase the dirt. But if you go in too hard, there's nothing to stop you, so you can end up sort of saying hello to the air fence.
Yeah, but you look comfortable at the moment.
Not too bad. Just trying to keep myself calm, and I feel not too bad. So fingers crossed, step by step.
We've all got our fingers and legs crossed. How about you, Keith?
Scott Nichols through to the main event then. Thanks, Jonathan. A great deal. So superb stuff from Scotty Nichols. He's through the main event. Very quickly, Samo Malenko. What a meeting we're in here.
The excitement's on. It's on. The big boys are coming out now. Let's see how they dial in this racetrack. But there's lots of lines out there. There's lots of choices.
In your wildest dreams, Gary, could you imagine this was going to provide us with this amount of drama this early on?
Not really, no. Usually the first half of the meeting is very boring, but that heat 8 certainly hotted things up.
Well, never boring, of course, is Thomas Golob. He's out at the moment with Jason Crump, Ryan Sullivan and Runa Holter. And now we've given him a bit of a breather. We'll better get him back on again. Kelvin Tatum and Tony Millard.
Delighted to be away from heat number 8. It's time for heat number 9. We've got 2 Australians in this. Jason Crump, of course, twice a winner of the British Grand Prix. Thomas Golob, winner, of course, in Poland. The last Grand Prix 2 weeks ago, goes from the inside. Jason Crump goes from gate 2. Ryan Sullivan from gate 3, the Aussie. Rune Holter, the Norwegian, goes from the outside. Remember, they're racing for gate positions here, and the first 2 get the inside gate when they next race. The winner to heat 13, the second to heat 15. And remember, the winner will race against Scott Nichols when they next come out.
I'm really interested too, Tony, to see what Thomas Golob does on the first corner here. He would have been watching closely those opening heats. I wonder whether he's going to hold it tight or whether he's going to rush for that outside dirt line like he did in Big Gosh a couple of weeks ago.
Well, Thomas Golob, always spectacular. There's Rune Holter. Certainly has surprised us in this Grand Prix series. Rune Holter has been a surprise. He's on the British league. Away goes our starting marshal. Up climber takes no problem this time. Golob on the inside. Look at the man he's squeezing. Jason Crump. Oh, down they go like 9 pins here. And Thomas Golob stays on. So too does Ryan Sullivan. But Jason Crump and Rune Holter are down at the back, and frankly I thought there simply wasn't room for Rune Holter to go anywhere. Kelvin Tatum.
Well, Thomas Golob, he was doing his classic first corner move there. He pushed hard onto Jason Crump as they entered the first corner, and of course we've got that domino effect where the guys on the outside were left with nowhere to go. But Thomas had made up his mind that he was going to go for that grip on the outside. Here we see it again. Both he and Jason get away neck and neck here. If anything, Jason's probably just in front, but Thomas has moved over, taken his front wheel away. That is a situation where Tony Steele actually could exclude Thomas Golob for that, because that was a deliberate move. Here we're seeing the back of Jason Crump's bike again, driving out of the start, desperately trying to find the grip, getting in front of Thomas. But Thomas Golob's there, just clips him now, takes his left foot away, and down goes Jason.
Well, while we're watching the replay, it's just about 15 metres from us is Tony Steele, and I saw him looking at that very carefully. But let's see it again, Kelvin.
Yeah.
It really did. I think you got it right. Golob shouldn't have taken that line.
No, he did move across hard. He was aware of Jason on the outside of him. He's desperate not to let him go by. And to be quite honest, he just took him out.
And Rune Holter put his machine down to avoid a nasty collision.
He was smart there. That's sort of an unwritten rule in the Speedway Bible, that you just put the bike down so you don't run each other over. There's a desperate quick gear change there from Ryan Sullivan's camp. Obviously not happy with the bike setup, turning the tyre around as well, so he's got a fresh edge for the rerun. May well be going up a gear just to get a little bit more punch off the start.
How do the speed of these guys compare with the tyre changes in Formula 1?
Well, right now they've got to be every bit as competitive as that, because, you know, they're under pressure now. The 2-minute warning will come on very shortly. And obviously Ryan's put his team under a lot of pressure because he wants a quick change, because this is an opportunity for the top guys to get a feel of the track for the real action in the main event.
I mentioned our referee Tony Steele looking at those replays. He saw the same replays as we did there, having already made his decision. How much will that tell on him when he looks at the restart?
Well, it's got to affect him, because, you know, he obviously makes a decision there and then, and if he looks at the replay and he's completely wrong, obviously he's going to feel slight amount of guilt involved. But it's so noisy in here. What is the decision?
Right, it looks to me as if it's all 4 riders, and it's first Ben Bunching But Crump, the problem with Crump, again saved by that air fence, and we can see him coming back there, and I think he might need a little bit of time to get himself fit. They've taken his machine there to make sure. I know he's got plenty of machinery, all well equipped in his pits. But Jason is suffering from injuries. He had a badly fractured elbow and ribs earlier in the season. He had a tremendous physiotherapy rehab regime to get him back on the bike. Did look like it took a little bit of a knock to it there. Well, certainly Jason Crump taking time to recover, but well, down in the pits, Chris Lewis with Jonathan Green, they were pretty close.
I think Chris is right here, and I don't know, obviously it's getting serious now. These are the big boys. How did you see that incident?
Yeah, I don't think Thomas particularly meant to knock Jason off. He moved over quite wide. I think he's just chasing the dirt. It's the nature of the track and how the track is right now. So it's obviously not a great way for the meet to start for Jason. He's going to be a little bit put off by that. He looks like he's in a little bit of pain as well. So he's going to go and settle himself down, but it's not an ideal start for him.
No love lost between these guys, is there?
No, there never is. Not at this stage.
Jason looks okay to you, or do you think he's hurt?
No, he looks like he's in a bit of pain, but he's a tough guy, so I'm sure he's going to put up with it and knuckle down and carry on.
In terms of the big boys now coming out, who do you see having a big night straight off the bat?
I'll still stick with Andreas Johnson at the moment. He's looking very fast. You can't rule any of these guys out, though.
Bit of a sore wrist, I hear, but he will be going back out, so that's good for him.
Yeah, it's obviously unsettled him a little bit, but you know, he's ridden through the pain barrier so many times. We've seen it time and time again. I mean, he's had some serious injuries. He's been out there with broken collarbones and bones everywhere in his body, so a sore wrist is not going to bother him too much.
There's a big boxing match coming up tonight, but I'll tell you what, these guys are about as tough.
I'm sure they are, yeah. I don't think they'd last too long in the ring with either of those guys, but they're pretty tough.
Well, you heard it first. I don't think Speedway guys want to take on Tyson or Lewis, but hey, they're pretty tough. Back to you.
Well, I have to say I wouldn't want to see Mike Tyson or Lennox Lewis on a speedway bike. They dwarf it, Kelvin.
No, that would be very spectacular. I'm sure that they would probably knock themselves around a bit too. But Jason Crump has been suffering with a wrist injury. He does get this ache and pain in his wrist, but like Chris was saying, it was interesting how Chris saw that. He did see it slightly differently from me. I did think that Thomas Golub was quite hard on Jason Crump as they entered the first corner.
Well, up in our studios, a football world champion, Sam Omalenko. You saw that pretty close. Sam, what did you think of it?
I just think that they were both going for the same part of the track. You see Thomas, his only choice right now is to move up a little bit. When you got somebody alongside like that, Crumpy has a chance of getting over. He starts leaning as well, but there's just not enough room for him to cut back. He just ran out of track. I just think that's just a classic first corner in Speedway.
So we've seen some great refereeing decisions tonight, haven't we? Initially with Scott Nichols, when even we thought here that Scotty was going to be out of that when he clipped the tapes. Mr. Steele Tony Steele kept him in, and now we've just seen another decision there.
Yeah, it's just the pressure's on these guys. They all want to do well. Nobody wants to give an inch. It's all about being the world champion. And if you have a referee that makes a bad decision, how's that going to make you feel? You know, you have to be putting on the best effort you can to win a race, and you get knocked down by the referee. It's got to be a little bit neutral. In cases like this, I think it was perfect.
Well, we've got just over a minute left to go, so let's get back down to the commentary position, because the riders are coming out of the tunnel now, back onto the start, and we're going to see Heat 9 all over again, all four riders back in.
Yes, it's getting monotonous. We better get our numbers right. I was interested in what Sam Omalenko said there. For my money, Thomas Golub straight off the line, he was entitled to take. What about you?
I still think that Thomas did move over quite hard off the inside start. I agree that he was trying to get a good line to the first corner, but I still think that he was very aware of Jason Crump as they entered that first corner, and he did allow his bike just to run a bit wide, but it was 6 to 1, half a dozen of the other, and the referee's the man in the pole position, and he's put all four back in, so here we go again.
All four back in, and we can look across the tapes. Thomas Golub on the inside. Wonder how long he'll stay there. Jason Crump from gate 2. Ron Sullivan, gate 3. Really Holter goes from the outside. It wouldn't want to be him with those three inside him. But who knows? They're pretty fast away from the tapes. Our referee, Tony Steele, is looking down. He's got his finger on the button, once again using his complex electronics, designed by Glyn Taylor to control things here in the stadium. All radio controlled. Great fun. Great gadgets. Still can get the tapes up properly early on. Away goes our starting marshal. They left a little bit. Thomas Golub picked it up on the inside. Crump steals a mark. He tries to go through on the inside, but look at Sullivan on the outside. A tremendous ride, almost round the fence there. Crump has work to do at the back. He's now taking on Golub, but Ron Sullivan has stolen a mark, and he's way out in front now, and will get the grip again.
Yeah, he's done his homework. He did a great first corner to get round Thomas Golub. Actually, Crumpy actually missed the start then, and it's settled down quite nicely now, but Ryan Sullivan's been in top form all season. Look at Crumpy go.
Well, Kelvin spotted in the pits that Ryan Ron Sullivan was changing gear. He's done it to good effect during the break. Crump now is going to put Golob under pressure. There we see them. That's Golob in second place, Crump in third. A mistake by Golob. Crump can come through. He's going to put the challenge on into the final lap. Ron Sullivan is flying out front. Crump can't catch Golob now. Crump will have to go if he finishes third here from gate 2. It doesn't matter. They're all in the main event. But Ron Sullivan wins it in white. Thomas Golob second in red. Third in blue there is Jason Crump. A tremendous ride by him. Disappointment at the back for Rennie Holter. He wasn't quite in the class there. And one of the stewards took a little bit of a tumble on the far side there as Ron Sullivan went by. But the stadium is echoing to the sounds here because certainly that man in white, Ron Sullivan, has his fans from Peterborough. And certainly Ron Sullivan produced almost the ride of the night there, I think, and he made a good choice of gearing, Kelvin. He spotted it in the pits. He had a second chance to pick up speed when he wanted to. Let's look at the official result. Ron Sullivan goes to heat 13. He'll wear red helmet colours there. Thomas Golob will have the inside gate in heat 15 as well. Jason Crump and Rennie Holter, well, they will wear blue next time out, but they go to heat 14 and 16. Both of those, of course, still in the main event.
Yeah, that was a great first corner from Ryan Sullivan. I'm not sure if we're going to see it again, but yeah, he did make a smart move in the pits there. He did fielded his bike. But here's the man of the moment, Mark Loram, back on track, back in top form. Really riding well this year. He's gone down to Eastbourne in the Elite League, a last-minute move. Looked like he might have missed out, but he's back in the league, and I feel that he's back nearly to top confidence.
Well, listen to the noise in this stadium for Mark Loram. We see him there in the blue helmet colours, and they're all cheering for him. But certainly the American flags are out for Billy Hamill. The Aussies supporting Lee Adams. We've got 4 nations in this one. We have 3 former world champions. What an atmosphere in this place now, because the big guns are here with a vengeance. Mark Loram in the blue helmet colours there. They'll be watching him. Coming round now to back him up there is Tony Rickardson. And Tony Rickardson normally has a red helmet. I can tell you he's got almost every colour of the rainbow on that one. Gate 3 in white there, Lee Adams, the Aussie. We see him up at tapes. And Lee Adams has so often flattered to deceive the Aussie. He's never finished in the top 4 in 5 previous British Grand Prix, Lee Adams. Could this be different for him? Billy Hamill, a former world champion, of course, goes on the outside. Billy Hamill, he's reached the semi-final of the first 2 rounds this season. Too much the bridesmaid, perhaps, maybe a bit of bride tonight. Tony Rickardson on the inside. Mark Loram from gate 2. A Swede on the inside. A Brit from gate 2. Lee Adams, the Aussie, goes from gate 3, and on the outside, well, that's Billy Hamill, a former world champion, of course.
Great lineup here. That's a great lineup here, Tony. This is truly world-class guys on the start line now. I just hope Mark's got the right setup to get off the start.
15 more heats after this one. What a night of Speedway. Starting moves away. Tony Rickardson gets an absolute flyer. Mark Loram's going to chase him round the outside. Oh, a tumble at the back, but somehow Lee Adams stays on. I just wonder what happened there. He will not have a successful gate choice next time. Mark Loram moves into second place. A great effort by him, and that'll give him an inside gate next time out. They're going wider and wider. If this grid goes any further out, Kelvin, they'll be racing on the seats.
Absolutely, Tony. But Rickardson made a brilliant start from gate 1. Mark absolutely missed it, stone cold, but he made a smart move in the first corner, cut back up the inside, and Rickardson, all the guys chasing the dirt around the outside, but this seems to have settled down into a steady race here.
Yes, they're taking no risks. Remember, no elimination. It's only for choice of gates. It's really a heat, effectively, to give a slice of the track to the big boys before they face being eliminated, and all of them are taking advantage of this, and it's going to be Tony Rickardson. So often we say this out front, it means that he automatically gets an inside gate next time out. Mark Loram in second place, he'll be happy in blue. Third in yellow is Billy Hamill. They all will have learned an awful lot in that heat as it gets noisier and noisier in this Millennium Stadium. Kelvin, well, there's Lee Adams. Disappointment for him, obviously mechanical problem as he came out of that second bend. I'm not sure what happened, but no such problem for Tony Rickardson. He always seems to be mechanically perfect.
Yeah, he's meticulous preparation on and off the track. He hit the tapes there. What a perfect start he made. And, you know, Will Perfect again. He really does look like he's going to be the man to beat again tonight.
Yes, well, we know who won that. The official result shows Tony Rickardson to heat 16 in red. He'll go from the inside. Mark Laram to heat 14. He'll go from the inside. Billy Hamill and Lee Adams will have to go wide, respectively, in heats 15 and 13. That's what these two heats have sorted out. But we've got a little way to go yet, because 2 elimination heats follow before we know exactly what riders progress. But Tony Rickardson there just right, Kelvin.
Yeah, look how far out of the start he is in front. Absolutely clear after the start. Mark missed it completely, but it did him a favour, because where Rickardson went so wide, it allowed him to cut back up the inside, and he grabbed second spot in front of Billy Hamill. Here we see the back of Mark's bike. Just somehow doesn't seem to get a clean run off the start. The bike's sort of twisting and sort of wiggling to the first corner, but it actually does him a favour, because it allows him to make that decision to turn tight and get up the inside. Any second now we see Lee Adams' bike sort of lurch to the right and almost drops it. Probably one of those chains coming off. In actual fact, I can see the rear chain has come off again. There seems to be a problem with these bikes all the time. Fortunately for Lee, it wasn't an eliminator race, so he'll be out again. But pretty good ride from Mark there and settle him down.
Well, I'm just looking ahead now, because in heat 13, 3 Aussies will be in direct opposition. Grant Sullivan, Lee Adams and Todd Wiltshire will all go together, and they will face the second rider from heat 12. And we're moving on to heat 11 now, which is an elimination heat. Remember, well, with just over a minute to go for the riders to get to tapes in this one, the last 2 riders will be eliminated and they can go home, picking up respectively 4 and 3 Grand Prix points, and the first 2 march on to the main event. And that's going to be interesting, because the winner will ride in yellow in heat 16, and the second place man will also go in yellow. He'll go in heat 14.
Here we see Greg Velasek. He's just on a last-minute bike change there. He came out on his first bike but didn't like it. Gone on his second bike. That is quite a risk. You don't quite know how that's going to react, but he didn't feel happy on his first one. But 2 Brits again in this race, Lee Richardson and Joe Screen. It's an eliminator race. The nerves are jangling. You can't believe that what's going through these guys' minds now. Joe Screen off the outside again. Let's hope he can do something special.
Well, 2 Brits, of course. Lee Richardson in blue, Joe Screen in yellow in this one. And certainly we'd like to see them both go on. But Greg Vanasek's been riding well, and Greg Hancock, of course, a former world champion. It's surprised if he went out before we got through to the main event. Let's have a look. Our starting marshal has to be specific to get them into line. Referee Tony Steele looks down, away they go, and a flyer on the inside for Greg Vanasek. But look at the move by Lee Richardson. Into the fence they go at the back. Lee Richardson has stayed clear of the trouble. Moving through into second place is Joe Screen. Brits 1 and 2. Work for Greg Hancock. The American could tumble out here in third place. But what a day for the Brits, because Lee Richardson has stolen a march, and Joe Screen is now going after him.
Fantastic stuff. Superb start from Lee Richardson from gate 2. He's hit the front, but Joe Screen just did a superb corner coming off the first corner, dived underneath the 2 other lads, and is now set fair in second place.
Well, if it stays like this, Greg Hancock will be eliminated. So too will Greg Vanasek, and the Brits will march on. And remember, these 2 are the British wild cards. The stadium will go wild with 1 lap to go if these 2 finish like this. Lee Richardson, who's taken a tumble already onto the track, but he's bounced up, dusted himself down, and now well and truly will take the checkered flag. Lee Richardson in blue, looks back to see Joe Screen in yellow. Trickling home is Greg Hancock in white. Even slower is Greg Vanasek in red, and that means 2 more Brits are through to the main event. A tremendous ride by Lee Richardson, the wild card. What an effort by the 23-year-old. He qualified for the World Championship semi-final a couple of weeks back and could be in the Grand Prix proper next year. But the fans know, and they are saluting a man, a popular rider. I remember his dad riding very well for Eastbourne. He won the British League, National League Riders' Championship at Wimbledon 1 year. But certainly a great win for his son now. Lee Richardson, the winner, into the main event, heat 16. Joe Screen, second place, into the main event, heat 14. Greg Hancock disappeared with 4 points, and on 3 points, the man in 4th place is Greg Vanasek. So, well, Kelvin.
Great
as
race.
It sorts itself out. We saw what the fans wanted to see here. Brits 1 and 2.
Fantastic race. Here we see it again. Joe Screen off the outside. He's desperately trying to make a good start there, screaming at the bike in his helmet there, go, go, go. But he's smart in the first corner here. He just gets cut out of there. Greg Hancock coming into view there, overlocking. Joe's made a really smart move here, following around, just taking his time a little bit, but he gets his wheels in line now. And now you'll see the speed as he comes off the corner. He roars underneath Greg Balasek and Greg Hancock and slides into second place. Lee Richardson's already out front. That was a superb move from Joe Screen there. He didn't panic and allowed him to get into second place and into the main event.
Well, Joe Screen's reward is racing against Mark Laram, Jason Crump and Andreas Johnson, and that's going to be
He'll be delighted.
Tough for him, I'm sure. Well, it's certainly working out. We're going to see what happens here because the second place man races against the Aussies in heat 13. As we move now into heat number 12. There's the lineup now for heat number 12. On the inside in red, we see there Lucas Grimmel. Gate 2, Nicholas Klingberg. Gate 3, Sebastian Ulebeck, the pole part of Team Ricardson. On the outside is Andy Smith. We'll be cheering for the Brit Andy Smith again. But remember, the last 2 riders in this are eliminated. The first 2 go through to the main event. What an atmosphere. It seems to be getting hotter and hotter, keener and keener, and these fans are making themselves heard, Kevin.
It's absolutely incredible. I think I've never experienced an atmosphere like this at a Speedway meeting. This Millennium Stadium just generates atmosphere. You can literally touch it out there. It's just incredible stuff. And again, this heat, you know, we've got some truly great performance, and this is an eliminator, Tony. You know, anything can happen here again.
Kelvin, I have to tell you, the last one at Wembley was quite an occasion for me. I had £200 on Bruce Pennell at 7 to 2.
Oh, well, that was a great night for you again, but this is...
worth something then.
Yes, it certainly was. I think this is a race here where Andy Smith is coming off the outside start. He's going to have to pull a really cool move in the first corner.
Heat number 12. There we see on the inside in red, Lucas Grimmel. Gate 2 in 2 there, Nicholas Klingberg. If they look down, our starting marshal moves away, and away they go. And again on the inside, Lucas. Oh! Somebody's... Oh, 1, 2, 3. Into the fence they go.
Unbelievable.
10 green bottles weren't hanging on the wall. The only one surviving, Andy Smith out front. And, well, there they do. The air fence to the rescue. But that is one of the most spectacular speedway crashes I have ever seen. And sadly, all 3 riders are still on the deck, but they're gradually getting up.
Yeah, that was a tough crash there. I think it's Sebastian Ulebeck that we're looking at there. He seemed to take the full force of that accident there. Fortunately, Drimmel's up. He's just probably just a little bit shaken up, but Sebastian Ulebeck does seem to be just suffering a little bit. Maybe the wind's been knocked out of him, and let's hope he's not too seriously injured. Nicholas Klingberg walking away. He's got away with it. Andy Smith, Mr. Houdini, I call him. He got away scot-free there, but yeah, Ulebeck's sitting up. I think he's going to be okay, Tony.
Well, it's certainly they're tough, these poles, and what I see of some of their speed, but they're used to hitting the fence at full throttle,
they certainly
bouncing up and going again.
Yeah, that's the norm for them. I think again, if that had been a solid fence, Tony, I don't think we'd see any of them getting up.
Well, there's Lucas Grimmel, a bouncing check, almost literally.
I can't cope with this. But no, that was again the air fence coming to the rescue. Here we see the guys all going up. Nobody wants to give an inch. Drimmel makes the start. Again, Klingberg a sandwich there. Klingberg then obviously been moved out by Drimmel. Drimmel does a pirouette, and all 3 of them bounce into the fence. That really could have been very nasty, and we're just left with Andy Smith out front. And there we see Drimmel giving a real right handful of gas there, trying to find the grip. He moves out again as he enters that first corner, just moving Nicholas Klingberg over. Just out of shot now. He overlocks there, and he's spun round. The track is obviously still greasy, and he goes down, but he got away with that. The guy that got the full force again from this angle. 3 guys on the inside, all getting there together, all that sandwich again. Ulebeck gets a real shove as he enters the corner, then another shove, and down he goes. Drimmel does a pirouette. Nicholas Klingberg goes through between the 2 of them, and whoop, over the handlebars.
At this rate, the camping shops in Cardiff are going to be out of those air mattresses they're using on the bed there. Referees decided all 4 are back in, but still we've got a problem with Sebastian Ulebeck down on the track in the distance there. But he's up now. All 4 riders on their feet, and that we saw. Sebastian Ulebeck almost went under the air fence there. But there he is. He's up and about.
Yeah, he's obviously just a bit knocked about. May well have been winded in that crash. He's taken a few seconds to get himself together. He's waving at the crowd. He's fine, I think, Tony.
Well, the crowd applauding Sebastian Ulemek there, and certainly, well, we've got to go with Heat 12 again. We're going to get to that main event eventually, but we're still looking to see.
Just shows you how competitive this Grand Prix Speedway is nowadays. You know, nobody wants to give an inch. That was an eliminator race, everybody going for it.
Well, Chris Louis is once again down in the pits with Jonathan Green right next to the fence. They saw it all firsthand. What's going on, lads?
I'll tell you what, I don't know whose decision it was to place Chris Louis on the first corner, but it seems to be the right spot for you tonight. You didn't miss that one either, did you?
No, the action's all here on the first corner, and that's how it's going to get. It's going to get more and more like that as the night goes on. All the dirt's moved right out. Everybody wants to be in it. That particular incident, I think, was really caused by Lucas Dremel. He moved himself out there from gate one, and he just lost control, spun out. I've just been talking to Michael Carlson, and he says that it's very, very slippery now. The damp seems to be coming through the dirt, and it's giving the boys something to think about.
We always talk about the starts being so important. You've heard all the other riders, and I know you said the same, but it's also turning out that if you are close, which they were, that first corner and how you get out of it is even more important.
That's right, yeah. Effectively, the guys are making the track about 5-6 foot wide. They all want that little bit of dirt right on the fence, and that's only going to get worse as the dirt moves out. I'm sure they're going to try and grade some back to give the boys something to race on, but it's going to make the first turns very important. The starts are important, but guys are making moves in the first corner, which is the next best thing if you don't make the start.
We've seen the big boys in action now, and I just wonder, you know, now you've seen more of the track and it is changing slightly. Who do you think is going to come out on top? Obviously, your quote, you said Andreas Johnson, and that was proved pretty good. So who else is out there for you? I'm going to get your prediction now and change the bet.
Yeah, Tony Rickardson was, he looked like he was holding back in that race. I don't know whether he was holding back to maybe go for second place and get a different gate position. I'm not sure, but you know, he made a fantastic start. It wasn't just his bike, it was him. He reacted so quickly. If you watch a replay of that start, he drops the clutch way before anybody else.
How impressed are you with Lee Richardson tonight?
It's going very good. I'm too scared to say too much about him. I just want to keep the pressure off him and let him get on with it. But he's doing a really good job, and Scotty's doing a sort of a workman-like job out there. He just keeps plugging away, keep getting the second places. So all the Brits are doing very, very well.
And the Brits are all working together, it seems, when they're out there on the track.
Yeah, I'm sure they're not helping each other too much in pit lane. I think they all want to be the David Beckham of the Speedway world right now, but they're doing a fantastic job for us out there.
We thought the referee in the World Cup had a tough job with England and Argentina, but he's got a tough one here tonight, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's going to be watching those first corners very closely because, like I say, the guys all want that dirt on the fence, and they're only going to be getting closer and closer to it.
I know you want to be out there, but are you enjoying this?
I have enjoyed it, yeah. I mean, the racing's tough. Those first corners, from a rider's point of view, are pretty scary. You know, everyone's going up the dirt line, and yeah, I wish I was out there, but this is as near as I can get tonight.
All right, thanks, Chris. Well, back to you guys. It's well, it's all going on the first corner, isn't it?
Well, we've seen plenty of action. We're looking, of course, for heat number 12 to restart, but I'm also looking at the coming heats, because if you look at heat 13, there are 3 Australians in action. That clock down there, of course, tells us this is how long the riders for the restart of heat 12 have to get to tapes, and it's now just over a minute. But heat 13 will see 3 Australians, Sullivan, Adams and Wiltshire. Heat 14 will see Mark Laram against Jason Crump, Joe Screen and Andreas Johnson. Heat 15 will see Hamill Carlson against Golov, along with the man who finishes first in heat number 12. But certainly now we're going to get underway with heat number 12. Remember, this one will see the first 2 riders progressing to the main event. The last 2 will go home. Kelvin, nerves are jangling for these guys, aren't they?
No question about it. After that first corner incident in the first start of this race, you know, the guys, I don't know what's going through the minds of those guys, because, you know, at the moment anything can happen, and like Chris was saying, that everybody's going for that outside run, and that's making the track very narrow, and it's absolutely vital that you hit it and you get out of the first corner. But you know, this is what Grand Prix Speedway is all about, Tony. You know, it is the toughest of the tough, and you've really got to be concentrated and committed.
Well, concentrated we must be, committed everything must be. Certainly as we look towards this, we're not halfway through the meeting yet. This is an eliminator. Lucas Trimmel goes on the inside. Nicholas Klingberg of Sweden, gate 2. Sebastian Ulemek, having recovered from that crash as he hit into the barrier there, he goes from gate 3. And on the outside, it's Andy Smith, who missed all the action.
Yeah, he did. He was very fortunate. He hasn't had to dust himself too much. It'll be interesting to see what he does this time.
Can Andy Smith get to the main event? Remember, he's got to finish in the first 2. Let's cheer on Andy Smith from the outside. Our starting marshal moves away. Away he goes. Up by the tape. Andy Smith kicks it down. Snail of the tortoise, perhaps this is. Smith goes round the outside. More and more grip. Can he find space? He's keeping going. He's moving round the outside. Lucas Dribble is in front. Smith locks up. Now tries to put pressure under Ulemek. Smith has work to do, but maybe tonight has the capability second place. There's work to do for Andy.
Yeah, there is. He was a little bit unfortunate. It looked like he had the speed to get round the outside, but Ulamek's been pretty fast all night. He seems to have recovered remarkably well from the spill earlier on, but Dremel out front, Ulamek in second. It's looking tough for Andy Smith at the moment.
And even tougher for your man Nicholas Klingberg at the back, because he will go home as well here if it stays like this. Andy Smith hasn't given up as we go into the final lap, but Lucas Dremel could be on his way to the main event, the leader. Lucas Dremel in red down that back straight, hence the man in white, Sebastian Ulamek. Lucas Dremel has the checkered flag within his sight, and Lucas Dremel takes that checkered flag ahead of in white, Sebastian Ulamek. Third in yellow is Andy Smith, who would disappear home, but Andy Smith will pick up another 4 Grand Prix points to add to the 10 he came into the meeting with. And at the back, well, disappointment indeed for Nicholas Klingberg in blue. That's now sorted out, all the riders in the main event. We'll see the slow-mos of this in a minute, because obviously now we know exactly who is through to the main event, and one of those through to the main event is that man, Lucas Dremel, the number 14, of course a favourite. He's the youngest rider in the field, and it's the first time he's reached the main event. He was eliminated in the last 2 rounds in Poland. For Lucas Dremel, it's a first here at the Millennium Stadium, and this is the official result, which shows he races now in heat number 15. We'll have all the lineups for you shortly, and Sebastian Ulamek goes to a race, of course, against the 3 Australians in heat 13. And Ulamek joins his teammate Tony Rickardsson tonight in the main event. While the last 2 in yellow, Andy Smith, and in blue, Nicholas Klingberg, go home from heat number 12. So there are now 13 heats to go, including a final, of course. And certainly from the crowd's point of view, well, the big action is still to come, and we seem to have been here half the night already, Kelvin. It's going to be a long, long night.
It certainly is. Here we see the restart again. Lucas Dremel from the inside. He makes a good, clean start, but Ulamek somehow gets a lot of grip. Seems to try and clamp down Dremel, but Dremel's smart round the first corner, hugs the white line, slips back underneath. Ulamek takes him by surprise. Just for a moment here, it looks like Andy Smith's going to get that run round the outside, but Ulamek's aware of him. He drifts out onto that race line and just blocks off Andy's move. Here we see Andy coming off the start again. I've actually been very impressed with Andy's determination tonight. He really wants to do well in the Grand Prix. There's that style, that hunch style over the front of the bike, out in the dirt. Got round Nicholas Klingberg there. He's desperately trying to create a sort of like a slingshot off the first corner. He's got the grip, the front wheel's light in the air. Had a quick look over his shoulder. Dremel slid across in front of him. But that was a tough race for Andy, because unfortunately he's on his way home.
Andy Smith then disappointed, but the fans here aren't disappointed. We've got plenty of action to come, and all the big names still in this event. Who's going to win the British Grand Prix? Plenty more coming after the break.
Form is temporary and class is forever. That you're only as old as you feel. It's that time of year when we roll back the years in a new season of Masters football. Teams from across the country littered with legends of the past, all hoping to reach the grand final in September. Starting with the Irish Masters tomorrow at 5, Sky Sports 1.
So, see you next week, yeah? Oh, and you're married, right?
Looking for an unmarked teammate. He finds Maradona. He goes past 1, 2, 3 players. Platini passes through to Shearer and goal! Now you can own over 8 hours of FIFA World Cup highlights on video and DVD. The legend of the FIFA World Cup. Own it on video and DVD now.
I've got home recovery. Can you send someone round?
Tank's empty. And his engine's full of love.
I'm gonna have to take him in.
Fill up properly in the morning. Grab the new big breakfast bun with scrambled egg, bacon, sausage and spicy sauce.
Of course, home recovery entitles you to a courtesy replacement till yours is repaired.
If you're not using Roundup, there's something you should know. That perennial weed you thought was dead could still be alive. And it's going to come back again and again. Most other weed killers only kill the leaves. Roundup kills the root. And if a weed doesn't have any roots, it can never come back. Roundup kills the root, kills the weed.
First, Dyson created a cyclone, giving incredible suction. Now we've developed smaller, tighter cyclones, so that in the same space the power can be multiplied. Again, and again, and again. Creating the first ever H-cyclone cleaner, the most powerful upright, with no loss of suction. The new Dyson Route Cyclone. More cyclones, more power.
This little piggy went to market. He had a monkey on his shoulder and a skip in his step. On the way, he met a matador. "You going to market?" the matador said. "Deed I am," said the pig. "Where you going?" "Home," said the matador. "Today is a bear market, and I'm a bull man." Little piggy skipped on. Soon he found himself being turned over and under by hungry bears. They ate the shirt from his back, turned his monkey into a hill of beans. The moral of this is this: don't go to market unless you know who you're dealing with.
We move on to the main event at the British Speedway Grand Prix here in Cardiff, and we're in for a long night. If you were tuning into the Lewis Tyson fight, we might take you right to it. But the only one thing about that, you're not going to see so many men on the deck. Unless they give us something very special.
Definitely.
What about tonight? I mean, we've had a situation here in turn one. Quite interesting what, obviously, Chris right down on the turn there. He's in pole position to see exactly what's going on. But he was right when he said there's 6 foot of dirt and they're all going for it. And they are all absolutely committed to go to that bit of dirt, aren't they?
They do, and now they've just graded the track a little bit, so it's changing around a little bit. And they might feel a little bit more comfortable about staying a little bit lower until these develop again. But the way this track lends to, it looks like all the little bit of dirt that's there has fallen to the outside, and I think there's a little bit of a slight off camber, and it tends the bikes kind of run there. So they actually coming into the corner, they're kind of a little bit hesitant, and then they got to find it and try and get out of it. So
there's been no question of commitment here, Gary, has there? Every single tour rider, every single man has gone for it. I think Andy Smith was very, very unfortunate not to go through, because that last ride of him was a great ride, and he really was searching the dirt out and looked very fast.
Yeah, Andy was very unlucky, you know. He looked good at Big Gosh, and he was unlucky there, and I think he was unlucky again. But you know, tonight I think the organisers have got to be congratulated, because although the track looks pretty icy, it's what I call a proper speedway track, where the rider who goes the widest gets the most speed, and it's back to the old he who dares wins, and the guys were always searching out there for the dirt on the outside. I think by the end of the meeting, it's going to be the one with the biggest, what do you call it, can go wide enough.
I'm glad you didn't say it. He would have said it a little bit earlier on, of course. Let's take a look at then the men that have gone through into the main event now. There it is. Ryan Sullivan, Lee Adams, Todd Wiltshire and Sebastian Ulemek are out in Heat 13. Mark Loran meets up with Jason Crump, Andreas Johnson and Joe Screen. Tough one for Screeny there, but he's going good. And then in Heat 15, Thomas Goller, Billy Hamill, Michael Carlson and Lucas Drimmel. Tony Rickardson, Rina Holder, Scott Nichols and Lee Richardson. So Scotty and Lee meet up in Heat 16. Well, that's how they line up then, as far as the coming heats are concerned. We've got a band down on the green right now, but down by the side of the track, Joe Screen and Lee Richardson with our very own Jonathan.
Well, guys, I got you together, and I've got 2 heroes here, the 2 wildcards. Show the other boys how to do it. First of all, Lee, what about that for you?
Yeah, you know, I'd had a few problems with bikes before that heat and fell off twice, obviously, and I changed back to my first bike I was on in the first heat, so it went good. It was good to win that one. I had to make quite a hard first turn, but, you know, I'm through to the main event, so I'm well happy.
Joe, what about you? How was it out there for you?
Yeah, I paused the start up off gate 4 and just saw everybody running for the dirt, and I just cut back, and, you know, it's weird, you know, it's like an indoor track, and It's not good for racing, it's just sort of people making mistakes and all about the starts.
You're going to have Laram in your next one. How do you feel about that? Have you seen who else is in it?
I'm not even bothered, I'm just here to enjoy myself, you know, I'm taking the atmosphere.
Seen a few Joe Screen scarves out there. What's the atmosphere like when you come out?
It's unbelievable, mate. It's a wicked event. You know, so I'm glad I'm in it. I'm glad I'm not watching this year.
Well, Lee, I've got to ask you, obviously we've mentioned your injuries. I don't know how your thumb is now, but you must be so delighted that, what, you've literally had half the season off, and now you're right in the middle of a Grand Prix.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It was great to come back for this meeting. Obviously, I've only done, I think this is my second or third meeting back since, and I rode in Vetlander to qualify for next year's Grand Prix series. So I haven't had much racing lately, but you know, I'm getting on the bike, and you know, I've got the same sort of thing as Joe. Really, I'm just here to enjoy myself. I've got nothing to lose, you know. And it's great to soak up the atmosphere. Is incredible. I've never ridden in anything like this before in my career.
How's that left thumb holding up?
Yeah, it's hurting a little bit. I actually cut my little finger when I dropped the bike in one of the crashes. So I don't know. It feels all right, but just got to keep going now. I'm out of breath.
Well, you're getting 2 thumbs up from all the Sky Sports fans and all the British fans. Well done.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
And from up here in the studio, I've got to say as well. Now then, we heard Joe Screen a little bit critical there of this type of track, but I've got to say, for my money tonight, we've had great entertainment. Obviously, the riders, some of the riders, aren't enjoying it that much. What's your view, Gary?
No, I mean, like I said, it looks very icy on the inside and skatey, and it doesn't look like the type of track which would be an enjoyable track to ride, but it's a track which is out there with, like Joe said, people making mistakes on the first corner and people making moves, and especially on the third and fourth bend there, it's who dares go out really, really wide can pick up a little bit of drive.
Very quickly, Sam, I've got to say that with the arenas that we are now working with, that we're going to be working with over the years with Grand Prix as this series expands, isn't it a case now that everyone's got to accept that this is what's going to happen and they've got to tune themselves into this type of racing?
For both sides too, the riders and the organizers. I mean, they're trying to get a good stable base. They've got it now. Now they can work from there. I think it's only going to get better.
I do as well, absolutely. Right, Jono's got Mark Laram, and we all want to know what he's got to say.
Well, not the perfect start for Mark Laram. You blew the start, obviously, but you got that out the inside. That's what you needed.
Yeah, it's really slick, you know. It's going to be really difficult to do anything, so the ruts were so deep on the start line, my back wheel was literally off the ground, so I can't go in them that deep. You know, I blew that one, but that one's not so important as the next one.
You're on the inside for the next one. Do you think it'll be better out there? Got a lot of winds out there.
I hope so. I certainly hope so.
What's it like now you finally got one under? Because you had a long while to wait, didn't you?
Yeah, much better now.
Cool down and relaxed?
Yep.
All right, we'll go for it.
Thanks.
About that.
A lot of tension down there, gentlemen, as you come back to us in the studio here. We're looking now at the main event about to start. Sam.
Well, I was just saying, pointing out what Mark just said about the ruts coming into on the starting grids. What's happening is nobody's gamed enough to try a new spot, and it's going to take probably 2 or 3 good starts out of that to make that a good gate. So you'll probably find guys now they're going to have to take. There's a lottery starting on the grooves. You got to start fresh. That's going to cost them. So it's who's going to do it first.
I think, like Sam says about the grooves on the start, most people don't like really deep grooves. Only one person I know who loves a deep groove, and that's Tony Ricardo. And the deeper the groove, the better. He's a groove hound, and I think that should suit him right down to the ground.
Okay. But now that we've had the interval and they've dragged all the dirt back down to the inside as well, the track's all going to be completely different again anyway, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. I mean, they've dragged it back to the inside, but I don't think it'll stay there long. 2 or 3 heats, it'll be back up on the fence again.
So who do you fancy as things move on now? You said about Rickardson, he likes the deep groove at the start. I mean, you've always got a bet on him, so let's forget about it.
As an outside bet, I fancy Andreas Jonsson. You know, I've seen him ride a few times this year, and actually rode against him in Sweden the other night, and he was absolutely awesome, and he seems to have the bike working good tonight. So I think keep your eyes on him.
Well, we're keeping our eyes on Heat 13 now. Unlucky, we hope, not for any of these guys. Ryan Sullivan, Lee Adams, Todd Wiltshire and Seb Ulemek are out there. And as I can see, Gary leaps. Yes, thank you for that, Gary. I'm glad you weren't on us on that particular point.
I'm going to put
Don't blame me.
I'm going to put my money on this guy right now. The first race he had was just bam, bam, see ya, man. I'm gone. He's on it. And he seems so fast. I mean, see how he comes out of the start.
Sebastian.
No, Ryan Sullivan.
Ryan Sullivan off the inside. There's a bit of a wind-up going on here. So let's get back to our track commentators then. Kelvin Tatum and Tony Millard.
I saw the picture of Sebastian Ulemek as well. Ryan Sullivan on the inside. Lee Adams goes from gate 2. Todd Wiltshire gate 3. All Australians. All have won a heat bar Adams so far. On the outside, Sebastian Ulemek the pole. Of course, a flyer last time out, second in heat 12. Kelvin, an open heat here, but I think they're all going to be pretty open from now on.
No question about it. This is a tough call for Sebastian Ulemek. He really is in with the big boys now. Lee Adams had that problem we saw. He had a mechanical failure in his first ride, so he hasn't really got to grips with the track. Ryan Sullivan, we saw, he absolutely flew round the outside, and I've been impressed with his form all season. And Todd Wiltshire's had 2 superb victories, so this is a great heat-in prospect.
Well, we're waiting with that man in yellow, Sebastian Ulemek, to come and join the Australians, but Ryan Sullivan, you spotted him changing gear, and it seemed to make an awful lot of difference last time out.
Yeah, just one tooth on the back wheel rather can make all that difference. You know, the bike all of a sudden hooks up off the corner, it gives you that little bit more speed, and the bike becomes alive, it's easier to ride. And Ryan obviously felt right from the word go that that's what was required. He made the decision, and it worked out for him.
Now, what about this dirt that's been pulled back? They've all been going very, very wide in the last few heats.
Yeah.
Will it fall back to Ryan Sullivan, who's going from gate 1 to get a flyer?
I still think that the track's pretty greasy on the inside. The dirt on the surface is loose. I think it won't be long before the guys are chasing the dirt around the outside again.
Let's hope they leave a bit of room for the poor man right on the outside. It's Sebastian Ulemek here, and he's had a collision with the fence already. We see him there. This is heat 13, the start of the main event. Away we go, up by the take from the inside there. A good start by Ryan Sullivan, but look at the pressure on the inside now from Todd Wilson. Oh! Down they go at the back. Little room left there for Sebastian Ulemek, who hits the fence again. The man who left him very little space would have seemed to be Lee Adams, and look at Sebastian Ulemek there. And that's not a nice place to hit the fence as you come out of the bend.
No, that was high-speed accident there. He just ran straight in the back of Lee Adams. I think the guy may have just been overriding a little bit, to be honest, Tony. I think that, you know, he's desperate to do well in this Grand Prix series, and he really did go in there at high speed. He'd hooked up hard coming off the corner. Todd Wiltshire had crept round the inside, had squeezed the riders up against the fence, and really Ulemek was left with nowhere to go.
Well, Sebastian Ulemek needing attention there. The fence too will need attention. They're all out there, and certainly Carl Blumfeld, I think, is one of those out there. And look at that man there, Lee Adams, rushing back to the pits there. He's left his bike on the track as Lee Adams, and I think he wants a spare machine. I'm not sure what was wrong with his.
Here we see it again, Tony. Lee Adams did make a good start, Ryan Sullivan again, but Wiltshire's made a smart move. He's got his front wheel over the white line. He's competing hard. Here we see it now. Ulemek's just run straight in the back of Lee Adams, and whoa, that was a high-speed impact there, and he's really feeling knocked about.
Sebastian Ulemek has been excluded by our referee for that, and of course he will have a chance to come back as elimination. Sebastian Ulemek, as we saw there, I did Lee Adams an injustice when I said that he didn't leave any space. Sebastian Ulemek clearly went straight in the back of him, and it means that Sebastian Ulemek is, well, he out effectively gets 4th place, and we move on to heat 18 in the white helmet coat. Sit again there, Kelvin.
There we
Not
saw
a
it
nice
again.
one.
No, it wasn't. He just clipped the back wheel of Lee Adams and went over the high side, as we call it. That can result in a collarbone injury when you go over that way. There we're looking at Ulemek off the outside. He's got across in front of Todd Wiltshire, who's now nearly alongside Lee Adams. He's gone in that dirt. There is quite a lot of heavy dirt there on the outside. His bike now starts to hook up really hard there. He's out of control now, and he's just run straight in the back of Lee Adams. Lee Adams actually was very fortunate himself not to come off in that incident, but a little bit of inexperience, I think, Tony, just trying a little bit too hard.
Well, certainly is excluded this time, and
he's obviously quite knocked about. He's not getting to his feet straight away. Fingers crossed that he's not too seriously injured. We saw the old air fence, you know, really absorbing all the energy as he came out of the corner.
Well, he's got 5 heats now to have a rest before he comes back into the event.
Yeah, he's up on his feet. That's good to see. Again, if that hadn't have been an air fence, I don't think we would have seen him up on his feet. He would have been probably in the ambulance on the way to hospital now, but again, a real great advert for an air fence.
Well, certainly Sebastian Ulemek, but we will be restarting with 3.
Yeah.
Well, Chris Louis has been pretty busy tonight. He's been seeing all the action down in front of the pits. He's again with Jonathan Green.
Yeah, Chris Louis, our ace reporter tonight, that's for sure, on the spot yet again. But how did you see that? Because it was very strange, because suddenly he hooked up very quickly.
Yeah, he did. The track's just been graded. I don't think it particularly caught him out. He picked up more traction than he wanted, and you know, he's under a lot of pressure. He's just come into a team paired up with the world champion Tony Rickardsson, so he wants to do well. He's desperate to do well. Maybe he could have shut the throttle off, kept going, and just caught the back of Lee's bike, and could have been even nastier for Lee as well.
I was going to say, what happened with Lee? Was there something wrong with his bike as well? Did you see he didn't go as quickly as we thought he might?
No, I thought he'd made the start, but he didn't quite get the run to the first corner, and he was very fortunate to come out of that without crashing. It made him stop quite quick. He ran up the front of the bike, but he seems to be okay.
Are the lines changing?
Not really, no. I mean, the line is up on the fence. They've graded the track. It's going to give the boys a chance to use a bit more of the track for maybe 2 or 3 heats, and it's going to be right back up there on the fence again.
Well, you can see Sebastian's up and running, but you guys really are tough. But what about that air fence? That really saved him, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a perfect advert for it. You know, it's such an important factor in this GP, in any speedway meeting. The air fence does a fantastic job, and that crash was a classic case of the air fence doing a job perfectly.
I'm glad to see him up.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. He's one of the nice guys in speedway, so it's good to see he's not hurt.
Teammate, of course, of Tony Rickardson. But back to you guys.
In time for the rerun, just between 3 Australians in heat 13. And remember, they're all staying. It's not an elimination heat. Sebastian Ulemek has been excluded. He went into the back there, as we saw Lee Adams' machine. Not quite sure whether Lee was fully under power, but it looks as if Lee Adams has a brand new machine here now, which is on his second machine, Kelvin. And will that be set up correctly?
Well, I would like to think so. Lee Adams is a very professional guy. He's got a terrific outfit. I'm sure that he'll feel pretty comfortable on this spare bike, but I think Lee was under power. I just think that Ulemek was caught out with the amount of grip he got coming out of that corner and just went straight in the back of him. Ryan Sullivan, he stayed out of trouble. He made a good start, and Todd Wiltshire again, he was just a little bit outpaced as he went into the first corner, but it's so tough. Ulemek just looks like he's having his wrist looked at there, but I think that's a doctor. Yeah, he looks like he's got some having some attention there, but hopefully he'll be all right for his next ride.
Well, his next ride will be in heat 18 now. He'll be going from gate 3 in that one, and that will be a chance for him to win through. There's the lineup. Ron Sullivan on the inside. Lee Adams, gate 2. Todd Wiltshire in gate 3. All Australians. Ron Sullivan comes from Adelaide. Lee Adams comes from Mildura. Todd Wiltshire comes from Sydney. Interstate rivalry indeed, Kelvin.
It certainly is, and this is almost the first 3 in the Aussie final just earlier this year. But Ryan Sullivan, I think he could be another dark horse along with Andreas Jonsson tonight. He's been improving, he's gaining confidence all the time in the Grand Prix Series. He's actually improved his position within the Grand Prix Series every year he's been in it, and he's I think he's due a Grand Prix win, you know.
Well, we'll have to see. Lee Adams, 6 times an Australian champion. The man in red on his inside there, Ryan Sullivan, who looked impressive in winning heat number 9. That's Lee Adams, the man in blue, waiting to start gate number 2. The starting marshal gets them into line. Away we go. Ryan Sullivan lifting on the inside, cutting across is Todd Wiltshire. He's a lightning starter tonight, Todd Wiltshire. He's stolen a march on his 2 fellow countrymen now, and Todd Wiltshire leads the man in red, Ryan Sullivan. Back at the rear is Lee Adams, who will just coast round here surely, but the man out front, Todd Wiltshire, the Sydney-sider, is flying.
Absolutely classic start from Todd Wiltshire there, clear from gate 3. That's not the easiest of positions to come out of, but he was well in front. He was able to get across to the white line and dictate the first corner, and the other guys have settled in nicely behind him.
Well, the last 11 meetings, Todd Wiltshire hasn't made a final on this form tonight. Well, he could well do so here at the Millennium Stadium. A lap and a quarter to go. Todd Wiltshire in the white helmet colours from Sydney leads the man in red, Ron Sullivan from Adelaide. Back in 3rd place, Lee Adams from Mildura. These 2 are battling now. Look at Sullivan. Sullivan has gone by him. Sullivan has taken him. A brilliant ride by Ron Sullivan, and he's going to take the checkered flag. Ron Sullivan in red, ahead of Todd Wiltshire in white. The man in blue there is Lee Adams in 3rd place. And I just wonder whether the effort there, perhaps, from the leader, Todd Wiltshire, was perhaps making sure that he got a wider gate space next time out where the grip is. For the moment, certainly, that was pretty good. Ryan Sullivan gets the cheers. The Peterborough fans are down in front of us here. They're enjoying it too. Ryan Sullivan enjoying himself at the moment. Second successive victory there. And the fans are enjoying it. Flags are waving.
Sure, I'm not so sure I can agree with you. Here we see the result, Tony.
Ron Sullivan winning ahead of Todd Wiltshire. It means that Todd Wiltshire goes to gate 20, where he'll be in gate 3 in heat 20, whereas Ron Sullivan, the winner now, will go from the inside in heat 19. How significant is that then, Kelvin?
I don't know. I think Todd Wiltshire would make starts from any gate tonight. You know, he's just been electric. He's made starts from gate 1 and gate 3. I think he's just that sort of rider. I think, to be quite honest, I think Ryan Sullivan actually caught him napping a little bit in that last heat. I think probably Todd felt they had it all wrapped up, and Ryan just took advantage of creeping up the inside.
So we move on to heat 14, and there's going to be a tale to tell in this one. That's Joe Screen in the yellow helmet colours there. Already up at takes is Mark Moran. You can hear the noise in this Stadium because there are 2 Brits in heat number 14. And they're up against Jason Crump and Andreas Johnson. Talent in abundance in this one.
Superb. Here we see the lineup, Tony.
Mark Aram goes from the inside. Jason Crump from gate 2. The Swede Andreas Johnson from gate 3. And on the outside is Joe Screen, who came second previous race in heat 11. Andreas Johnson, a winner of heat 8. Mark Aram was second in heat 10. Jason Crump third in heat 9.
Be interesting to see what Mark gets up to this time. He didn't make a very good start first time out, but he made a great first corner. He's up against some real good fast starting guys here, Jason Crump in particular, and also there in gate 3, Andreas Johnson. He's looked mighty fast this evening, and Joe Screen on the outside. Another great lineup for here for this heat.
I have to say that the last 16 in this are probably as good as any Grand Prix we've seen, and certainly, well, there's going to be some thrilling racing to come yet if we finish it tonight. Heat 14, Mark Aram on the inside. A great start essential, but we know how Mark can come to the back. Oh, a lift from Andreas Johnson to hold him up. Pole position taken by Jason Crump. Mark Aram in second place. Johnson picking up grip all over the place. Oh! And Joe Screen comes through on the inside. A real battle. Mark will come back inside him. What a battle for these 2 Eastbourne riders. But out front, well, Jason Crump is going fast. He's going where the dirt is. Johnson's on the inside. Mark Aram comes round again. No space there at all.
Fantastic first lap there. Andreas Johnson and Mark Loram and Joe Screen back in the action, but there's just so much going on at the same time. It's just so hard to follow, but what a racing prospect here.
Well, the line important. Mark Aram seems to be going full throttle all the way around the outside. Andreas Johnson going from in to out and back again. And out front was Jason Crump pursuing his own course and leading by a fair margin. Joe Screen at the back now will have to go again to stay in the meeting, but the battle's still on in second place there, and Mark Aram will continue to go wide. Jason Crump will win it here in the blue helmet colours. Mark Aram in the red helmet colours takes second place. Andreas Johnson third in white. It means for Jason Crump an inside gate in heat 20. Mark Aram will go from gate 3 in heat 19. But we saw the quality of the riders in that one, and as a result we saw real quality and thrills in abundance in the racing. A fabulous speedway heat, heat 14, and the crowd, what, can they get any noisier here, Kelvin?
I just can't believe it. I can't hear myself think. You know, so much happened in that race, it just was impossible to say what was going to happen next. But one thing certainly did happen. Jason Crump hit the front. They rode a really classic race, but Mark Loram just rode out of his skin. He was under pressure from Joe Screen and Andreas Johnson, but he battled his way through into second place.
The official result, Jason Crump the winner to heat 20, Mark Loram to heat 19. Andreas Johnson and Joe Screen will have the opportunity to go again respectively in heats 18 and 17. But well, it's a 270-metre track, and Jason Crump's line probably took him round about 320 metres all the way around.
Here we see it again. Andreas Johnson really lifts hard. That actually costs him the opportunity to get there because he made a good jump. Crumpy gets across in front of Mark Loram at the moment. Mark's keeping it nice and tight, but just watch what Joe Screen does now. He hits a nice, get a little bit of grip up the inside, roars underneath Mark coming into turn 2. Fantastic skill to not actually run into Mark Loram, but he can't hold the inside. Mark sees him coming, turns back up the inside. Fantastic speedway that was, absolutely fantastic.
Well, there's the man of the moment, Jason Crump. Did I detect a little smile on his face? I don't expect that wrist is hurting so much now. But certainly as we move on to heat 15, well, there are more big names here. We can see them across the tapes. On the inside, Thomas Gollop, Billy Hamill, former world champion, of course, from gate 2. Gate 3 is Michael Carlson, and Lucas Drimmel goes from the outside. Gollop, of course, doesn't race in Britain. Billy Hamill, he races for Coventry. Michael Carlson races for Wolverhampton. Lucas Drimmel for Oxford on the outside. Fans from all those clubs here in the Millennium Stadium tonight. And heat 15, yet another one, is going to be pretty interesting.
What's Thomas Gollop going to get up to in this first corner here, Tony? He's on the inside. Does look like the fastest line is around the outside. But he's going to be up against some tough customers here. If he leaves too much room, he could well leave a big hole for Billy and Michael Carlson to go up the inside. Tough decision to make for a rider.
Tactical riding tonight. It's not all just shoot from the gate, keep to the white line, is it?
Oh, absolutely not. You've got to be making decisions on in half a second. It's absolutely vital to be in the right place at the right time.
Heat 15 is the right place now. Away goes our starting marshal. Almost a full start. Thomas Golub hunts the line this time. Golub goes wide, coming through the inside. Lucas Dribble to put him under pressure. Look at the bucking and rearing for Billy Hamill, who goes through the back two like a knife through butter, and the back dribble stays on by a miracle. Some aerobatic riding there, and we saw Lucas Dribble into the fence, and the back goes Billy Hamill. He's down, will have to be excluded there, I'm sure. Nobody anywhere near him. Billy Hamill is back on his machine and has kept going. They're stringing out now. The race for Thomas Golub is halfway over, pursued by Michael Carlson in second place. Lucas Dribble third, Billy Hamill fourth, Kelvin sorted out.
So much action again on the first lap. Billy Hamill was and we're seeing Lucas Dribble pull over now with an engine failure. So, and Michael Carlson's got to the front.
Well, anything's happening here. Michael Carlson battling with Thomas Golub there. Golub looks back, sees nobody behind him. Dribble is out of it. Hamill is trailing. They're not out of the meeting yet, but it's going to be won now by Michael Carlson in white, ahead of Thomas Golub in red, who's coasting home. Billy Hamill in blue will get the third place, and Lucas Dribble looks down as his engine in retirement here. Well, we haven't seen it all yet here tonight, I'm sure. We've seen most things that could ever happen in Speedway. But Lucas Dribble, I'm sure that we'll see that almost acrobatic trapeze riding on his bike round that bend. I'd love to see a replay of that one. I'm sure we will.
Well, you couldn't believe what was happening there, you know, because 1 minute Michael Carlson obviously hit the front at the end there, but Golub looked like he had the race sewn up. And then he slowed down. I don't know whether he had a problem with his bike, but he seemed to be nowhere near under full steam when he came around the last corner, and Michael hit the front. Billy actually did a tremendously forceful move on the first lap to get himself into second place, but then unfortunately got caught out by the greasy conditions and spun it round afterwards. But every heat at the moment, Tony, here are the results.
Michael Carlson in front, winning that ahead of Thomas Golub. They are now a one race from racing in a semi-final. Billy Hamill and Lucas Dribble have to go again. That's how it pans out as we move on now to heat 16. Let's see it again though here.
Yeah, Golub makes a great start off the inside. He's definitely got a good setup. Billy there pounced over the handlebars, but typical Golub style there. Nice balance on the bike. At the moment, everything seems to be under control. There's not too much bucking and rearing yet, Tony, but it's all about to happen in the next few seconds.
Kelvin, I did raise it with you last race. Are they trying to avoid getting the inside gate next time out at the moment?
That is a possibility. I didn't quite understand what Thomas was up to, but he may well be thinking that he needs an outside start later on in the meeting to get a better run around the first corner.
Well, we'll have to see. We'll talk about that later. But now, commentator's nightmare. Tony Rickardson on the inside, Lee Richardson on the outside. Between them, Rennie Holter goes there in gate 2, and in gate 3, Scott Nichols. We're cheering for the two Brits on the outside, Scott Nichols and Lee Richardson. And we have news for the pitch that Jason Crump is struggling with his wrist, worried about getting through the meeting. Well, that could be a shock, but I'm sure that somehow he'll back on.
He looked pretty good in that last one. He was pumping as he did afterwards with all that adrenaline going through his veins. And I can't see any reason why he shouldn't finish this meeting, Tony.
Well, you've battled through injuries. I'm sure nobody knows more about that than you. Heat 16, though. Star quality. Tony Rickardson on the inside now. Away goes Tony Rickardson, a real flyer. Lee Richardson tries to get on terms at the back, coming through in blue. That's Rennie Holter. The man in white is Scott Nichols. Now, we want Scott Nichols to somehow make his mark here, and then it'd be one race from the semi-final. He's now got to put Rennie Holter in trouble. We tend to forget Tony Rickardson. Once he's there, he stays there.
Yeah, Scotty Nichols dives underneath Rennie Holter. Great move. Holter's out of control.
Well, Holter goes down, and I think he might look for the exclusion there of Scott Nichols. The referee's stopping that one. We'll have to wait and see. But Scott Nichols, I thought they raced fairly. I thought Rennie Holter perhaps lacked a little bit of courage, dare I say. We'll have to see
you may be right, Tony. I think that Scotty Nichols was, you know, doing his normal stuff. He didn't hit him. He didn't actually. He left him enough room. It just appeared to. Yeah.
Holter's excluded.
Yeah.
Referee has excluded Rennie Holter.
Yeah, I think that's the right decision. I think Tony Steele's right on the money there. I think Rennie Holter just literally just didn't have the. I don't know if he had the physical strength to hang on to his bike there when he got a little bit out of shape. But again, Rickardson, he was so sharp off the start. Holter looks okay. He's jogging back to the pits.
Well, I think he might have words with the referee on the telephone there, but I'm sure that he perhaps took a fright when Scott Nichols took his line.
I think you may be right. I think it may well have frightened here we see Scotty Nicholls up the inside. There's plenty of room. It's a clean pass there, but as he goes past him, he just lifts there and thinks he's going to run in the back of him, but doesn't quite have the strength to really hang on to it. And to be quite honest, that's a fairly tame get-off.
Another excellent decision by referee Tony Steele. Absolutely right on that replay.
As I said, he was on the money there. I think that's the right decision. I think Halter really, if he'd really wanted to hang on to the bike, he could have done.
Well, Rooney Halter tumbles out. It means effectively he gets 4th place. It means he will go to heat 17 in yellow to stay in the event.
Yeah, but looking at that angle there, actually, he did get quite out of shape, so I'm being a bit harsh on the guy, but he's not the strongest guy in the world, and it's only about 8 stone wet through, so that's probably half the problem. But this guy on screen, Tony, he is just incredible. The start he made off gate 1 there, he was two bike lengths clear as he entered the first corner and just dictated from the front again. And who is going to put a stop on this guy tonight?
Well, Tony Rickardson's had a top 6 placing in 34 of the 44 Grand Prix in which he's raced. He's one of the riders that's raced, of course, in all 45 that we've seen. Remarkable consistency, never finished lower than 12.
No, that is exactly what you've just said. Remarkable consistency. He has a wonderful mental strength that he's able to raise his game. Even when people put him under pressure, he seems to be able to respond again. He raises the game again. And yeah, he really is the real deal. But this crowd is incredible, isn't it, Tony? You can just hardly hear yourself being. It's just unbelievable.
Well, Tony Rickardson, of course, we so frequently see him in a red helmet colour because the format of this means that when he wins a heat, he automatically goes through in red to the next one. Not until he gets to the semi-finals, they have a draw for position, so he doesn't need too many colours.
I do know that he doesn't like that system. He feels that if he's winning all the races, then he deserves to get the best start at the right time. And I know I spoke to him on Wednesday, and he feels... Have a look at the lineup here, Tony.
Well, he's on the inside, Tony Rickardson, again in red. Rooney Halter left out, so there's a gap there between Rickardson and the 2 Brits, Scott Nicholls and Lee Richardson. Remember here, one of the Brits we perhaps can dream will win his way through to be 1 race from the semi-final.
Yeah, Lee Richardson's doing a grand job. He's coming in as a wild card, really showing his credentials. He's been out with a bad injury on his thumb. He's riding great tonight. Scotty Nicholls again is doing a good job. He's been to the main event, so both the Brits are really holding their end up tonight.
Interested here, my producer suggesting team racing behind Tony Rickardson.
It could well be, but let's have a look and see what Tony does this time.
Our starting marshal moves away. They're really wide. A really slow start for Scott Nicholls. Lee Richardson gets on the tail of Tony Rickardson. Rickardson goes round where the grip is. He's just a couple of feet from the fence. Scott Nicholls at the back has suffered a failure of some sort. He's now lost over a quarter of a lap.
I'll tell you what, Tony, Scott Nicholls, they hadn't turned the fuel on. He'll be absolutely livid. Whoever was the responsibility for turning the fuel on didn't do it, and that's why he wasn't under power as he came out the first corner.
Well, Scott Nicholls reached down. He's got speed now, but it doesn't matter a great deal. It just affects his racing future in this meeting. He doesn't go out of the meeting. It's not an eliminating heat. He's had some catastrophes in his 3 Grand Prix so far. A couple of collisions with the tapes. But out front, this man here is absolutely brilliant. This man, Tony Rickardson, goes into the final lap with time on his side. Distance to spare. Lee Richardson is going to qualify too, the wild card here, and Scott Nicholls is going to be in 3rd place, but they're really swinging out, and this is the least incident-packed heat of the night.
Yeah, it is, and again, Rickardson just shows his class. He was electric off the start again. He just was so clear off the start. Just class personified, and he seemed to have, you know, just that little bit more time. When anybody is really doing something very well, they seem to be able to do it easily and have a little bit more time than everybody else. And that's exactly how Tony looks in that race.
Well, Tony Rickardson goes through down to heat 20. You're wearing the blue helmet colours, according to my information in that one, going from gate 2. But there's a Swedish flag, of course, so often waved in support of this man, Tony Rickardson. And Tony Rickardson certainly justifying the support he's receiving of over 40,000 fans in this Millennium Stadium. It really is, as Kelvin said, a fantastic place. The noise getting louder and louder. There's the official result. Tony Rickardson wins it ahead of the 2 Brits, Lee Richardson and the unfortunate Scott Nicholls, who didn't have his tool switched on to start with. And how can that happen, Kelvin?
Well, I think it's just one of those situations that here we're looking at the Sweet 16. Some of the guys that are already going through, but there we go.
Well, that's heat 20 in the lineup. Golob, Wiltshire, Rickardson and Crump.
Well, that could easily be the A final, Tony. You know, that really is you know, that's going to be a big showdown just before the end of the meeting. It'll be an indication, it'll be a real psychological boost for whoever can come out of that race and win it. But Tony there having a quick look up at the screen, probably just had a look at the next race, to be honest.
Well, Tony Rickardson's still very much in this. He won the British Grand Prix last year. Carl Bloomfeld, his mentor, is there to help him. Lots of work going on in the pits. Lots of work going on in everybody's pits. Plenty of work too on the track. But the climax of the meeting is coming up after the break.
Right, people, we've got something special for you because you're such a great crowd. Get yourself down to the customer channel where we'll show you how to get more out of your box. Yeah. It's access all areas and it's always a free gig. So come on, press the red button and check out the customer channel in Sky Zone. Go on, touch me, I rock.
What's new, pussycat? What's new? The new Jaguar S-Type.
Separating a child from its parents has to be one of the most devastating things. But if you suspect that the parents have been abusing that child, there could be no other options. How do you bring yourself to do that when all the child wants to do is to stay with its mum and dad? I couldn't.
We've been witnessing some great speedway and spectacular action in the Millennium Stadium. 4 British riders are still in the competition. Jonathan Green's down in pit lane. Jono, what happened to Scott Nicholls in that last ride?
Well, we're about to find out because he's right here, and I'll just see if we can barge in for a sec. Scotty, we're all wondering what happened.
Yeah, fuel taps weren't turned on, so bit of a muddle up. Come in, we was getting out with the bike, but ran out of time, so I don't know why the fuel taps turned off, but one of them things, so they just keep me cool, get me out together, and got an extra race now, but
not an eliminator, so
it's not.
It wasn't, so you're still in.
Yeah, so I got one now, and I've got to get my act together now, so.
Well, you don't need to be talking to me, so we'll leave you alone. Thanks, Scotty. Let's just come quickly, while he's getting his head together, let's see what the world champ, we haven't even talked to him yet, but he's doing rather well. Let's see how he is. Hang on a sec. Stay with me, hang on, he's getting cleaned up. Real quick, Tony, how's it going?
Pretty good.
You haven't put a foot wrong so far?
It's pretty tough out there. You don't really know where to put the bike and stuff, so.
Is it tougher than Norway?
It's kind of the same situation, but on a completely different track, and so I'm not feeling confident, but you know, just keep plugging away, sort of.
All right, best of luck. Well, as you heard there, the world champion not exactly confident, so troubles for a lot of the top guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Jono. Keep it going there. Well, if he's not confident, then I don't know what he's going to make a Heat 20 when he gets there. Jason Crump, Tony Rickardson, Todd Wiltshire and Thomas Gollober in Heat 20. If that's not an A final, I don't know what is. Well, certainly the man that must be rubbing his hands together here at the moment from BSI, John Postlethwaite, the man responsible for bringing the speedway in the Millennium Stadium and indeed in fabulous stadia all around the world. Now, John Postlethwaite is with Jonathan.
Yeah, if you think I'm busy, this man's way busier than me. I'm running around, I'm having fun, but this guy's got all the stress to deal with. John, how's it going?
Well, it's going pretty all right. The stress has eased off a bit now, so the track seems to be holding up all right. There's some good racing out there.
What's been the biggest worry for you going into it? Because you obviously had a chance to make changes from last year, learn from any mistakes you did make.
Well, the hardest thing was the expectation. Last year, nobody knew what it was going to be like. But there was such an outpouring of enjoyment last year. People are just saying, well, what are you doing this year to make it bigger and better?
Well, it is bigger and better. The crowd have voted with their feet. They're here.
Yeah, that's great, and I'm really delighted about that. But as far as I'm concerned, we've still got 15,000 empty seats, so I want to have a full stadium next year.
How about you, as a British person, trying to make this the benchmark for the rest of the world, the other 9 rounds?
Well, we've got to get our home Grand Prix right. We've got about 8. We've got about 8 promoters, and we've got about 4 new stadiums who are looking at holding Grand Prix over here. Stade de France, Ajax Arena in Amsterdam. There's an arena from South Africa. There's an arena from Ireland.
The Aussies are here as well?
The Aussies have been here all week, saying if they can get theirs better than ours.
Now, come on, I won't be forgiven unless I ask you this. You make it look so seamless. There must have been something going wrong today.
There's lots of things that go wrong. I think the best one today was about an hour before the meeting, we didn't have a 2-minute clock.
That's kind of important, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty important. So, but that's the great thing about having a good team around you. No one panicked. We just fixed the thing, fixed the problem, found a solution, and we moved on.
Congratulations. Let's hope it all finishes well. Well done.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Well, he didn't have his clock, but I tell you what, he's on time. Back to you, Keith.
Well, it's amazing, isn't it, really, that Scott Nicholls forgets to turn his fuel on and John Postlethwaite forgot the clock. Never mind, we'll get down to the track for heat 17. I wonder what these guys are going to be up to. Come on, Joe Screen.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Keith.
Heat number 17 on the inside, Lee Adams, Billy Hamill, gate 2, Joe Screen, gate 3, Rudy Holter on the outside. Remember, the last 2 will be eliminated from this, and then, well, what happens to them? The first 2 march on. What a race we have in prospect here.
Yeah, Joe Screen, he's been a little bit unlucky. He's been riding extremely well, probably just been caught out a little bit by conditions. But he's got to come off gate 3 again. He's pretty much been coming off the outside all night, so it's been tough for him. Lee Adams, another one. Here we see Jason Crump. He's having a laugh and a joke with Mark Lorham, so he's obviously not feeling too bad. But,
well, we've seen the big boys getting through to towards the semi-finals now. Remember, the first 2 here, 1 race to the semi-finals. The last 2 go home. Away they go. Joe Screen has a battle on his hands, but Joe Screen's picking up grip. He's almost through the fence. At the back, Rudy Holter has packed up out front. In blue, Billy Hamill is the leader, being pursued by Lee Adams. Joe Screen is going wide and picking up more and more speed.
Great start from Billy Hamill. Managed to get across in front of Lee Adams, hold it down and hit the front. Lee Adams then was very, very aware that Joe Screen might be doing that big blast around the outside, but he managed to cover it as well.
Halfway through the race, it looks as if it's sorted itself out now. Rudy Holter could go home. At the moment, Joe Screen is favourite to also be eliminated, which will mean the front 2 will march on. The man in blue, Billy Hamill, a former world champion. Lee Adams, who's yet to make a big final recently, but to the final lap they go. Hamill and Adams.
Oh,
and down at the back goes Joe Screen in the white helmet colours. His meeting now is well and truly over. The race can finish. Screen is back up on his bike, but he's not going to finish. And the man in blue wins it, Billy Hamill, ahead of Lee Adams in red. And both of those are through. The winner in blue goes to heat 21, and the second place man in red goes to heat 22. But Joe Screen will go home, officially gets 3rd place there. And the yellow Rudy Holter, well, he fell at the back. But the fans are pretty happy, certainly those that support Billy Hamill from Coventry. And certainly the fans are witnessing a lot more Speedway still to come here. We've only had 17 heats, and we haven't got to sorting out the lineup for the semi-finals yet. But Billy Hamill will have a smile under that helmet, because he'll be absolutely delighted with that heat victory. 1 race from the semis.
Yeah, good start from Billy there, we saw. And here we see the result, Tony.
Billy Hamill winning it ahead of Lee Adams. Hamill to heat 21, where he'll go in the white helmet colours from gate 3. Lee Adams to heat 22 will go in the yellow helmet in that one. And the last 2, that's Joe Screen and Rudy Holter. Pick up a few Grand Prix points, but they now are going to pack their equipment and disappear now as we move on to heat number 18. Coming out there in the blue helmet colours, Scott Nicholls. I bet this time somehow he managed to keep his fuel tabs on there, Kelvin, this time.
I wouldn't be surprised he'll double check it in a moment. I think he's just doing that now. He is indeed. Just opened the flap and he's just double checked to make sure it's on.
Jonathan Green has Billy Hamill with him.
It's right here. Billy, that was a great performance. Well done. How was it?
Oh, you know, it's tough conditions out there. You know, I made a good start and pretty much just rode my own race, and that's all all you can do, really.
Time for a win, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. So hopefully we can get something started now.
Well, they're up to tapes. Back to you, Tony.
Eliminator this one, Andres Johnson on the inside, Scott Nichols gate 2, Sebastian Ulemek gate 3. He must have recovered and have a few bruises. Lucas Trimmel's also been down. He goes from
We're
the
actually waiting for Ulemek as we speak, Tony. We've got less than a minute to go, and Ulemek is not on track. He may well be still feeling the effects of that crash earlier on. It was quite a nasty looking fall.
Well, they've kept the pitch gate open, Kelvin away to his right, and I think that he's on his way out. He's got 44 seconds, but that's plenty of time these days with a clear track once he comes through there, Sebastian Ulemek.
I must quickly say, Tony, in that last race, the track appears to have got a lot more greasy. Here we see Ulemek coming out on track. Let's hope he's fully fit and he can really put his best foot forward, because he has tried extremely hard tonight, Ulemek, and he's actually represented Team Rickardsson very well this evening. But
so, we understand that they were strapping up his hand because he's broken a bone in that, and that certainly is disappointment for him.
That's going to be tough for him to really control the bike properly.
Well, I have to tell you, that end of the pitch, he's got Crump suffering from an injury. He's up there, not too far away. The medical staff being pretty busy here tonight. Anyway, back to the action on the track. Heat 18 as we look at it now. Andres Johnson on the inside from Sweden. Scott Nichols, the Brit. High hopes for him. Gate 2 in blue, his best Grand Prix place yet for Scott Nichols. Gate 3 in white, Sebastian Ulemek, Lucas Trimble on the outside. Oh, outside the tape, Scott Nichols gets a good one. So too does Andres Johnson. Left of the tape to the back was Sebastian Ulemek. But Scott Nichols is coming through into second place. And Scott Nichols will march on to be one race from the semi-final if it stays like this. Out front, Andres Johnson, but Scott Nichols in second place will be pleased with this.
Superb first lap. Johnson was away, clear. Scotty Nichols just drifted wide on the first corner, allowed Dremel to get underneath him, but you know what Scotty's like, never say die. Steam back under him going into turn 3, and a nice solid second place now.
Andres Johnson almost takes a furler on that tap bend as he almost has the back end coming round too far, but he's put it right. And now with a lap and a quarter to go, going wide, Andres Johnson in first place will win through the heat 22 if it stays like this. Scott Nichols will go to heat 21. He'll be on the outside there. Down the back straight they go. Andres Johnson is going to see that checkered flag, and Andres Johnson is having a good night. Scott Nichols in blue, a brilliant finish for him. Lucas Dremel is third in yellow. The man in white bringing up the rear and looking down at his machinery. That is Sebastian Ulemek. Ulemek and Dremel can go home, but the fans here are enjoying it now. And the Cross of St George we've seen so frequently here is raised for that man in second place, Scott Nichols. The fans love that because another Brit will march on. But the winner of that heat was Andres Johnson. The Swedish fans are cheering too, and what a performance by him, safely through to hit 22 where he'll wear the white helmet and will go from gate 3, one race from the semi-finals. Packed crowd once again here, of course, at the Millennium Stadium. They certainly enjoyed the action. The official result will show Andres Johnson winning ahead of Scott Nichols. Lucas Dremel gets 6 Grand Prix points. Sebastian Ulemek just 5 to take on their way home. The last two, of course, are eliminated. Tremendous ride by Scott Nichols.
Yeah, great ride by Scotty Nichols. I did notice in that last heat, though, Tony, the track surface is very greasy and almost icy.
Jonathan Green in the pits has winning the man of the moment, Scott Nichols.
Yeah, just getting there. He's just got off his bike. He's still out of breath, but well done.
Yes, needed that, make up for the lack of fuel in the other one, but pressure's on again. I think another eliminator. So I'll get another eliminator now, but hopefully managed to keep me cool in that one. I didn't make a particularly good start, but managed to sort of work a half-decent first turn and got me another stage further, so keep going.
Well, you see on the monitors here a wonderful atmosphere.
Oh, you can't beat it, you know. Poland the other week with Thomas Scholar was good, but don't think it's a touch on us British.
Well, it's about time he won at home. How about you winning at home?
Let's have a go. Football have done well, so staying to one of us British boys.
All right, let's go back to the commentary, boys.
For a tremendous heat 19 in prospect now. Ron Sullivan from the inside from Australia. Michael Carlson from Sweden, gate 2. Mark Laram goes from gate 3. And on the outside, it's Lee Richardson. An Australian on the inside, a Swede, and 2 Brits. Lee Richardson is a wild card, Kelvin. I wonder if he could do a Martin Dugard, perhaps, and win it as a wild card.
You never know. You know, the pressure's off the wild cards. They come in here, they're just trying to put the best foot forward. But I'm interested. We're looking at Lee Richardson there, just going through his pre-start routine.
Mark there just shuffling his back protector into a comfortable position. I think that the track is very greasy on the inside, Tony, and it's going to be tough for the guys on the inside now to get across to the dirt quickly enough.
Well, the mathematics of this, the first two automatically into the semi-finals. The second or the third and fourth have another chance. Away they go. Ron Sullivan in red hits the gate just right. Second place in blue is Michael Carlson. Ram has work to do in third place. Back and taking him in yellow is Lee Richardson. The two Brits. Richardson has come through. Marcus locked up. He will have another go to make the semis, but it's not what he wanted. And out front, well, it's going pretty well for the man in red, Ron Sullivan.
Fantastic first corner from Sullivan, really kept it tight. There's obviously a nice little bit of dry track there and hooked up. Michael Carlson put him under an awful lot of pressure, but Ryan then squeezed around the outside. Mark Loram actually very nearly dropped it. Here we see Ryan Sullivan actually going too wide.
Ryan Sullivan having problems there because the gate shuttled him in by Michael Carlson, but with a lap and a quarter to go, well, they only need to finish this race in these positions. They are through to the semi-finals. I said earlier on, number 7's out front. Who knows? David Beckham wore that with that penalty. Michael Carlson out front, ahead in second place. Ryan Sullivan, they're going to win through to the semi-finals. The other two, including Mark Moran, will have another go. But they're the first two in blue, Michael Carlson. Second place, Ryan Sullivan. Third in yellow is Lee Richardson. He's not out. Mark Moran trails into the back, but he's got a chance to do better as he has another race before the semi-finals. Mark Moran, who finished in last place, will go to heat 22 to win it through. But Michael Carlson, showing the sort of form we've seen. He didn't make the A final last time, but he had in the three previous Grand Prix. The first this year in Norway, and the last two last year. Michael Carlson going well, but Ron Sullivan almost cooked it on the back straight there, Kelvin, so it wasn't, the result was in doubt.
Yeah, it was, and the track is definitely difficult to ride at the moment. It is catching the guys out. Even when they look like they've got the race sewn up in front, all of a sudden they seem to lose traction and lose momentum, and that allows the guy in second place to come through.
There's the official result. Michael Carlson through to the first semi-final, heat 23. Ron Sullivan to the second semi-final, heat 24. Lee Richardson and Mark Moran have another race, which will be an eliminator. But if they finish in the first two, they too will win through to those semi-finals. The action continues here with a tremendous heating prospect here, because Tony Ricardson's in this, so is Jason Crump, Todd Wiltshire and Thomas Gollop. Kelvin, you mentioned before a lineup for an A final. How about this one? Tony Ricardson, 4 times a world champion. Todd Wiltshire going well, lightning from the gate. Jason Crump may have an injury. He goes from the inside in this one. And Thomas Gollop can do just about anything, including winning the last Grand Prix in Poland.
Well, I just can't call this race because, you know, Wiltshire looks great. Ricardson hasn't put a foot wrong. Gollop actually has gone back to the pits to change his bike. I don't know what quite's going on there, but Jason Crump looked very impressive in his last ride. And here we see Gollop changing his bike again. I can't quite understand that, Tony. It's something that he does on a regular basis. He just dribbled round to the start and then decided that he didn't want to ride that bike. It's an odd one, that one, to me.
Well, I think that Thomas Gollop saw somebody from Poland waving a flag in the crowd. Oh, I must change something.
Well, maybe you're right, but if he comes out and wins this race, he's obviously made the right decision, but something that most riders wouldn't want to do.
Well, let's concentrate on the lineup, because they are truly brilliant here. We couldn't get much greater talent than we see in this heat 20. In red on the inside, Jason Crump, albeit suffering from a wrist injury. Tony Ricardson, so far tonight, has gone to the inside gate each and every time to win his heat. Gate 3, Todd Wiltshire, the fast gauging man from Sydney. And Thomas Gollop, the mercurial pole, goes to the outside. 4 men, good and true, 2 Australians, a Swede and a Pole.
This is going to be tough, you know. Tony Ricardson's had gate 1 all night. This is the first time he's going off another start, but he's got a very good starter underneath him, Jason Crump. Be interesting to see what option he chooses as he goes to the first corner, whether he really goes for it. It's a big psychological moment here, you know, Tony. If you can win this race, it really could set the meeting up for you.
Talking about psychological, hanging back with the tapes is Todd Wiltshire. And then there on tender hooks is Tony Ricardson. Yellow is Thomas Gollop. Away they go. Gollop lifts to the tapes. Look at Wiltshire on the outside, but he's taken wide, and that will allow Jason Crump to come through on the inside. Tony Ricardson's the man in blue. Ricardson picks up pole position now, ahead of Jason Crump in second place. Coming through into third is Todd Wiltshire. Golub is going to battle, but he'll have to go again. And the front two look set for a semi-final place. Tony Ricardson and Jason Crump. We say it again.
I can't believe it. Tony said prior to this race he wasn't feeling very confident. That was an extraordinarily hard first corner he rode there. He got across in front of Crumpy, just then came under a lot of pressure and rode a really strong race. Again, the man just seems to be able to raise the game when he needs to. It looks like he might be a little bit vulnerable, but comes out and produces the goods every time.
Tony Ricardson riding where he pleases, stretching that lead again with every turn of the wheel from Jason Crump. He's comfortable in second place. Moving through into third is Thomas Golub. He's now being passed to the back by Todd Welcher. It matters little. They will have to go again. These two in blue, Tony Ricardson, and red Jason Crump go through to the semi-finals. Third place taken by Wiltshire in white. Golub trails in at the rear. That change of machinery did him no good whatsoever for Thomas Golub. I know Kelvin was worried about that. But the first two, Jason Crump and Tony Ricardson, are through to the semi-finals, and they will join already through to the semi-finals Michael Carlson and Ryan Sullivan. And two more come to those semis from each of the next two heats. Certainly we've got some more racing, plenty more to come. There are 5 heats to come as they grade the track. Kelvin, that was a pretty impressive ride again by Tony Ricardson.
Oh, it was outstanding, Tony. I think that, you know, I couldn't call that before the start, but Ricardson again showed the class he really had. He got across from Jason Crump, hit the front, and really just nobody really had a look in. But Thomas Golub again changing bikes and really didn't look competitive in that last heat. But he does have another chance. But I do think that the track is quite difficult to ride at the moment. They are greasy, they're sliding around. I think there's also some tactical racing going on at the moment. I think Crumpy may have even been happy to finish second there.
Well, 12 riders still have a chance of winning the crown here. 4 are already through to the semi-finals. Still have to battle. Heat 25 will provide the climax. Over 40,000 fans are enjoying this, and you're going to enjoy it with us after the break.
Of boxing not to be missed. Scott Harrison fights to prove his world title credentials. Plus, Alex Arthur battles it out for the IBF Intercontinental Super Featherweight title. And finally,
put up or shut up.
2 great fighters with a score to settle. Lewis Tyson is on tonight, 10 p.m. Sky Box Office. Order now for $14.95. See channel 770 for ordering information.
Rocky!
Sorry, mate.
Oh, you're useless!
Show me the silver, show me the gold.
Park the clock, is it true you're moving to Italy? What about the baby?
Carlsberg aren't football agents, but if we were, we'd probably be the best football agents in the world.
I've got over 100 different tunes, and he keeps playing the same one over and over and... Help me.
What does your phone say about you?
Tony Ricardson is the reigning Grand Prix champion, and he's proving again to be the man to beat at the Millennium Stadium. We're 4 races away from the British Grand Prix final. Still with me here in the studio are Sam Amalenko and, of course, Gary Havelock. And you've got to say, Sam, if I can come to you first this time, Ricardson, it doesn't matter what the track conditions are. We've heard from everybody now. I mean, it's not enjoyable out there for a lot of the riders. It's given us some great entertaining racing. But Ricardson doesn't matter whether he's on the inside, wherever he's going from, he's always quick.
He didn't really say too much whenever Jonathan put the microphone in his face. Basically, he just knows that in order to be at the level that he's in, he's got to concentrate and put every bit of effort into it. Because if he slips up and gets carried away, he might miss something that somebody else might take advantage of it, and he just can't let that happen. Stay in front of him right now. You dominate the racetrack. You're in front. You're in control.
How can anybody counter what Rickardsson has in his brain and under his backside?
It's very difficult. You see when Jonathan went up to him with the microphone there, you know, he didn't want to talk. He was in the zone, completely on his own, in a world of his own, you know, trying to concentrate. And, you know, I hate going on about it. It sounds like a stuck record, but he's just phenomenal there, you know. Gate number 2 there with Jason off 1, and he just out-trapped him and outrode him all the way to the first corner.
How much of it is psychological and how much of it is machinery? Or is the two connected?
Yeah, it's a combination of, you know, psychological, machinery, ability, and confidence, basically. And Tony's got them all. And
how does anybody trap so fast? I mean, that's another thing that we've got a couple of guys who are trapping pretty quick today, but the Tates go up, you dump the clutch, and away you go.
I watch Tony quite a lot, you know, and if you actually, I don't know anybody at home, if you actually tape in this, if you actually put the tape on slow motion, and watch how fast Tony actually drops the clutch compared to everybody else, it's just phenomenal.
Concentration. It's relaxing, in control of what you're doing. You're in your own zone. I mean, I've been there. We've both been there. We both understand the focus and the attention. It's keeping the level of the concentration is what is hard to do. And put all the elements that we got in a stadium like this, big atmospheres, you know, pressures, microphones being shoved in your face, everything, dodgy tracks, you know, all these different elements. I mean, that just shows somebody that's determined to succeed, and he's practiced this for years now. He's figured out a formula that nobody else has. I mean, Eric Anderson told me a long time ago, once you won your world final the first time, it's not easier, but you feel like you can do it now. You're in more control the next time. It's difficult. And if you keep away from injuries and you have a clear mind, you're on fire.
Well, that must underline then the brilliant performances we're seeing from some of the young riders that are here tonight. I mean, we've got some youngsters out there, 21, 22, 23 years old, who are all doing in this cauldron of an atmosphere very, very well indeed.
Yeah, it's fantastic. There's a lot of good riders about in the sport now, and it only, you know, holds well for the future.
You know, one of the things here, Jonathan, sorry.
That's okay, I'm in Portugal.
Portuguese John.
Yeah, one of the things, too, is, you know, when you're young and you're open-minded about it, you don't let all these things in. You don't really know what you're doing. You actually go, eventually it gets to the point where you have to practice it.
Okay, well, this is an eliminator. This is Heat 21. We've got 2 Brits out there, of course, Lee Richardson and Scott Nichols, either side of the grid. Let's go back to the comms then. Boys.
Yes, the first 2 go through to the semi-finals. The last 2 are eliminated. Joe Screen will watch there. Joe Screen, of course, can go home. Joe Screen got 6 Grand Prix points as a wild card. Here's the lineup. On the inside, Lee Richardson. Thomas Goloff goes from gate 2 in blue. Billy Hamill, of course, a former world champion. Scott Nichols from the outside. Brits inside and out. A sandwich, a double-decker one with a Pole and an American in between. Kelvin, another interesting heat.
Yeah, an eliminator hit at that, and Lee Richardson's done extremely well to get this far. He's ridden brilliantly. He's got to take advantage of that inside start. He's got to try and hug the line. And then, of course, we've got Scotty Nichols on the outside. Thomas Goloff here on screen. He just didn't look comfortable in the last race. He's a strange guy to figure out, you know. 1 minute he looks off the pace, and the next minute he comes out and rides a blinder. So just don't know what he's going to do. But Scotty Nichols here, he's got to pull something special around that first corner.
Well, Scott Nichols will be backing. Lee Richardson will be backing. Richardson, of course, a wild card. But Scott Nichols, it will count. Only 8 Grand Prix points today so far. Can he improve? This is Heat 21. First 2 in the semis, away they go. A flyer there. Billy Hamill in white goes out of control. Coming through in yellow. Scott Nichols, Hamill's down at the back. The referee will stop that, I'm sure. And we'll have to start again. The flags aren't out yet because he's seen Billy Hamill get back on. Billy Hamill is out of trouble. It means that Billy Hamill is eliminated, but Scott Nichols is now battling for second place. He's got inside Thomas Goloff. Listen to the cheers. They've got a battle here. That's Goloff in blue, Scott Nichols in yellow. Out front in red is Lee Richardson. Richardson is clear of the trouble. Lee Richardson is on his way to the semi-finals. Scott Nichols is not done yet at the back. He's got to take on Thomas Goloff. Goloff has stolen the march on that bend, but look at this out front.
What a superb ride from Lee Richardson, absolutely flying out front. Scotty Nichols hasn't given up, but Goloff seems to have got him covered at the moment. And a little bit unfortunate there on the first couple of laps for Scotty, but it didn't work out.
Checkered flag is beckoning. The cheers for Lee Richardson, and Scott Nichols is right behind him. But Thomas Goloff has done it in the end in blue. Scott Nichols has battled. A really good battle for him. Billy Hamill disappointing at the back, retiring. But the 2 through to the semi-finals are the wild card, Lee Richardson. And the commentary fans are enjoying this. The 23-year-old was born in Hastings, the 99 World Under-21 champion. And I said earlier, could he do a Martin Dugard? The wild card is through to the semis, Kelvin.
Well, he could well do. If he keeps riding like he did there, there's every chance he could do it. He looked absolutely top class in that last heat. He hit the front and they really didn't see which way he went. Goddard looked like he was struggling a little bit in second place, but Billy Hamill really just threw it away. He just seemed to be overriding, got caught out by conditions. But delighted for Lee Richardson, through to the semi-finals, doing a grand job.
Well, a tremendous ride by Lee Richardson. He will go through to race in heat 23, Lee Richardson, and that's going to provide a challenge for him. Of course, Michael Carlson and Jason Crump already in that. Lee Richardson will join them. The second place man, Thomas Golob, he will go through to heat 24, and there, well, he will be joining, again, talented riders in Tony Rickardson and Ryan Sullivan. Certainly we're looking at hit 22. Mark Laram's going to be out in that one. And this is coming up right now. We're just about to start heat 22 here now. There is Lee Adams on the outside in yellow. Remember, this an important one as well here, because the last two will be eliminated from this one. The front two will go through to the semi-final. On the inside, it's Lee Adams. Mark Laram goes from gate 2. Andres Johnson goes from gate 3. And on the outside, Lee Adams. And Kelvin, another very competitive race in prospect.
Oh, no question about it. They all are at the moment, Tony. I think I'm just thinking about Mark. Mark didn't seem to enjoy himself in that last race. He very nearly actually got off the bike and got stranded at the back. He didn't seem to be enjoying himself, but he's got to pull something out of the bag here if he wants to get through, because slick conditions or not slick conditions, he really needs to get to grips with it, but he's up against it. Johnson and Wiltshire have been going good tonight.
The significance, of course, of this is they also get in the top 8, which means that they start in the main event next time out.
Yeah, huge plus for you. They're going to go to Slovenia next week, and it does give you the opportunity to start in the main event, and you've got more points on the board before you even start, so it is crucial to get through.
Mark goes into this on 26. His worst performance would be last in this one. That would take it to 33. It may just about keep him in the top 10, but doubtful. That man in blue there, Mark Laram, is the one we're watching. In yellow and black is Lee Adams from the outside. Remember, the first two go through to the semi-finals. The last two are eliminated. Outside the tape, Mark Laram is next to the tape. He's got work to do here. He's picked it up somehow from nowhere. A poor start by Mark Laram, but he's into third place. Out front is Todd Wiltshire. Second place now is Andreas Johnson. Laram has work to do. Coming round the outside is Lee Adams. Mark Laram has work to do. The front two are looking solid.
Yeah, Todd Wiltshire hit the start again there, really clear, but Mark just missed it by a mile. Rode a smart first corner, but as I said, he didn't look like that comfortable in the previous race, and he's at the back again now. Lee Adams riding a blinder there to pass Andreas Johnson.
Oh, could Lee Adams hold second place and win through to the semis? Andreas Johnson knock it up, taking him wide in second place, leaving room for Todd Wiltshire to stretch his lead. Mark's not without hope. A lap and a quarter to go. Can Mark Laram pick it up? And Mark Laram has another chance here, because away they go. And with the regulations as they are here, the referee will have to restart that. Mark will have to do it all over again. Disappointment indeed for Todd Wiltshire, the man out front, and carnage on this bend with Andreas Johnson and Lee Adams bumping into each other.
That was just an incredible incident there.
Andreas Johnson has been excluded in the cause of that.
Tony still had to take him out there. Lee Adams was completely the innocent party. To be honest, Lee's had such a tough night. People have been running into him left, right and centre. I think that's about the third time this evening where somebody's hit the back of Lee Adams, and I'm sure he's got 2 or 3 bent bikes in the pits. He's probably got none left to ride, but Andreas Johnson there, he just picked up so much grip on the outside there, and just where Lee was on the slick stuff and Andreas was on the grippy outside surface, he just literally just ran straight in the back of him again.
Well, Lee Adams has another chance. He's up on his feet. Andreas Johnson officially gets 4th place in that, which means that he is eliminated and gets 7 Grand Prix points, and that takes him on to 18 in total. He started tonight in 13th place. We can see it again, Kelvin.
Yeah, here we see Lee's just drifted across in front of him, and Andreas has hicked all that dirt on the outside and literally just run out of room and just clouted him. You know, that is track conditions are catching up. Here we see Lee's all locked up, and Andreas behind him's got so much speed and literally just rammed straight in the back of him. Tell you what, Lee Adams is lucky to get up from that. That was a hard crash. Here we see it again. Lee on the slick stuff on the inside, drifting across. Andreas Johnson, the brave move on the outside, too much speed and just no way of missing him. He didn't mean to do that, Tony. That was just a racing incident.
Once again, Tony Steele, the referee, getting it exactly right.
Yeah.
He's had a marvellous night, the referee.
Yeah, he has. He's been on... Tony actually refereed a meeting I did down in Bavaria, and I had a long chat with him, and he really is a very... He's got a lot of common sense. He reads the racing very well, and that was a smart decision.
How much would a crash like that affect Lee Adams' confidence when the rerun?
Well, to be honest, Lee's had a tough night. He's been hit from behind 2 or 3 times tonight, and he probably just can't believe what's happening to him because, you know, he's riding a nice, safe line, and all of a sudden, crash, he's down on the dirt again, and, you know, it will be affecting him because he just won't know what's going to happen to him next.
Well, one of the busiest men tonight has been the doctor, just going out of your picture there. But Lee Richardson is having a magnificent night, is with Jonathan Green.
Through that, you must be. How was it?
Oh, fantastic. You know, I didn't make the best of starts off gate 1. I didn't move, and then I went and Thomas moved out and allowed me just to get around the curve there and curve crawl and get through them all.
We said it earlier, you've only had 3 rides this year. And look at you in the semi-finals.
Yeah, that's it. You know, I'm over the moon. I want to be in this series so badly, and like I said to you earlier, you know, I've got nothing to lose, and I'm just going out.
A few guys with problems, like Rick Arnson's not that confident and Crumpy's got an injury. How's your thumb holding up?
Yeah, my thumb seems pretty good. Yeah, I haven't had any problems yet, so touch wood, I keep going. I've fallen on it twice as well, so it looks like it's fully repaired.
Been a good night there so far. Let's hope it continues. Well done.
Thanks, cheers.
The best of the British here at the moment. Gary, you've got to say, the young man is doing exactly what we were talking about earlier. He's riding this track, he's having a great day out, enjoying the atmosphere, and he's gone through to the semis already. Don't get much better than that as a wild card, does it?
A fair play to Lee, you know, he's young guys coming up in the world of Speedway. He's a great rider. But as he said before, he's been out for a long time with an injury. He's only had 2 or 3 meetings, and you know, he's doing fantastic, and let's hope he can get through to the air final and possibly pull off a shot win.
Indeed. Well, then we'll really have to party tonight, won't we? Now, Sam, what about Mark Laram? He's been let off the hook a little bit there because he looked dead ragged in that heat.
I think he used all of his skills of racing, but not starting. I think he got stuck with that bike sinking into one of those grooves again. He didn't just go anywhere out of that start, so he had to go to plan B quick. That was up the inside to follow Todd through, and it didn't really pay off. Those guys had their momentum going for him, and it was quite difficult for him to be. Like you say, he's got a second chance now. Let's see what he can do with it.
We can never underline enough just how much of an advance putting what were originally a road racing safety design here in a speedway stadium. I mean, these air fences, those crashes we've seen tonight. But would the riders have been as committed if they weren't out on the outside of the fences?
I think when you look at someone like Andreas Johnson there, he's young guys coming up, and he's just absolutely on the gas, you know, and you could see in that race that he was absolutely desperate to get through, and I think someone like that probably would be, but these air fences are great, you know. We've seen some bad crashes tonight, and you know, everybody's got up and walked away, and you know, the sooner they get brought in around the world of Speedway for every single Speedway meeting, the better.
Indeed. Well, we can see Chris Louis that's right in amongst the thick of the action down there. We can't keep him away, can we, at the moment? He's
Chris is another one with a bad injury at the moment. He's got broken back, and that would probably be prevented with an air fence.
You remember one of those? I remember down at in the south coast when you collected a 4-inch post right in the posterior.
Indeed, yeah, and you know, it is fairly expensive to get them initially, but you know, once you got them, you know, how much is somebody's life worth? Simple as that.
So all of us.
To answer your question, though, I don't think it makes guys do things, you know, take more risk. It's just a nice cushion to know that you got something there to protect you if something doesn't. I mean, right there, neither of them were really on the fence. They just got in cross lines the way the track is.
I think you two guys have really come, the last few years you've been watching Speedway, you've been watching it come through, whereas I've taken snapshots at it. I've been had it since I was 4 or 5 years old, been watching Speedway meetings, but I have to say over the last few years, the commitment of the riders, the speeds at which they're travelling at, and what they're prepared to do out on the bikes are just absolutely beyond all.
Yeah, that's it. It's like I've said for a while now, you know, that the bikes have moved on, they're twice as powerful, the riders are twice as much more aggressive, but a lot of the safety fences are still from the 1960s and 1970s, and you know, it's time it was brought up to date.
I tell you what, if this was a road race meeting, there wouldn't be a chance of anybody riding out there. They'd all be whinging like mad. Yeah. I know that from experience.
Lightweights, isn't it?
Yep. I'm not going to go that far. Sounds like a bit of a challenge.
A lot of them don't like riding bikes with no brakes, so.
No, but we've had to occasionally. Do you think, I mean, looking at the stadia that we're going into nowadays all around the world, I mean, if we're on the road race subject, MotoGP, they have a poll every year from riders and teams to actually give awards to which stadium, which venue was run the best, and which one was the most pleasant to actually race at. Perhaps we should instigate one for Speedway.
It would be
a great idea.
It would be so good to be able to have that kind of competition, because we know then everybody's thinking about us, the safety and so forth. So that'd be great, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, the fans are enjoying themselves here. We've had a bit of an extended programme, you might have noticed, but the action probably carried you through, thinking it was only half the time it really has been. Mark Laram then makes his way ready down to the line. Given another chance, really, because third place will not do him here. He has to finish in the top two if he's going through into the semi-finals. And, well, he's had every chance to prepare because they're still repairing that air fence incident.
Got the Hoover on it.
Yeah, got the Hoover back on.
I wonder how Lee Adams is feeling right now. I mean, he was...
how many times has he been whacked at today?
Yeah, and whether or not he's even going to be up for racing. Maybe Mark will have a little bit easier run than he thinks, but he's still got to go for it.
That's the sign of somebody who's committed, somebody that if Lee can pick himself up the floor here and go out and do it again, that's a sign of somebody who's committed and really wants to win.
What do they say? A true champion is somebody that gets up even when they can't.
You know it.
Yeah, we'll go for all those cliches a little bit later on when the going gets tough, get going. So
if Tyson gets up or not later on.
Well, well, if he doesn't get up, he'll perhaps bite a chunk out of somebody's ear, but we'll more about that later on. Don't forget, if you haven't had enough of bloodlust here at the Millennium Stadium, of course you can tune in much later on Sky Box Office for the Tyson versus Lennox Lewis fight. The way we're going tonight with the amount of action we're seeing, we'll be tuning in live immediately after this programme. So the fans then make themselves ready for Heat 22. Mark Laram gets another chance to go through to the semi-final. Todd Wiltshire and Lee Adams are lining up either side of him. Andreas Johnson has been excluded for the crash that we saw just a few minutes ago. They've now repaired the air fence. Tony Millard has got his voice back, so let's go back down to the commentary position.
Not sure about that, Keith, but the action is certainly entertaining and enough to inspire any of us. Kelvin Tatum alongside me has really been inspired tonight, Kelvin. It goes on and on.
It is. It's just one wonderful heat after the next one, and you know, I do feel for Lee Adams because he has had a particularly tough night with guys hitting him from behind all the time.
The restart then of Heat 22. Remember, the first two go to the semis. The last man is eliminated. Todd Wiltshire, the Australian, puts Sydney on the inside. Mark Laram goes from gate 2. Andreas Johnson missing from gate 3. And Lee Adams, who took the brunt of that collision, he's on the outside gate. Yellow helmet colours.
Yeah, Mark's had two atrocious starts in the last couple of races, but his racing skills have got him in the action. But it's going down to the wire again now. He really needs to pull something out of the top drawer here. It will be interesting to see how committed Lee Adams is. He's got to be rattled by what's happened to him this evening.
Mark has said before, you always need a top 8 place. Remember, the top 8 go through to the main event in Slovenia in a fortnight's time. This is Heat 22. First two to the semi-finals and in the top 8 in the next meeting. Away they fly once again. Todd Wiltshire gets the flyer. This time Mark Laram gets a slightly better start, but round the outside in yellow, Lee Adams has the grip. Laram and Adams will have to fight for the minor places, but Mark taking him wide. Adams is keeping going. Mark Laram will have to go a bit here. He's still got work to do. He's capable of doing it, but out front, Wiltshire got the start he wanted and is sailing away.
Yeah, he looked really good off the inside start again then. Wiltshire's starting technique really coming to the fore. Lee Adams rode a brave first lap there, got round the outside of Mark, but Mark's not giving in yet.
Yes, Mark Laram is still trying. He's changing lines. He's looking for grip. He's looking to pick it up. He's looking to make ground, and he's doing so. But Adams is in command of the track. Laram's going wide this time. Lap and a quarter to go as he closes the gap on the back. All the action is in second place.
Go on, Mark!
Mark Laram is in third place behind Lee Adams. Here they go again down the back straight. This is where the action is. Second and third out front is Todd Wiltshire, but Laram is going to miss out. Laram is just missing out, and Lee Adams just about makes it and relegates Mark Laram to third place. But certainly no doubt about Todd Wiltshire, the winner, and Todd Wiltshire has missed an A final in the last 11 metres, could do it. Second place there goes indeed to Lee Adams in yellow, and Mark Laram disappears. Mark Laram in fact gets 8 Grand Prix points, takes him on to 34, and it means he has to start in the early stages of the event in Slovenia. So this man Todd Wiltshire safely through to the top 8. The tractors come out onto the track. Down here below us, the fans grab another beer because it's not all over yet.
It's certainly thirsty work, that's for sure. It's again, Mark Laram rode so well in that race. He really did morally. Here we see the result, Tony.
Yes, Todd Wiltshire goes to Heat 24. It's going to be an interesting one, that. And Lee Adams goes to Heat 23. And in Heat 23, Lee Adams will be against some pretty tough stuff. But the last two, Mark Laram, he has to go home along with Andreas Johnson. But the action continues in the pits. And there's Mark Loran's pit crew. They knew, or they know now, that his night is over. Pretty facts are still flying though, because we know that we've got Lee Richardson, the wild card there. But this heat was interesting.
Yeah, here we see Mark off the start. He did make a slightly better start this time. He was nearly alongside Todd Wiltshire as they entered the first corner. But here he is. Todd Wiltshire's hit the front. He's turned the bike almost inside out. He's desperately trying to hold on to that inside grip there. The track just seems to be a little bit drier and gives them a bit of a shoot out of the first corner. Lee Adams has gone for the big wide slingshot round the outside and gets alongside Mark as they enter this third corner. Looked for a moment that they were going to come together again, but Mark just keeps his bike under control. Lee's been forced out into that dirt where Andres Jonsson was just earlier, and slingshots round the outside of Mark. And for a moment it looks like it was all set fair, but Mark never gave in this race, and he rode superbly just to get back on terms with Lee. And here we see as they enter into the first corner for the last time. I did think that Mark just might be able to get up the inside of him, but Lee's a quality rider, and even though he's had a tough night, he held Mark at bay, and unfortunately Mark goes out of the Grand Prix. Here we see as they go over the line, there's Lee Adams just hanging on to second place, and Mark's back in third place.
Well, we can confirm the semi-final line of Heat 23 will see Michael Carlson, Lee Richardson, Jason Crump and Lee Adams, and certainly Tony Ricard's with Todd Wiltshire, Ryan Sullivan and Thomas Golov. We've got 8 fantastic riders, and all of that is going to come up after the break.
Sometimes feel like things are getting on top of you, or that your world's been turned upside down, and all you want to do is escape.
So if you need a bit of cheering up, just stick around.
And smile.
Lovely.
You could be on Kirsty's camera.
More of your party pranks and spectacular stunts.
In all new Kirsty's Home Videos, tomorrow, 9 o'clock, Sky One Sunday.
So, see you next week, then. Oh, and you'll marry me.
Chappelle here. I'm setting this bloke up on a blind date to show that right guard extreme sport works under the most extreme conditions. See? Extreme protection against odor and wetness.
Offering you the chance of freedom from all financial worries with a sensational guaranteed retirement income of £25,000 a year for life. Not only that, we'll pay off your mortgage now and give you £100,000 in cash immediately. The paper that has genuine winners pledges to guarantee one family's financial security forever, starting in tomorrow's Mail on Sunday.
This little piggy went to market. He had a monkey on his shoulder and a skip in his step. On the way, he met a matador. "You going to market?" the matador said. "Deed I am," said the pig. "Where you going?" "Home," said the matador. "Today is a bear market, and I'm a bull man." Little piggy skipped on. Soon he found himself being turned over and under by hungry bears. They ate the shirt from his back, turned his monkey into a hill of beans. The moral of this is this: don't go to market unless you know who you're dealing with.
Welcome back to the Egg British Grand Prix. The semi-finals are coming up exclusively live on Sky Sports, and here's how they'll line up. The young Lee Richardson is only British rider left in the event, and it's only his second Grand Prix. The 33-1 outsider is there on the outside of the next semi. It's the first semi. Lee Adams, Jason Crump, Michael Carlson. Second semi-final, Todd Wiltshire, Ryan Sullivan, Tony Ricardson and Thomas Golov.
Let's go down now to Jonathan Green, who has Mark Laram with him. What happened to Mark? We can find out now.
Thanks, Keith. Yeah, I'm here with the valiant Mark Laram. Boy, you tried hard in that last one.
Yeah, to be honest with you, that weren't my track tonight. You know, it's just so slippery.
You said that at the beginning, didn't you?
Yeah, I was going in the corners backwards and that, and whilst I tried to get on with it, I didn't enjoy 1 minute of it, to be honest with you, but I don't give him my best shot. I didn't give up, so, you know, I'm sorry. A bit of a letdown, but I've done all I can.
Look, I suppose the one plus is that it is a longer championship this year. You go to Slovenia, you're going to have to work hard there, but you've got more chances now.
Oh, for sure, you know, I think everyone's going to, you know, well, except for Tony at the moment, I think everyone's going to have a dodgy one, so I'm still in there, you know, I'm just going to keep fighting away, and it's obvious these one-off tracks, especially the indoor ones, haven't been too kind to me personally this year, but at the end of the day, I've just got to get on, and I'm not going to let them beat me.
That's what I like to hear, and also, I know that you may have wanted a better result, but certainly the atmosphere, this is what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, and let's just hope little Lee, you know, with no pressure on us as wild card, he's come through, and you know, he's a very technical little rider, and it's obviously paid off for him tonight. Let's just hope he can do it for us.
Thanks for talking to us. Well done, Mark. Back to you guys.
So British hopes are with Lee Richardson. He's in yellow. Next to him, of course, in white is Michael Carlson. Jason Crump's in blue, and Lee Adams on the inside in red. Time then to slip down to our commentary position with Kelv and Tony.
Could say triumph or disaster, because the top two, they're through to the final. The second or the last two go home in this one. The man in red there is Lee Adams, and we've got to see Lee Adams make a final. He's never reached the top four in the 5 previous British Grand Prix. Can he do it for the first time here in this one? Jason Crump is the man in blue. Jason Crump riding with an injured wrist at the moment, but he's never finished out of the top 8 of his 6 previous British Grand Prix. He's won 2 of them. He's won 5 Grand Prix altogether, of course, Jason Crump. Michael Carlson is the man in white. He goes from gate 3, wearing the lucky number 7, dare I say, Kelvin. And Lee Richardson will be watching the British wildcard, looking to do a Martin Dugard, win the British Grand Prix as a wildcard.
I was just thinking, Tony, I wonder if it's really hit Lee Richardson exactly what he's achieving here tonight. So I hope it doesn't, because he's riding so well, he's so free, he's been absolutely superb.
All we know is hoping to get through next year to the final of the Grand Prix next year, with a real fire there for the man in white, Michael Carlson. Lee Richardson stuck at the back, looking for errors for the front 3, but out to the front in red goes Lee Adams. Could get through. Look at Lee Richardson battling at the back. He's trying to cut through. Second place is occupied by Michael Carlson. Richardson has moved into 3rd place. Lee Adams out front and trying desperately.
Yeah, superb start from Lee Richardson, or Lee Adams rather. Michael Carlson into 2nd place. Lee Richardson steamed underneath Jason Crump. That was, didn't expect that. I didn't think Jason would allow him to come by that easily.
Something wrong with Jason Crump, as we heard, with that wrist problem, and he's not going to make the final with a lap and a half to go. It looks very much as if Lee Adams is going to make his first ever final in a British Grand Prix. He's being pursued by Michael Carlson into the final lap. Lee Richardson is not done yet. He's still trying. 3/4 of a lap to go. Lee Richardson can't make it, surely. Checkered flag now is beckoning, and it's going to greet the Aussie from Mildura. Lee Adams will take it in red. In 2nd place in white is Michael Carlson. Lee Richardson beaten but not disgraced in 3rd place. Disappointment for Jason Crump, struggling with that wrist injury at the back. Crump will not be in the final. Lee Richardson won't, but Michael Carlson is there again, and so too is Lee Adams. And well, I talked about 7 being lucky. He's still in it, Kelvin.
He certainly is. He rode a great race there, but I really think that Lee Adams is showing a real grit tonight. He's had a really tough night. He's been on the deck more than he's been on the bike, and he came out there in a tough semi-final and rode a blinder, and he's looking great. And I think that, to be honest, I can see rain falling through the roof, Tony.
Yes, they've got the roof about 1/4 open, Kelvin, and it's coming steaming through the top here and dropping on part of the track. Now, if it comes down here, the track's going to be different in the straights than it is on the bends.
Well, fortunately, it is on the straights where the bikes are going straight. It shouldn't affect the racing line too much.
Well, I don't know if they're considering shutting the roof. It takes 20 minutes in all, the whole closure, but they have to set this in operation. It shouldn't take too long to close this. I don't know if they'll bother.
No, they may not. There's not too long to go now.
There's Lee Adams and Michael Carlson through to the final. And the last 2 eliminated, but Grand Prix points abound for them. And certainly as we move on now to the 2nd semi-final, again, 4 talented riders. And the umbrellas coming to good use on the finish line now. They've started a sunshade.
Yeah, we're looking at Thomas Gollop. He's changed his bike yet again. Actually, off camera I just caught a glimpse of him changing his bike. Obviously, he wasn't quite happy. Rickardsson there. Slightly odd situation. I shouldn't think these riders have come across this situation where part of the track it isn't raining and the centre of the track it is raining. What else is going to happen tonight?
It's a first for Speedway here at the Millennium Stadium. Wonder what the Welsh rugby team would do if it rained over the halfway line and not over the goalpost.
I don't know, but what a wonderful meeting it's been. The entertainment this evening, you wouldn't wish for more. And there's still a lot more to come, of course.
Not over yet, as you say. Todd Wiltshire on the inside. Ron Sullivan goes from gate 2. That's 2 Aussies. The Swede, Tony Rickardsson, 4 times a world champion, current holder of the British Grand Prix title. And Thomas Golub, of course, who won that Grand Prix in Poland.
Yeah.
The cream is coming to the top in this Grand Prix series with a vengeance.
Yep, it is. Ryan Sullivan's been riding well tonight. They could well be interested to see what he can do. This is far from a formality. Todd Wiltshire again in the previous heat, he looked really dynamite, coming off the inside, looked very, very composed and holding it all together. And he's another guy that's out of the Elite League that's not showing tonight. He's been really on it tonight.
Heat number 24, the second semi-final. And it's pouring with rain on the straight, but it's bone dry in the corner. Remember, we're in the Millennium Stadium, which has a massive roof. Our starting marshal, the referee delaying things here, there's a problem. Away they go now, flying up on the inside is Todd Wiltshire, but look at that man in blue, Ron Sullivan. Tony Rickardsson in trouble at the back in white and won't make the final if it stays like this. But Rickardsson's going to go for it now. On the outside in blue, Ron Sullivan. On the inside, red, Todd Wiltshire. Rickardsson is going to have to battle.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do now. He made a big start. There was the delay with the green light there, and he didn't seem to be totally concentrated, and he got left stranded, and he's doing everything he can, but the 2 Aussies are out front. They're almost team riding.
Well, they're all over the place, but out front, the Aussies, there you have Aussies 1 and 2. Waltzing Matilda for those 2. But in 3rd place, it's Tony Rickardsson. Down the back straight, a lap and a half to go. Round the outside goes Ron Sullivan in blue. Todd Wiltshire's on the inside. They're controlling the track. Rickardsson's not going to make the final. This will close the gap in the Grand Prix if it stays like this. Down the back straight they go. There's going to be 3 Aussies in the final because Lee Adams is already there. Rickardsson's out of this, but in red, Wiltshire wins it. 2nd place in blue, Ron Sullivan. 3rd, Tony Rickardsson in white. He doesn't make the final, and Thomas Golub trails in, and the standings are surely tonight going to see Ron Sullivan rocketing towards the top of the Grand Prix standings. Whether or not he wins this one, Kelvin, the form book, perhaps stood on his head there.
I can tell you one thing, Tony Rickardsson is absolutely furious. He was gesticulating during the race at the referee. There was certainly quite a long delay before the green light came on there, and Tony Rickardsson feels like he's been done out of that A final there. Obviously, Todd Wiltshire on screen here looks absolutely delighted, rode brilliantly all night. It didn't seem to affect him, but there's no question there was a delay, and Rickardsson didn't make a clean start. And you can see on screen now, he definitely wants something said about it.
He's going to have a word with the referee, and something's going to happen here, but I don't know if we can see the start there again, but Tony Rickardsson was far from happy. Carl Blomfeldt is mounted there. He's dashing to the pit's phone, Tony Rickardsson, and he is not a happy bunny.
No, he's not. I saw him after the lap 2. He was waving his hand as he went over the start and finish line. Tony Still, I could actually see Tony Still desperately trying to put the green light on. There was certainly a delay, and this is far from over here. I should say there's going to be a lot of talking about this before a decision is made.
Well, Tony Steele, the referee, has left the referee's box at the moment, and I just wonder what is going to happen about this, because Tony Rickardsson is clearly livid. The referee has left the referee's box clearly to talk to somebody. Tony Rickardsson is down on the track now. Tony Rickardsson with Ollie Olsen, the race director there, is having words. Ollie Olsen's going to go to the phone, I'm sure, alongside the pitch phone, where he's
We remember Coventry, don't we? We remember the Coventry with the lights there. It was the green and the red and the...
Well, there's Tony Steele, our referee, in the middle there, and certainly he's a bit...
Do you know, Tony, I just glanced over at Tony Steele because I could sense that there was a problem with the green light coming on, and there was a lot of body language with Tony Steele, and it'd be very interesting to hear that conversation, what's going on now.
Well, our referee in the middle there is Tony Steele. He's a Brit. This is a Swede, Tony Rickardsson, and Jonathan Green in the pits is right near Tony Rickardsson.
Yeah, the problem he's got, he's basically saying they didn't see the green light, and basically I'm with one of his team, Carl Blomqvist, of course, and I just wonder what was his biggest problem?
Well, he couldn't see the green light come on, and there was really a long wait, and he pulled back, and as soon as he pulled back, the light come on and the tapes went up.
And these are the sorts of events that change World Championships, aren't they?
Well, certainly, especially when you have a Mickey Mouse deal like drawing gate positions. It doesn't reward a guy for having a good meeting at all. So it's a deal where, you know, when they have a failure like that or something, it's only fair to rerun the race.
And the cool, calm Swede, not too calm at the moment.
Well, no, he's normally calm, and when he feels he's been done wrong, he lets them know it.
You're watching it, I know you're in his corner, but do you feel he's justified?
Well, I couldn't see the green light from where I am. I was behind the green light. I couldn't tell if it came on or not, but, you know, maybe you could ask some of the other riders in that race.
All right, well, obviously, Tony, not happy. Back to you guys.
Now we can see it again.
Well, the action there, we can see it away from the tapes. There's clearly Kelvin Tony Rickardsson left in his wake in the wake of the others.
No question about it, and to be honest, that head-on, here we can see Tony's pulled back there. There's obviously a delay. He's not quite there. It was a very long wait. To be honest, he didn't look that bad, to be honest.
Did he make a big issue, perhaps, out of something that wasn't that bad then?
I think probably he's very frustrated, Tony. He hasn't made the A-final. There was no question about it. Tony still would agree with him that there was a problem with the green light coming on, because I saw Tony still struggling to push the button to get the green light on. He has a valid argument, but I don't know. The other three guys didn't miss the start, so...
Well, there's a little bit of a smile perhaps a wry one on Tony Rickardsson then. Chris Louis is down with Jonathan Green, and he was listening exactly to what Tony Rickardsson was saying.
Yeah, Chris, obviously you were close to that. What were they saying?
Yeah, Tony was just complaining that he couldn't see the green light come on, and he rolled back, and that's when the tapes went up. But obviously I can't comment. I can't see the green light from where I am. Obviously the other riders saw it, so it's very difficult to comment on.
For a rider, this has got to be so frustrating. You get all the way there, and then this?
Yeah, that's right. It'd come all the way. He said he wasn't confident. He'd been battling through, and it's an unfortunate incident for him. He's clearly frustrated by it all.
What way do you think the referee's going to go? What way do you reckon the referee will go now?
I don't know. I mean, Tony's a very good referee. He has to deal with decisions all the time like this, and you know, Tony's frustrated. It's gone against him, but I'm just looking forward to that final.
Well, Tony Steele's got a big decision. Let's find out what Tony Millard thinks.
Well, it's not what I think, it's what referee Tony Steele thinks. He's awarded the result as standing, which means that Tony Rickardsson is out. He takes third place, and that certainly means that he only gets 13 Grand Prix points and goes to 58. He can be beaten. There's Carl Blomfield on the right and Tony Rickardsson. Not a great night for them. Referee Tony Steele involved in controversy. There's plenty more to come with the final following after the break.
Interactive racing only on Sky Digital. At the press of a button, you select what you want to watch. 8 screens to choose from, giving you the big race experience. Complete coverage of the Canadian Grand Prix on F1 Digital Plus. Continues tomorrow from 1 p.m, live and uninterrupted for just £12. Call 08702 418 111 or see channel 434.
The new Seat Ibiza. Feel the passion.
Acqua di Gio. Giorgio Armani.
Welcome back. The world champion out, and so is second favourite today, Jason Crump. If you had a bet on Ryan Sullivan, Lee Adams, Michael Carlson or Todd Wiltshire, then you're about to earn some money today, because certainly it's good money. Now, Ricardson, as I said, has gone out in controversial circumstances. Jonathan Green has just caught up with him. Brave lad.
Well, I know you didn't agree with that at all, did you?
No, I don't know why the green light never came on. We were all standing there, and I think I saw Thomas as well, like, what's going on, you know? The green light never came on, so I thought something must have gone wrong, because we stand there for seconds and seconds and seconds. So then when I just raced up, boom, the green light comes on, and I just lost my concentration. But I will be in UGP in a couple of weeks' time.
Well, you've got a smile on your face, but it could be very important in terms of the overall World Championship, couldn't it?
Yeah, but I'm used to this. I'm getting excluded and losing points. It's no problem.
You're riding so well, you'll fight another day in Slovenia, won't you?
Yeah, it was a little bit too bad. I was feeling really good out there on the racetrack, and I hope for a little bit better result than this, but there you go, you know, there's racing.
Well, we'll see you next time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Jonathan, well, nothing puts the man off, does it? I mean, you've got to say, he's smiling about it now. He feels like he was robbed. It was a problem for him indeed. It just upset his start-up, didn't it?
Yeah, it's a familiar position for him. It's happened to him before. He's a true pro. He knows he's still got a lot of rounds left. He's got to make it happen.
And we've got Lee Adams there that's in red, so we'll keep an eye on him. We'll spell it right for you as we go. Todd Wiltshire in blue, Michael Carlson in...
I think, to be honest, I'm rooting for Lee Adams here, because he's been around the scene a long time. He's a really professional guy. Even tonight, he's never won a Grand Prix. Everybody said he should be winning Grand Prix. He's so consistent in all the leagues. He's had a hell of a tough night tonight. He's been knocked off his bike at least 3 times. He deserves a win.
The Australian rugby team has had some great times here in the Millennium Stadium. In this final, it's 3 out of 4 Australians in the final. Lee Adams from Mildura in Victoria goes from the inside. Todd Wiltshire from Sydney, he goes from gate 2. Ron Sullivan from Adelaide goes from the outside. Michael Carlson, the representative from Sweden, on the inside. Away they go. A real flyer again from Todd Wiltshire. Wiltshire in front in the blue helmet colour. Second place Adams. Third place and coming through in a second in white is Michael Carlson. Round the outside goes Ron Sullivan. A tremendous final.
Whoa, Ryan Sullivan's going to go from 3rd to 1st. What a race by Ryan Sullivan. Fantastic lap, but Wilshire's in the front again.
Whoa, Wiltshire in blue, Sullivan in yellow. A ding-dong battle here between these two. Half the race is gone. Half of it still to come. Ron Sullivan will get 25 points here to take it to 58. He'll be dead level with Tony Ricardson at the top if he wins this one. In second place in blue, Todd Wiltshire. He's battling too. But Ron Sullivan, if he wins this, will tie at the top on 58 points with Tony Ricardson. Down the back straight he goes. Ron Sullivan, the people of fans already starting to cheer. Ron Sullivan is going to take this. Ron Sullivan wins his first ever Grand Prix. He joins Tony Ricardson at the top. Second place goes to Todd Wiltshire in blue, but Ron Sullivan is the winner, and Ron Sullivan goes to the top of the standings. A tremendous ride for his first ever Grand Prix victory. But the young man from Adelaide, the skipper of Peterborough in the British Elite League, the stadium has gone absolutely berserk, and Ryan Sullivan, what a ride by him, what a night for him. Kelvin Tatum, he's a very, very happy man.
Of course he is. He has ridden outstandingly well. He's been in top form all season. That was such a brave move he made down the outside. He gave it all he got, and he got the just rewards. And no doubt that he's absolutely delighted. He's just being congratulated there by his compatriot. Todd Wiltshire gave it all as well. He made a great start, held the inside, but Ryan just generated all that speed around the outside, and absolutely superb.
The fans are celebrating, the supporters of Ron Sullivan are celebrating. Everybody's celebrating what's been a fantastic night for British Speedway. It doesn't matter which team they support. Even the fans that came here to support Carl Stone, who was sadly going out earlier. It's a long journey back to work into tonight, but they know they've been to a pretty special occasion. And Kelvin, you've been a world champion at what's it like to be like this?
Well, you know, the feeling is very difficult to describe, but the sheer joy that you feel. There we see the result on the screen. Sullivan, of course, winning. Wiltshire in second. Michael Carlson in third. That lucky number 7 just running out of luck at the end there. And, of course, Lee Adams back in 4th place.
Well, certainly. Jonathan Green's in the pitch.
Yeah, let's see if we can get him. Ryan, fantastic. How does it feel?
Oh, I'm absolutely stoked. You know, I've finished second so many times, and I'm so desperate to win it tonight. It's awesome.
You're the champion of Britain. Well done, mate.
Thank you. It feels great.
Go out and enjoy it.
Thanks.
Ron Sullivan certainly enjoying himself. We saw Todd Wiltshire there. It's a happy day for the Australians because, well, there are not going to be three of them on the podium, but this man's going to be on the top of it. And those Australian flags are all very, very prominent here. It's happened before in the Millennium Stadium for their rugby team here. It's happened again here. And certainly Ron Sullivan on the back of that motor is certainly going to go round all the way to the podium. And, well, I'm sure that champagne will be flowing, and the photographers already waiting to get the pictures that'll be in the Speedway magazines, the national papers, and much more. And Ron Sullivan getting the plaudits of a tremendous crowd, the biggest Speedway crowd in Britain since 1981. When at Wembley, Bruce Pennell won that world title.
Yeah.
Kelvin, it's an occasion, isn't it?
Oh, unbelievable occasion. I think this stadium is just, you know, they criticised this stadium, you know, how much money it cost when they built it for the Rugby Union World Cup back in 2000. But who would have believed that we would have such wonderful events here, the FA Cup final, now we're having the second British Grand Prix here, the Egg Grand Prix. You know, the entertainment on tonight, I would argue anybody that they would see a better entertaining event anywhere in the world.
And have you seen a rider looking more happy, Ron Sullivan? What a smile, look.
You know, it's his first GP win. Who's to say now that he won't go on and win several more? He can believe that he can do it now. He had a little bit of luck go his way with Ricardson getting knocked out before the A final, but he took full advantage of it. He rode a blinder of a final and he pulled it off. And yeah, I'm delighted for him. And every rider tonight has put on a tremendous show. They've given their all. You've seen, you know, there's been no holds barred. There's been incident throughout this meeting, and at times you didn't know whether to look left, right, centre, up, down, because there was action happening all over the track all the time. Truly incredible Speedway meeting.
Well, it means that Ron Sullivan shares top spot on 58 points with Tony Ricardson. So there's John Postlethwaite congratulating him, of course. John has been responsible for all the organisation. Two Australians going out there, and certainly Michael Carlson is getting desperately close now. He's on 43 points. There are three riders on 43, Thomas Gollop, Jason Crump and Michael Carlson. Lee Adams is on 42. But the top two are Tony Ricardson and tonight's champion, Ron Sullivan. And certainly, well, what an occasion. There's Philip Rising talking to Ron Sullivan. Third up is Michael Carlson to pick his trophy up here tonight. And certainly he's played his part, and Michael Carlson has made the final in 4 of the last 5 Grand Prix. Yeah, consistent.
Yes, he is. He's growing in stature. He's another, seems to be in his late 20s now, reaching his peak both physically and mentally, riding brilliantly. Todd Wiltshire out of the Elite League this year, a superb performance on his return to these shores. He rode very well this evening. Within a whisker of winning tonight, actually, Tony.
Well, there's a real bonus too tonight for Ron Sullivan, because he gets the keys to a £20,000 Fiat van for winning this. And Speedway riders need transport, don't they?
They certainly do. He'll be delighted with that. He's probably got a very nice car already, so he may well be selling that. There might be a van outside for sale.
Well, there is Ron Sullivan, and he's just about to mount the podium. Already we've seen the presentations. Roy Otto, the jury's over. There's Ron Sullivan up there, and he's going to be presented with his trophy by Tony Williams, the Marketing Communications Director of EGG, and the keys to that Fiat van, the garland, the trophy. There's a key, and that is the key to that van. Ron Sullivan have a happy drive home tonight. So will all these thousands of fans here at the Millennium Stadium. A night to remember for Speedway, certainly a night to remember for Ron Sullivan. And Ron, the 27-year-old Australian, races all over the world. Originally born in Melbourne, but of course South Australia now is his home state.
Yeah, he's rides for Peterborough in the Elite League, and he's been riding there. He's pretty much ever a presence in that side. He's grown. He's another one. He's now 27 years old. Here we hear the national anthem.
The Australian national anthem echoing round the portals of the Millennium Stadium here in Cardiff. Time for the fireworks, the flares. There may be some rain coming through the roof, but really, well, look at that. A night of celebrations, red, white, blue. The noise could almost be heard, I'm sure, 12,000 miles away in Australia.
I don't think this show is ever going to end, is it? It's just been drama and entertainment right from the word go. Incredible. I think this really tops it. It's a wonderful situation we have now here in the Great Britain, because we really do have a showpiece for the sport that really is second to none, Tony. I think that, you know, the other promoters in these other GPs are going to have to go an awful long way to top this sort of event.
I think they'd be pretty happy in Sydney if they had this when the Australians take over there.
Yeah.
And they'd like Todd Wiltshire to win. But, well, we've got two world champions in our studio, Sam Ermolenko and Gary Havelock. You're leaving one with me, Kelvin Tatum. But those lads are celebrating with a vengeance. Michael Carlson in third, Todd Wiltshire in second. But the British Grand Prix champion, Ryan Sullivan, has every right to celebrate. Keith and the lads, you've enjoyed it too, haven't you?
A big thank you to Tony there, and of course Kelvin Tatum as well. You come back up to some semblance of organisation up here in the studio. I've got to say though, gentlemen, that sets up this Grand Prix series absolutely brilliantly. Remember, we are finishing off the Grand Prix series this year in Australia, at Stadium Australia, and well, they do a pretty good meeting out there, I've got to say, and I think that the Australians don't want to be outdone. They love their sport. Ryan Sullivan now equals Tony Ricardson on championship points at this critical stage of the year. Tony Ricardson, well, it wasn't proved that he can be beat tonight, but certain circumstances can foil him. There's no doubt about that, Gary.
Yeah, firstly I'd say full respect to Ryan Sullivan. You know, he had a fantastic race in that final there, and basically missed the start. He was third, and as I said earlier, it was he who dares wins, and he just rode right around the boards there on the third and fourth bend and passed two of them in one go. And you know, I think it's been coming for a while with Ryan. There's something about him. He's a fast rider, and he's got what it takes to win, and I actually tipped him to win the last Grand Prix in Big Gosh, and he let me down, but he's come through tonight, so yeah, fair play to him.
He's still only 27 years old as well, so a lot of career left for Ryan Sullivan. There it is, the results. 25 points go to Ryan. Todd Wiltshire is on 20. He rode brilliantly throughout the evening as well. Michael Carlson on 18. Lee Adams just 16. We might have thought he took the win here tonight. I don't know why. There was a lot of money on him in the studio here. Lee Richardson, 5th place for Lee Richardson. Only 2 Grand Prix in his life. So the youngster for Britain doing it for us in 5th place. Tony Ricardson thwarted with that slightly delayed start. He pulled back, then came to the tapes, but it had rattled him already, and he ended up finishing out. These are the standings then. Well, 58 points say it all. Equal first, Tony Ricardson and Ryan Sullivan as we go towards the 4th round of the Grand Prix Speedway World Championship. Jason Crump on 43. He must be sighing some relief a little bit at Ricardson having a problem there. Thomas Gollop also equal on 43, as is Michael Carlson now. Adams just 1 point adrift on 42. Then just 3 back is Todd Wiltshire. And Mark Laram is still on the leaderboard, but got a lot of work to do. Well, what a night, I have to say. Kelvin Tatum's been banging on about it all day long in the commentary position. Sam, have you ever seen anything like this?
Nah, what a spectacle. This place is just buzzing all the way through. I wish I was out there, but me and Gary kept slipping out of the studio here, going in and taking a bite of that atmosphere. It's been just superb. It's been so good. You know,
Gary's wandering around like he's on holiday. He's got no socks on his feet. He's been out here with the Crump fans and signing autographs all night long. You've had a bit of a hell of a night here.
Yeah, it's been great, you know, obviously with the studio being so close to outside, I'd much rather go outside and sample the real atmosphere than sit and watch it on the TV. It's fantastic, it's phenomenal, and anybody who's not been here, got to get yourself here next year, simple as that.
Yeah, be here next year, that's what we got to say, but just great. I mean, it's going to come right down to the end, I think, in Australia, if you know what I mean.
It is, as far as the Grand Prix Series is concerned, but of course, if you want some more Speedway, we've got it right here on Sky. We're always live. Great Britain versus Sweden, that's Sky Sports 1. Mark Laram versus Tony Ricardson, part 2, we'll call it, shall we? That's on Wednesday, June the 12th, 7:30. Well, I've got to say, thank you very much, gentlemen, for being here. Gary Havelock, wonderful shirt, great atmosphere, nice to have you about. Sam Ermolenko, great suit.
Thank you.
Enjoyed yourself, boys?
Absolutely.
Always.
Fantastic night here at the Millennium Stadium. Thank you for everybody watching. Glad we had your patience because it was a fine event in the end. We'll leave you now with some memories of what happened here tonight at the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff at the British Grand Prix.